He passed away as the most formidable mage in history. He was regarded by all to become the maker of enchantment, and he perished while casting an unprecedented, observed 15th rank spell that destroyed the mightiest demon, yet ultimately found themselves in the afterlife due to his low chakra similar to Kakashi. He has returned 5 decades later within Kusanagi Minato's body and swiftly understands everything. Humans are merely frail beings. Thus, the actual originator of magic must now enroll in a magic academy. At least there are attractive girls present. Initially, the body's possessor was struck by a truck and transported to an ice sky. Thus, our main character just assumed control. The doctor was baffled by his rapid recovery, as if he possessed some kind of divine magic. Naturally, that's due to his possession of holy magic. He passed away in 1970. And now, in 2022, the planet is tranquil. Televisions are slim. Viewers are tuning in creating trends and pop. Mental decline has already set in. After being discharged, he goes back to Kusanagi Minato's residence. His guardians. Sure, the truck gun collected them earlier. Thus he matured. Solitary, surviving on their legacy. As reincarnation magic is non-existent, he thinks it might have been God or mere chance. It was a lorry, firearm. Believe me, he is currently enrolled in a magic academy, and he's already intrigued. Out of the blue, he receives a call from Tadano-kun but chooses to disregard. Naturally, there's the typical bully targeting the weak. The following day here, we are located at Kamui Magic Academy. Out of nowhere, someone throws a bell. However, the strength is roughly equivalent to igniting a. This greatly disappoints the most formidable mage globally. The greater he observes the students, the more he understands how terrible the world has turned. And that's prior. He also notices the dancing trends. In his time, even novices performed 10 times better than this. Perhaps it's due to the world being too peaceful now. Stepping into the classroom, he genuinely feels at ease. He even questions whether he has any friends. Suddenly, the bully appears, enraged, demanding to know why Minato overlooked him the day before. Minato simply inquires about his identity. That by itself is sufficient for the redhead to lose. He attempts to kick Minato but utterly fails. He changes strategies, hurling insults and calling him worthless. Since physical harm failed, perhaps psychological will succeed. It is only at this moment that Minato recognizes this is the person who contacted him yesterday, assuming they are friends. Tadano-kun claims he finally recalled and insists on cash due to friends. Yet Minato simply states they'll get along well, which somehow intensifies the redhead's anger further. Tadano is aware of the remaining inheritance funds, and he desires them. That's when Minato understands this body was once bullied. The red-haired individual is ready to strike as a girl unexpectedly enters the classroom. This has to be the school's deity. Azure hair, azure eyes, a highly recognizable tie if you understand what a large, heavy white skirt. Tadano immediately flushes red, feeling extremely bashful like a dog in heat. Still angry, he warns Minato not to forget, and storms out, knocking things over as they go. On the panel, information regarding the significant worldwide disaster was presented. The instructor requested the students to share their thoughts on the subject. Then, the man clarified that it had been humanity's final significant disaster. Then, the planet was inundated with monsters. However, Ichikami Minato, the originator of magic, took a different approach and confronted the creatures single-handedly. After vanquishing a powerful demon, he ultimately perished. Since that time, no further disasters have occurred. At that instant, the instructor inquired about who had rescued the world, and the girl with blue hair lifted her hand, beaming. Mizoha replied that he was the sole survivor of the calamity, and the inaugural mage in history, which led to the establishment of the Divine Magic Academy. His eyes sparkled as he communicated, confirming The teacher revealed he was the first to discover magic and mentioned that the academy was established to educate mages such as himself. Trembling internally, the protagonist felt this was far too humiliating. Ichikami, feeling ashamed, wished he had stayed away if he had known this would happen. Squinting, he recalled the doctor's remarks and deduced that mages had become less powerful since tranquility had settled over the world. The boy quietly observed the birds through the window. Smiling softly, he felt content that everything had turned out this way. The teacher then declared the class was finished and mentioned that a magical power evaluation would take place the following day. With sarcasm, Tadino remarked it would be delightful to witness his classmates' feeble abilities. Ichikami believed the bully was merely uninterested and not deserving of his time. Disregarding the redhead, our main character walked silently toward the exit, while the bully and his gang continued to taunt him, labeling him a bastard. Abruptly, Ichikami halted, glanced back, and labeled the redhead a loser. Irritated, the bully questioned who he believed he was to speak that way. Without expecting a response, the bully unleashed what seemed to be a strong spell. Startled, the student's eyes widened, and a blond boy exclaimed, questioning whether he truly intended to perform magic within the classroom. Nonetheless, Tadino unleashed a surge of flames, desiring to eliminate the MC. While the others fled, Ichikami remained motionless. In that instant, Mizuha dashed toward him to keep him safe. Yet the main character stayed still while the fire magic approached. Suddenly, a blast reverberated throughout the room. The students closed their eyes, attempting to endure the glaring light. Stunned, the girl found it hard to comprehend that everything began from a mere disagreement. Observing overturned tables and chairs, she remarked that it was all not worth it. Annoyed, Tadino asserted it wasn't his responsibility, stating he merely responded to provocation. Once the smoke dissipated, it was clear. The main character emerged unscathed. This left all the students present in total astonishment, while Minato simply scratched his head, still processing the recent events. Tadino's face showed disbelief as he came to terms with the fact that his magic had caused no harm to the MC. The main character believed a first-level strike could be effortlessly defended against, thinking he wouldn't have to resort to magic. Tadino felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing the MC claim he was merely being kind due to his youth. With a frigid gaze, Ichikima remarked that individuals like him required correction, leaving the redhead and his henchmen utterly stunned. Shortly, an overwhelming aura abruptly emanated from the protagonist. The room was filled with a burst of light. Seeing bluish particles in the air, the students understood they were unable to move. Perplexed, Mika attempted to determine the type of magic that occurred. At that instant, the redhead shook uncontrollably as the protagonist approached him with an intimidating presence. Understanding the MC was about to strike, the bully halted, rescuing the redhead. The teacher arrived, inquiring about the source of the noise and who had employed magic in the classroom. The main character simply gazed at him. Releasing a deep sigh, he smiled and remarked that nothing had occurred there, implying that someone could have used magic outside. Hearing the instructor state that no one in the courtyard had, the MC suggested that perhaps outsiders were pretending to be mages. The teacher, wary, inquired about the smoke. Ichikami gestured toward the window, claiming the wind had pushed it in from outside. Believing the student was truthful, the man trusted him and quickly announced he would look into the matter, dismissing the class immediately. In response, the protagonist simply waved at the teacher, resolved not to attract notice. Reflecting on it, he realized he must proceed with greater caution moving forward. However, Mizuha appeared to be in disbelief, struggling to accept what she had witnessed. In the meantime, Tadino continued to curse the MC thoughtfully. Minato determined the students' skills were shockingly inadequate and questioned whether today's mages could manage the remaining monsters. As he strolled through the hallway, he chose to gaze at the city, looking for traces of those beings. As night descended, Shibuya revealed its devastation. Beneath the full moon, our main character chose to delve deeper by ascending a structure. Gazing downward, He understood the extent of change in the old city. Harnessing a magic circle for acceleration, he raced through the shadows. Despite this, the MC sensed no supernatural force and questioned the police's presence in the devastated city. Suddenly, he detected a monster nearing. Crouched at the rooftop's edge, he also perceived someone's energy directly beneath him. Without a moment's pause, he employed magic to propel himself off the building into the threat. But he discovered beings encircling a woman who was shaking with terror. Rosnando, the monsters revealed their fangs, poised to strike. To the creature's astonishment, the protagonist appeared at the location without. Pausing briefly, the creature charged at the boy. Suddenly, spikes erupted from the earth, impaling the bodies of the creatures, eliminating them completely at. Minato glanced back and saw the woman in tears, relieved as he noticed the badge attached to her shirt. The MC understood she was a police officer. He advised the girl to exercise more caution moving forward. Feeling embarrassed, she expressed her apologies and gratitude. The bewildered officer observed as the stranger disappeared before her. Curious about his identity, she concluded he must be an extraordinary mage. What fascinated her the most was that he hadn't cast any visible spells, and the protagonist realized that concealing his face was an excellent decision, as he still wished to avoid drawing attention following his reincarnation. Remaining composed, he noticed that the police had become so ineffective they could not manage even low-tier monsters. Concerned, Minato deduced that the mages of that era had diminished significantly in power. Gazing at the sky, he experienced joy, understanding that even during that time, individuals still required his strength. Using magical circles to survey the city, he resolved that his initial action would be to eliminate all the creatures in the. Later, the teacher indicated an unusual device and declared that a magic power evaluation would take place that day. He stated that students must accurately gauge their energy and identify their element, emphasizing that those aspiring to a career in magic should not overlook this. Stunned, the protagonist struggled to comprehend that a machine was essential for such a fundamental task, as Minato believed that sensing one's own power was magic's core. Approaching the MC, Mizuha requested that he move aside for a private conversation. The other students appeared astonished when they noticed her conversing with him. Shortly, the girl with blue hair revealed that she was the second daughter of a noble mage family. Perplexed, the boy inquired about the meaning of that. Mizuha was shocked to discover he was unaware of her noble lineage of elemental mages. Envisioning a person in elegant attire, the young man realized that idea was non-existent in his era, and that he was unaware of her last name. Observing Mizuha's azure aura, he deduced that her abilities were significantly lacking for someone hailing from such a renowned family. Puzzled, the girl questioned why the MC appeared unimpressed. Gritting his teeth, Tadano felt irritation at the sight of an outsider conversing with Mizuha. Then Ichikami inquired about the noble lady's intentions. With her eyes closed and a hand placed over her heart, Mizuha endeavored to maintain her aristocratic demeanor. She believed she needed to grasp why the protagonist had endured a magical assault without injury. Growing increasingly impatient, she expressed her desire to discuss the previous day's incident, but the teacher interrupted, instructing them to move on to the assessment, which caused the protagonist to grin. Relieved to have avoided the conversation, Mizuha could only manage a faint smile, convinced she would soon comprehend his power level. Channeling energy into his hand, Tadano announced it was his turn. Without a moment's pause, the redhead reached for the large crystal of flame that emerged inside. The system voice declared his power level at 1000 with a fire element, prompting the bully to rejoice upon realizing his advancement. Reflectively, the main character determined that the numerical scale remained unchanged from 50 years prior. Upon being summoned, Mizuha advanced. Enveloped in a blue glow, she rested her hand on the crystal. Water droplets began to appear within the crystal. Immediately afterward, the system voice declared her magic power level as 2000 and her element as water, astonishing both the students and the teacher. With confidence, Tadano remarked that those were the year's top scores, indicating a significant opportunity to become exceptional mages. At that instant, the girl with blue hair appeared, beaming with her achievement. Their peers commended both for their strength. Amazed, the protagonist struggled to comprehend that such a fundamental level in his era was regarded as the pinnacle among all. With a smile, Mizuha believed that was her bloodline's true strength. Ichikami averted his gaze, struggling to endure her self-satisfied expression. Upon hearing his name, the MC felt anxious. As the main character approached the device, the students shared glances, and one remarked that he consistently ranked among the lowest. The redhead noted that while he excelled in written exams, he faltered in practical application. Tadano chuckled, believing his classmate would humiliate himself in front of Mizuha. Intrigued, the girl quickly sought to discover the MC's magic level, convinced that it couldn't possibly match her own. Minato halted before the machine, feeling tense at that moment. He contemplated whether to attract attention again or simply deceive. In the meantime, he sensed his classmates' gazes as he inhaled deeply. He placed his hand on the crystal. In that very moment, a vibrant energy radiated outward as the protagonist smiled faintly, opting to unleash his power to see if the device could detect the magic of the great progenitor. An astonishing amount of energy began to accumulate before them. Shortly thereafter, a beam of light surged upward, illuminating the entire castle. Certain students experienced overwhelming pressure. Perplexed, Mizuha inquired about the situation, her eyes widening as she noticed the numbers shifting far too rapidly. Suddenly, a fissure formed in the crystal. A beam of light erupted from the castle, shooting upward into the sky. The device was emitting an insane level of energy. Then, a thunderous explosion suddenly reverberated throughout the room. In surprise, the students understood. The crystal lay in ruins. Amidst the debris, the protagonist was astonished that the device had fractured, despite not having exerted his full power. Observing his peers on the ground, Ichikami questioned whether any of them had sensed his strength. Approaching the students sprawled on the floor, the teacher inquired if everyone was all right. Upon arriving at the MC, the man inquired about any injuries, but the protagonist replied that he had been fortunate. Despite being at the explosion's epicenter, he gazed at the remnants of the device. The teacher remarked it was the first instance he had encountered something like that and assumed the device was faulty. The man pondered their next steps, as they still hadn't determined the boy's level or element. Not understanding, the MC inquired about the issue, and the teacher clarified they were organizing a practical class where groups would train in combat, requiring knowledge of each person's strength. At that moment, Tadano was drying his neck with a towel when the teacher inquired about accepting an additional teammate. The bully and his cronies regarded the boy with disdain. Yet, a feigned smile emerged on the redhead's face. Rising to his feet, Tadano expressed their willingness to assist him. The teacher responded that he had always trusted him to deliver. Approaching Minato, the witty redhead remarked that he had eagerly anticipated this moment. In the meantime, the historic area of Shibuya remained devastated. Monsters continued to inhabit regions ravaged by the disaster. Now deserted, the area was monitored by police and mages who eliminated those beings, and the students were required to assist them. He stated that the majority of the monsters had been removed, so there was little cause for concern. Among the other students, the protagonist was astonished to discover that the academy conducted actual battles. Quietly, he questioned whether those students could defeat even one group of monsters, even collaborating. As he surveyed the area, he recognized it as the same location from the previous night and thought he had eliminated all the beings. Yet he could still sense remnants of magic lingering. No indications of a fresh disaster were present, yet those creatures continued to appear, self-assured. A girl challenged her classmate to a duel, leaving Minato astonished by the group's boldness, as the class entailed real fighting. Releasing a sigh, Mizuha glanced at him with suspicion. The teacher gestured with his hand and proposed beginning the practical session, encouraging everyone to collaborate as a team. At that instant, someone contacted the MC. Meanwhile, The main character rested against the wall of a dilapidated house, wearing a sly, wicked smile. Tadano assured that they wouldn't be disturbed, stating that there would be no mercy this time. Ichikami inhaled deeply and steadied himself. Minato calmly mentioned that he could share if anything was troubling him. Simply disregarding it, the redhead shouted in frustration that nobody had allowed him to speak. Enraged, Tadano questioned why Mizuha was focused on someone so weak. Perplexed, the MC inquired whether the bully genuinely liked her, causing the redhead to completely lose control in anger. However, Minato disregarded him. Referring to the MC as a bastard, the redhead unleashed his magic, declaring that the protagonist had sealed his fate. However, Ichikami simply requested him to cease. Ignoring this, Tadano replied that it was too late for apologies. The MC instructed him to turn around, but the bully claimed that tactic wouldn't be effective on him. Suddenly, an unusual noise grabbed his focus. As they glanced behind, a massive creature enveloped in dark energy emerged. The boy's eyes widened, unable to comprehend what he was witnessing. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, they inquired about the situation. A goon inquired about the appearance of a demon guard in Shibuya, and the frightened delinquents questioned whether Tadano could confront such a being. And he claimed it would be simple to overcome. The redhead, assured, unleashed a flame at the creature and assured that all was handled. As his friends applauded, as the smoke dissipated, it was clear the monster remained unscathed. Noticing that, the redhead managed a strained smile. Positioned behind him, the protagonist believed that no one present could possibly contend with a first-class demon guard. The being moved a step ahead, and the pupils began trembling. Tadano fell to the ground, stunned and shocked. The shadow of the monster enveloped them all, rendering the bully hopeless, believing they would perish in that moment. The guard charged at them with fierce claws, but abruptly something caused him to halt. Minato was directly in front of him. The MC maintained a serene expression. The creature recalled that surge of energy coursing through its form and the blood splattering across the earth. The creature was quickly propelled backward, escaping from the troublemakers. The protagonist remarked that it was clear even to a demon guard, stating the creature already recognized who the mightiest was. The being gazed forward and observed a strong energy beneath the MC, causing it to shake with dread. Enchanted circles formed above the guard's head while he recited a spell. However, the protagonist unleashed his magic. Astonished, Tadano claimed Minato would not succeed and that this was employing 2 ranks, the creature executed the rock break technique, throwing a large piece of rock at the students. Yet the protagonist merely smiled, and initially a crank-fired arrow shot toward the rock, triggering an explosion that eliminated the creature. Frightened, the students hid their faces, as Minato merely gazed icily. Upon opening their eyes, they were amazed by the sight of Tadano. I was shocked that the MC defeated the demon guard. Gazing at the purple crystal on the ground, Minato realized that the presence of the demon guard was unusual. Those beings had been eradicated 50 years ago. Concerned, the protagonist pondered whether this indicated that another catastrophe was approaching more quickly than he had anticipated. Those beings were assaulting regular individuals. Thus, the MC resolved that regardless of a new disaster appearing, he would strive to rescue as many individuals as he could. Meanwhile, the bully seethed with jealousy, unable to accept that his peer had defeated a demon guard. At that instant, Miju was concealed, observing all that unfolded without a moment's hesitation. She was the pioneer of magic, conjuring water discs that severed the legs of the magical beast. Witnessing this, her friends were left without words, as they anticipated just that from. Irritated, the girl questioned how anyone could be astonished by such fundamental magic. Nevertheless, she folded her arms with an air of arrogance, primarily concerned for the civilians, while secretly convinced of her own abilities. Next, we observe the group of bullies alongside the protagonist. Tadano extended his arms, attempting to attract attention. Intrigued, Miju gestured to her friends and mentioned she had to step away for a moment. Spotting the bullies turning the corner, she understood they were targeting her classmate. Resolved, she concluded she wouldn't permit that. As she glanced once more, her eyes widened at the sight of the demon guard. In that instant, she quickly concealed herself, her heart beginning to race. Understanding she couldn't handle him by herself, her fingers began to shake. Nonetheless, she hurried ahead, resolute in her intent to assist as part of an aristocratic family. Extending her hand forward, she urged her classmates to flee. A surge of flames rushed by her, prompting her to shield her face immediately afterward, due to a massive blast. Yet all she could perceive was flames. At that moment, she understood the protagonist was the one who wielded that magic. Perplexed, Miju attempted to grasp what had just occurred. Recalling how he once walked with his head lowered, she noted his newfound confidence and thought he resembled an entirely different individual now. Observing his grave demeanor, she understood that he had not even recited a spell yet, had still defeated a first-class demon guard. A monster's tier is determined by the number of crystals it possesses, which also establishes its rank within the structured hierarchy of demons. At the base are the enchanted creatures, each adorned with a single crystal on their brow. Above them are the magical protectors, marked by an additional crystal embedded in their chest. Next appear the demons bearing one crystal in their chest and two upon their shoulders. Following them are the ultimate demons, adorned with 4 crystals on their bodies. Above them are those possessing 5 stones. At the pinnacle of the hierarchy stands the demon god, possessing 6 crystals. Every creature is assigned a specific number of active levels, and that ought to be fundamental knowledge for any contemporary mage. Observing from the sidelines, Miju believed that overcoming a demon guard required at least a 3rd level. However, when she noticed Minato approaching the creature, he remarked that she has an unusual pastime. Glancing out while her hand rests against the wall, Miju inquired about how he discovered it. The MC remarked it would be odd for a mage to overlook it. For a brief moment, they simply gazed at one another in quietude. With his eyes shut, Minato inquired if she sensed the magical energy. Leaving the girl stunned, pursuing him quickly, Miju informed. He ordered him to halt and sought clarification. We then observe Minato standing atop a building. Glad he successfully got rid of her, he glanced around, deciding to see if any monsters were close by. Shortly, 5 sources of dark energy emerged in his perception. While there were no demon guards present, numerous magical beasts remained in this area. Minato questioned if the students could manage it, even taking Tadano's level into account. Resolved to eliminate the danger close to Shibuya Station, he unleashed his magic and 2nd level. Projectiles scattered throughout the city. When they sensed that enormous surge of energy and movement, the students were shocked. Encircled by the enchanted creatures, they soon understood that facing so many foes simultaneously was unwise. Amidst the turmoil, a creature assaulted a young girl, but it was immediately terminated by a surge of energy that manifested before it could harm her. As the projectiles strike various locations, Minato believed everything was managed well. The creatures began falling one by one, relieving the pressure on the students. Observing the result, the protagonist understood he'd gone too far. It and nearly all the monsters had been eradicated. Ultimately, he acknowledged he ought to have restrained himself more, as it was intended to be merely a lesson. Immediately afterward, the man ascended above the city, and surveying the area verified that no one was close. Subsequently, he touched down in a lane, beside the body of an enchanted creature, believing he could display his power without concern. Yet attracting attention would inevitably lead to complications. Soon after, the teacher along with the students inspected the deceased monster. The man rose, astonished to see a massive pack still present. Examining the body more closely, he understood that the creature had been dispatched with a single strike, a feat achievable only by someone exceptionally skilled. Furthermore, as he gazed deeper into the alley, he realized he had never witnessed a spell generate so many projectiles without elemental use. leading him to conclude that, without that intervention, they would have faced severe peril, as the students were ill-equipped to confront such numerous foes. In disbelief, the students inquired why so many beasts remained if they could have been eliminated earlier. Feeling embarrassed, the teacher immediately bowed and apologized. He stated that the police ought to have managed the situation, criticizing the academy for its significant failure, and expressed profound regret over the risk posed to the children. The students exchanged glances, clearly dissatisfied with each other. With emotion, the girl inquired who had rescued them. The teacher admitted he was unsure, while she expressed her desire to thank the enigmatic rescuer. The man doubted it was anyone from the police or the sanctioned mages, concluding it must have been an outlaw mage. With a smile, he resolved that this individual deserved appreciation regardless of their status. This pleased our protagonist greatly to hear. Amidst the devastated city, the students eagerly discussed the enchanting spectacle they had just witnessed. As he reflected, Minato understood that everyone was safe. Tadano, however, was filled with fury. Nonetheless, the MC experienced relief upon noticing that the bully and his henchmen were unharmed. Meanwhile, a doubtful Mizuha recalled that her classmate had defeated a first-class demon guard. Reflecting on her own astonishment, she questioned whether that incredible amount of magic had originated from him as well. Then, remembering the moment she gazed at the sky in disbelief, she concluded that it was impossible for anyone to wield both fire magic and non-elemental magic simultaneously. After all, no student could possess both types, so Mizuha determined that couldn't be the case. In her mind, the non-elemental magic must have come from another source. Nevertheless, as she observed her classmate, the girl continued to ponder who he was to conquer a demon guard. At that instant, the blonde boy suggested that those laser-like beams had also been the protagonist's doing. Tadano retorted, claiming that it was unfeasible. The student objected, pointing out that the class outcast had recently defeated a demon guard. Irritated, the bully snapped at his classmate to be quiet and threatened to take him down if he ignored her. The redhead was convinced that anyone so silent couldn't possess such strength and claimed the MC was concealing something. At the same time, the thugs were unsettled by the bully's furious outburst, and in a fit of anger, Tadano accused the protagonist of cheating and vowed to reveal the truth. Following class, he was surrounded by academy students while walking through the city. The redhead arrived, obstructing all exits, and began to mock him. Remaining composed, the protagonist proposed they focus on practicing magic rather than idling away. That response only increased the bully's irritation further. He returned to accusing him of deceit. Understanding that arguing was futile, the main character attempted to depart. However, Tadano intervened and remarked that he at least didn't escape. The MC responded that he had no reason to flee. The redhead remarked that he couldn't pretend to be invulnerable, and charged at the lead guy, who merely observed without casting any spells. The group also targeted him. Certainly, the MC would be unable to respond. However, their assaults had no effect on the child, as a magical barrier spontaneously activated to shield him, while the assailants believed he was already defeated before the aggression could escalate further. Mizuha entered and accomplished it. Evident that this constituted bullying. She challenged the mindset of students attending a magic academy and recommended they depart following a confrontation with the bully regarding his actions. She took the MC's hand and guided him away, leaving Tadano shocked when he noticed the two of them leaving together. Still, the bully proceeded, resorting to blaming the guy for all issues. Motivated by urgency, the redhead chose to practice magic beyond school, intent on eliminating Minato, causing the girl to panic at the attacker's response. Before long, Tadano and his crew impulsively assaulted the MC, who simply gazed without responding as his friend rushed to him, attempting to shield him, but it was already too late as the flames swiftly engulfed them. To everyone's astonishment, the girl was unharmed. Believing he had eliminated the MC, the redhead remarked that even he couldn't endure such overwhelming firepower. But with everyone stunned amidst the smoke, the protagonist stated he had dismissed it all as immature, Nevertheless, he remarked that matters had escalated too much, and that only discipline could rectify such conduct. Ultimately, he declared it was time. As punishment, Tadano was astonished to discover that he was still alive. Immediately afterward, Minato remarked that the redhead had endangered both him and the girl as well. Enraged, the bully shouted that it was their fault for ever looking down on him. In a wild surge, Tadano unleashed his magic and declared he would continue his assault until the protagonist was defeated. In reply, the MC simply lifted his index finger. A tiny magical circle materialized before him at that moment. The delinquents began to laugh, ridiculing the spell's size and questioning if he was truly serious. Convinced of their success, they yelled that Minato would finally perish this time and unleash torrents of fire at him. However, the MC quietly triggered a spell. A stream flowed from the tiny circle at the end of his finger. Long vines erupted and surged ahead rapidly. In an instant, the branches ensnared the delinquents, leaving them bewildered and unable to sense their legs. Shortly thereafter, the circle and the vines shone brightly, causing the boys to collapse unconscious. By siphoning a minimal amount of magic, the protagonist subdued Tadano, aiming to impart a lesson to the bullies. Mizuha's eyes widened as she attempted to comprehend the nature of that magic and the reason behind everyone's unconsciousness. As Minato prepared to depart, the girl rose and requested him to hold on. Intrigued, she was curious about the type of magic he had employed. She inquired about the spell's specific effects and whether the MC had previously mastered magic. Ultimately, she wanted to know the true identity of the protagonist. The boy turned his gaze, pondering how difficult it would be to clarify everything. Minato simply responded that she ought to have posed another question. This left the girl feeling uncomfortable, and she expressed her gratitude for his help. However, she demanded he respond. However, upon discovering the boy had disappeared, she felt irritated, questioning his whereabouts. Night had already descended and the ancient city of Shibuya was illuminated by the full moon. Minato emerged suspended within a magical circle and, after regaining his balance, swiftly understood something was incorrect. The magical creatures and the demon guard that had previously been vanquished reappeared, as if they had returned. Minato understood that while he could operate independently in Shibuya, the danger was expanding throughout the city, surpassing the police's ability to manage it. Recalling the policewoman trembling before Tadano's summon, solidified his belief that the present generation of mages was indeed feeble. At that moment, he confronted a harsh reality. Defeating all the demons in Japan alone was unfeasible. He had to proceed with both urgency and careful planning. Thus, the MC opted to gradually clear the areas while staying under the radar. Minato overheard a man nonchalantly say he had consumed too much alcohol that day, unaware of the threat approaching from behind him. Before the creature launched its attack, the protagonist intervened, striking the monster aside and vanishing immediately afterward. The man, frightened and bewildered, ultimately persuaded himself that it had all merely been his fantasy. Observing from afar, Minato verified that the civilian was unaware. Content, he employed his magic to continue onward. At that instant, a person was filming everything on a phone, grinning. The blonde guy believed he had captured the ideal video to go viral. The recording preview showed up on the screen, accompanied by an impressed remark. The following day, the students stood before the principal's desk. Concerned, the teacher mentioned he had received reports of magic being practiced off-campus, and if it were accurate, it couldn't be overlooked. Among the students, the protagonist and Mizu remained composed. Both requested to clarify what truly transpired. Enraged, the redhead swiftly accused the MC, asserting he hadn't utilized magic and that Minato had instigated the altercation, leaving the protagonist in disbelief. Struggling to comprehend how someone could fabricate such a story, he observed the teacher and principal awaiting an account, realizing he couldn't remain silent. Yet, before he could utter a word, someone declared it all a falsehood, leaving everyone stunned. Overwhelmed with fury, Mizuha exclaimed that the bully and his associates had intimidated the MC and used magic initially. Intrigued, the teacher inquired whether that implied Minato had also engaged in combat with magic. The student replied it was for self-defense and insisted her friend was innocent, leaving our main character astonished by his new friend's words. Tadano attempted to object, but the girl interrupted him and instructed him to remain silent. Angry, Mizuha expressed that the taunt was illogical and questioned the bully's shame in accusing an innocent individual. The redhead retorted, claiming the MC did not meet the Academy's standards. She retorted assertively, stating that he was the one who truly didn't belong there. The guy boasted about achieving the top results in the course and claimed that no one else could challenge her. As he escalated the debate, Mizuha stepped back and questioned the topic of their conversation. Tadano attempted to persuade her, asserting that someone like that student could never keep her safe. He asked her out, filled with emotion and desperation. She declined immediately, telling him to keep dreaming, rendering the bully utterly speechless. Astonished, she clarified that she would never be involved with anyone who mistreated others, found joy in being mean, and chose the most inappropriate time for such a confession. At that, the redhead fell to the ground, while the protagonist merely stared at him, feeling pity for. The principal determined that the bully and his friend's actions were to blame, clarifying that the magic had solely been employed for self-defense. He stated the Academy had no place for individuals who wielded magic purely for selfish reasons, and declared the group's removal. The ousted students became frantic, insisting they were merely obeying orders. The teacher then excused the remaining students and expressed regret for the incident. In the corridor, Mizuha expresses that she hasn't been this furious in ages and mentions the consequences of expulsion. The MC inquires about their fate post-expulsion, to which she clarifies they could no longer pursue becoming mages. Upset, she questions Minato's silence after all that was said, and he claims he was ready to defend himself, but she interrupted him, causing the girl uncertainty. Recalling previous instances when Mizuha assisted him, he understands she has consistently been there for him in times of need. Without overthinking, the MC praises her. This leaves her clearly embarrassed, prompting her to request he never say anything like that again. Privately, the main character contemplates his rebirth in the body of a deceased child, questioning whether it stemmed from bullying or was merely a coincidence. Ultimately, he acknowledges that he will never uncover the truth, yet holds that those accountable have already faced consequences for their actions. Subsequently, the Academy's administration addresses an off-campus magic incident and verifies that no injuries occurred. Mizuha's involvement is revealed, yet it's managed with composure, because her father intends to continue investing in the Academy. Among the students, the gossip intensifies, with many discussing Ichikami's incredible strength. Some speculate if he could surpass seasoned mages in strength. As a result, a choice is made to determine the MC's true power level. In the meantime, Ichikami reflects on the duration of the seemingly lasting peace in the world. The students view a strange video featuring a hooded mage, yet he seems indifferent. The teacher summons Minato, drawing his focus, igniting the curiosity of others. Shortly thereafter, the instructor reveals a new magic assessment for those who previously did not pass. Inquisitive Mizuha thinks this time she'll discover the true potential of the MC. All the students are soon taken aback when they realize it was Ruka who came to observe the test closely, indicating her desire to evaluate Ichikami firsthand, which only heightens Mizuha's intrigue regarding Ruka's involvement. Fearful of reliving the past catastrophe, Minato opts to manage his mana with great caution as he makes contact with the crystal. However, the numbers escalate rapidly, and he halts at precisely the right instant. After obtaining what he desired, the teacher approaches him and inquires if he's all right, to which he replies he's about to reveal the results, declaring the assessment a success. Despite his disclosure that Ichikami lacks any magical elements, causing Mizuha and the others to be astonished. And when they reveal the MC's mana is merely 100, the students begin to remark on him being the weakest individual present. At that moment, Ryujin questions whether that was indeed the same person rumored to have taken down multiple delinquents alone. Feeling let down, Ruka suggests they depart, stating she didn't discover what she needed. In the meantime, two students continue to ridicule the MC for being the weakest among them. The teacher attempts to motivate Minato, reassuring him that the amount of magical power one possesses isn't the sole determining factor. Nonetheless, Mizuha thinks the outcome is strange, as she is aware his true power far exceeds what Ichikami feigns as fatigue. Yet internally, he felt satisfaction in concealing his true strength and achieving the outcome he intended. As he adjusted his uniform, Minato realized that managing his own power was far more exhausting than it appeared. After strolling a short distance with Mizuha, the boy inquired about her presence in the. Without a response, an individual obstructed their way and instructed them to halt. It was Ryujin and Ruka. Minato, lacking patience, inquired about their identities. Ruka moved ahead and presented herself, accompanied by Ryujin. Minato inquired about their desires with the same disinterest. The girl approached and stated that she had no interest in him whatsoever. Upon hearing that, Mizuha recoiled. Ruka then looks at her younger sister and questions whether she truly couldn't manage criminals by herself. When there's no response, she mentions that she had also heard Mizuha was rescued by a young man possessing merely 100 points of strength. Wardley Mizuha verified that the information was accurate. Ruka inquired whether Mizuha ultimately remained less accomplished than her sister in academics, athletics, and magic. The inquiry heightened the student's anxiety further. A quiet pressure enveloped her as Ruka instructed her to depart from the academy. Unbeknownst to her, Ruka recalled consistently surpassing her younger sister academically, so much that she never lost in training. Ruka possessed greater mana and evidently better magic. Following each victory, she would simply walk off. Ruka remarked that her younger sister Mizuha lacked the ability to become a mage, and that single family representative sufficed. Mizuha. She attempted to object, but Ruka interrupted, instructing her to focus, causing the girl to shake and struggle to contain her tears. Nonetheless, Ruka inquired, showing no empathy whatsoever, if she realized Mizuha had clutched the edge of her skirt and bowed her head. At that moment, Minato intervened, stating it was incredibly arrogant. Ruka inquired about what he had just said. Minato charged Ruka with arrogance for not allowing anyone to speak. She responded that his opinion was irrelevant as it was a family issue. The protagonist informs the girl that it wasn't a dialogue but rather an order disguised as one. Upon hearing, Ruka exploded, labeling him a bastard. Frustrated, Minato urged her to cease imposing her lifestyle on others. The MC argued that there was no justification for that, to which Ruka countered that Mizuha lacked talent and had never defeated her. Quietly enduring, the younger sister ultimately conceded. She recalled confidently claiming her talent in the past. At that time, she thought she possessed all she required. Now, Mizuha could only bow her head and weep, as she had never outdone her sister. Out of the blue, Minato claims his friend would triumph. The girl was taken aback, not comprehending what she had just heard. Ruka inquires if the MC is suggesting his sister could defeat her. With assurance, Minato informs the girl that while it may not be at this moment, it will occur eventually. Ruka proposed a duel scheduled for 2 weeks later. With a grin, Minato inquired if it would be a 2-on-2 magical battle. Ruka, feeling smug, challenged the protagonist, questioning if he would flee after all his boasting. Going along with it, the MC declared his presence for the duel. Minato remained steadfast, asserting his readiness to battle. Then he inquired of Mizuha what her plans were. Mizuha paused briefly, sensing the girl's anxiety, then suddenly exclaimed that she would join in. Delighted, Minato declared that everything was settled. The MC stated that if they emerged victorious, Ruka should stop interfering in others' affairs. Ruka, teasingly, countered that if she won, her younger sister would depart from the academy. Shortly after, she and Ryujin exited the area. Subsequently, during a bright day, Minato stood on the rooftop alongside Mizuha, attentively hearing her out. Eventually, she requested him to take on the role of her mentor. Upon hearing that, Minato sighed, as he anticipated anything other than that, attempting to get. He claimed he was regarded as the weakest mage, stating that his mana hardly exceeded 100. Mizuha responded calmly, stating he was obviously concealing his true strength, leaving him astonished by the girl's words. Somewhat uncomfortable, Mizuha stated that she agreed to the arrangement with her sister because she thought he had a method to become stronger. Minato averted his gaze, believing that individuals like her viewed life in absolutes, which clarified her insistence on a duel. Unexpectedly, Mizuha bowed and began pleading with him to accept her as a mentee. Ichikami sighed and consented after hearing. In response, the girl was taken aback, believing he would decline. The MC then informed Mizuha that she must adhere strictly to his instructions. The protagonist grinned, recognizing he couldn't turn down the opportunity to mentor someone so determined. Minato then turned to her and announced they would begin that same day, mentioning he had a specific location in mind for their training. Slightly shy, Mizuha proposed they conduct the sessions at her home. The setting changes to the girl's residence. Observing the surroundings, the protagonist noted the house's size. As Mizuha warmed up, she realized it was the first occasion she had brought a boy there. Immediately, she averted her gaze, attempting to reassure herself that it was nothing unusual. Just then, Minato ceased his wandering eyes and announced it was time to begin, addressing her as Yuka. Perplexed, Mizuha inquired why he was using her name. A bit confused, he clarified that since everyone in the family shared the same surname, he preferred to refer to her that way. Upon hearing this, Mizuha looked down, and despite the protagonist's suggestion to use a different name, she immediately declined. He smiled and chose to begin the training. The MC moved closer and inquired about the nature of magical power, to which she replied that it was the internal energy utilized to wield magic. After Mizuha's explanation, she questioned whether intent could enhance magical power. Still smiling, Mizuha stated that it was not possible, as the limit was established at birth and ceased to grow with age. Upon completion, she inquired with some pride whether her explanation had been flawless. Unfazed, Mizuha stated that everything mentioned was incorrect. Mizuha, nearly in tears, questioned how that could even be possible. At that instant, the main character was astounded by the sheer ignorance displayed by contemporary mages. He informed Mizuha that magical energy was present in nature too. Beyond spells, intention could amplify mana. Stunned, the girl began shouting, claiming it couldn't possibly be true. If it were, magic science would have progressed much further by now. Minato calmly shut his eyes and responded that perhaps she didn't trust it. Currently, yet he would still clarify all they discussed. The protagonist urged Mizuha to allow her mana to flow freely, emphasizing that experiencing that energy was crucial for her growth in strength. Then he led her, enveloping them both in mana. Moments later, the MC unleashed an even greater surge of energy simultaneously. The mana permeated the entire region. Suddenly, Mizuha screamed, sensing something unusual overtaking her body. As she gazed at the protagonist, she heard him mention it was magical perception. With quaking shoulders, Mizuha inquired if that sensation was the true magical power concealed within. Minato then affirmed that by sensing that, she would be capable of detecting and perceiving mana within natural elements. The girl beamed with assurance, claiming she could manage it. Curious, Minato believed it succeeded solely due to the mana flow, noting that Mizuha lacked inherent talent. A week later, time progressed onward. Before long, Mizuha arrives, shouting in frustration that nothing was functioning. Minato appeared noticeably exhausted, as despite an entire week of intense training, the girl still struggled with the fundamentals of magic. Mizuha glanced at him anxiously when he mentioned he would once more guide the magical flow. Immediately afterward, he rested his hand on her back again. Eventually, the girl opened her eyes. They grew wide with astonishment as Mizuha exclaimed that she could now see everything, smiling upon noticing the mana particles drifting through the air. As she gazed at her hand, She could hardly believe the magical power she witnessed. She attempted to glance at Minato to observe his mana. Upon careful observation, she failed to notice much and was puzzled by its seemingly subtle nature. The MC made her uncomfortable by complimenting her, pondering how magic might influence. The protagonist clarified that once she sensed mana, she would have to master its control, constantly monitoring her usage. Minato emphasized that her primary objective was to utilize the energy as efficiently as she could. He noted that if she depleted her mana, it would eventually regenerate and even grow over time. The MC remarked that her ability to sense mana indicated that control would not pose an issue. He then inquired how this differed from common knowledge about magic and if she could embrace this understanding. Suddenly, Mizuha interrupted him, expressing that she had complete trust in him. Minato grinned, resolved to press on, and instructed her to prepare for battle. The protagonist removed his coat and instructed the girl to strike. She promptly leaped to the side, resolved to demonstrate all she understood. Immediately afterward, she created water discs that launched at Minato. He effortlessly erected a barrier and obstructed everything. Mizuha was astonished by how quickly removing the shield, he clarified it was a non-elemental magical barrier, and if she couldn't shatter it, she would never surpass Ruka. Mizuha immediately reignited her magic, grumbling that it was absurd, as her strikes continued to be deflected. Minato advised her to maintain her movement, clarifying that halting against a mage ensures you're bound to lose. Mizuha extended her hand and formed another magic circle. Shortly after, she fell to the ground utterly drained. Minato then draped a blanket over her and stated it was his turn. The protagonist then clarified that mastering mana control would eliminate the need for her to chant spells. He then conjured fire magic and demonstrated how Mizuha utilized her powers. Immediately afterward, he cast the same spell again, but in his style. Mizuha observed and thought his mana was spreading. The MC then verified this and clarified that mastering control allows for magic use without the need for spells. The girl was completely astonished by it. The protagonist recommended that she reduce her spells and clarified that mastering mana control would allow her to eliminate them entirely. Mizuha appeared contemplative and inquired whether that would genuinely enhance her strength. He immediately responded affirmatively, stating that's precisely how it functions, suggesting they should begin by startling her. Then Minato extended his hand and instructed her to pretend as if she were about to death, causing the girl to panic upon seeing his condition. As Mizuha lay on the ground, Minato emphasized that this training must occur daily. The focus changes to Haruyuku, enveloped in a cloak. The MC believed that even in this place, monsters existed, and regardless of how many were defeated, their numbers remained unchanged. Sensing something was amiss, he pivoted and noticed a massive beast rushing at a girl. He hurried over without a second thought, and with one swift blow, severed the monster's head. He stood above the creature's body and inquired if the girl was all right. However, she remained silent. Instead, she took out her phone and began recording. However, she was unable to capture Minato on film. Immediately afterward, he jumped into the drawing in a breath and raising his hood. The MC appeared annoyed. He hadn't anticipated her to begin filming so impulsively. As he navigated through the air, he resolved to don a mask next time. The following morning, after an exhausting session, Mizuha hit the ground again, struggling to regain her breath. Facing her, the protagonist felt anxious as he recalled that only a few days remained before the upcoming competition. Despite the advancements, it remained insufficient. Observing her, he understood she was exceeding her own boundaries. Upon his suggestion to quit, Mizuha tightly pressed her lips together, showing determination. She rose and expressed that she had always been measured against her sister. Unable to outshine her, she had relinquished many aspirations. Yet, with all her strength, she proclaimed that she would never forsake magic because of her Minato. Calm responded that, with that pace, she wouldn't stand a chance of winning. Fatigued, Mizuha requested him to be tougher still. Upon hearing that, He grinned and declared he wouldn't restrain himself. The girl returned the smile and assumed a fighting position. The main character swiftly detailed the spell procedure. Immediately afterward, Mizuha resumed her assault on him. As night fell, he needed to carry her due to her extreme exhaustion. The following day, Minato grinned. While commending a student's successful effort, Mizuha collapsed onto the ground, rejoicing in her achievements. The protagonist complimented her once more, and she simply smiled upon hearing it. Finally, the day of the grand magic contest came. Before long, the protagonist glanced around and felt a bit startled by an odd sight. A throng gathered in front of them. Reporters approached, seeking comments on the impending duel. As he walked alongside Mizuha, he pondered the reason for the attention. She explained that family rivalries intrigued the public, and Minato suspected it was also linked to the power of the magical aristocracy's influence. The setting transitions to the arena. The main character found it excessive, while Mizuha clarified that magic duels were uncommon, transforming into significant occasions. Upon hearing that, he merely gave her an angry glare. Upon hearing their names, Mizuha leaped up and began to shake with anxiety. The main character simply smiled and encouraged her to give her all. Taken aback by his remarks, the girl looked at him and smiled. Mizuha strode confidently into the arena. As she advanced, she admired Minato's prowess. Before long, she found herself standing face to face with her sister Ruka. Mizuha, slightly annoyed, was taken aback to find the younger one still there. She frowned at her rival. Remaining composed, Ruka inquired if she genuinely believed she could prevail. Then, she crossed her arms, anticipating a response. Mizuha, feeling irritated, confidently declared that she was certain of her victory. Ruka responded only with a sarcastic smile. Feeling her sister's power, Mizuha stiffened. Despite her fear of the power disparity, she smiled and chose to stand firm. They soon declared the commencement of the magical duel. The moment the fight started, they both prepared themselves. Mizuha retreated and created a magical circle. Ruka shifted as well, beginning to recite a spell. Observing the battle, Minato believed Ruka had mastered even basic strategies. As Mizuha had become distracted and overlooked them, the two of them aimed their magical circles at one another. Mizuha swiftly launched a water disc, and Ruka countered with the identical spell. The assaults met. Mizuha countered the strike, initiating the confrontation. She was taken aback to find she had successfully matched the magical power, something she hadn't anticipated achieving at that moment. Ruka, clearly annoyed, informed her sister that this could be deemed a success compared to previous events. Mizuha, surprisingly energized by this, couldn't conceal her joy. Observing her response, Ruka haughtily inquired about her apparent joy. She then clarified that it wasn't a compliment, merely a comparison. As she returned to crafting magic, she resolved to enhance the quality of her attack, and Mizuha instantly reacted, crafting a similar type of spell. A moment later, Ruka unleashed a second-tier water blast. The droplets surged forward rapidly, striking Mizuha directly and pushing her to her defensive limits. However, regrettably, she was ejected from the arena directly at the MC's feet. As he observed her lying there, he reflected that in a spell reading competition, Mizuha would have triumphed. Yet in sheer strength, the rival was evidently more formidable. Approaching the arena's edge, Ruka accused Minato of being insensitive, claiming he hadn't offered any assistance to the girl. The protagonist responded that interference was unnecessary, which left the girl feeling perplexed. Mizuha, trembling entirely, began to rise with great effort. Ruka, concerned, called her foolish and reminded her that she had just been struck by second-level magic. Assuredly. Mizuha raised her eyes and declared she wouldn't be defeated by her. Then she extended her hand and exclaimed that she could fail at anything else, for all she possessed was magic, yet in that she refused to yield, and she created once more employing second-level magic. The two powers began to clash at the arena's center. Mizuha's body shook uncontrollably, yet she refused to surrender. However, her determination couldn't prevent her from falling to the ground soon after. With all her bravado, Ruka was proclaimed the victor while Mizua lay trembling, fully conscious of her loss. Observing her state, Minato realized that the competition hinged on the quantity of magic utilized and the effectiveness of its coordination, which ultimately determined the outcome. Meanwhile, the MC grew annoyed when Ruka remarked that it was evident Mizua lacked talent. The man began to rise, nodding in agreement with those words. Mizua's heart constricted at his remark about her clumsiness, as she struggled to grasp the essence fully, and had not done well, but then he grinned and remarked that conversely, she possessed perseverance, which astonished her profoundly as she remained seated on the ground, facing Ruka. The protagonist expressed that even with the loss, he had feelings for her, similar to how Mizuha smiled. The MC declared that to everyone nearby, his face. Upon hearing those words, the girl started to cry and tremble once more. Minato proclaimed that Mizuha was his pupil and that he would not permit anyone to speak ill of her. Following that, the girl began to cry even more. Ruka, annoyed, remarked that it was a significant honor for someone whose magical abilities barely exceeded 100. Minato became serious and stated that Mage would be the one to conquer her. Ruka responded with disdain in her eyes, stating this wasn't the first. He spoke with arrogance, claiming she wouldn't be his rival. Out of nowhere, Ryujin appears with a broad smile as he realizes it's his turn. As he exited the field, Ruka urged him to finish it quickly. The protagonist held his student in his arms as he moved. Once he settled her in the stands, he faced the arena and, smiling, urged her to observe the fight intently. Mizuha replied with confusion, and just then, she realized that the injury on her hand had vanished, along with the pain and bruises. Minato entered the arena, resolved to restrain his own abilities to avoid overshadowing others, refraining from using spells or elements. However, he recalled that without a magical barrier, a direct strike could be deadly. With that in mind, he smirked slightly, acknowledging that the circumstances were concerning. Meanwhile, Ryujin stood in the arena, confidently taunting the MC and declaring he wouldn't hold back. The protagonist responded calmly, asserting that he would be the one to hold back. In the stands, the students jeered and waved mockingly. Instructing Ryujin to go easy on his foe, Ryujin prepared for battle as the protagonist assessed his power at 8,000, a feasible threshold in typical circumstances, leading the MC to conclude that with his own limit set at 100, any error could prove deadly. Soon, both were prepared for a fierce confrontation. A shout reverberated across the arena, signaling the beginning of the second duel, as Ryujin began casting without any thought of mercy. His adversary, rapidly gaining strength, questioned whether the MC truly had any real combat experience. The delinquent chose to challenge him with a single strike, mocking the protagonist with sarcasm and disdain, inquiring if he could withstand such power. Suddenly, a magical attack struck him in the head. The protagonist declared it was already too late, his hand extended as if it were a weapon. In the bleachers, the students cheering for Ryujin were shocked, unsure if the match had truly concluded, declaring participant Minato the victor. The referee signaled the conclusion of the match as the protagonist remained upright before his defeated opponent. Ruka rushed to her friend and, in disbelief, discovered Ryujin had fainted from just one blow without any incantation, questioning what sort of cheating that could be. At that instant, Minato strolled by her with his hands in his pockets and remarked it finished quickly, just as she requested, which infuriated Ruka. Without warning, Mizua leaped from the stands, drenched in cold sweat, exclaiming it was amazing. Ruka raised her head with pride and, her eyes filled with disdain, remarked that the protagonist appeared to have some value, while the MC coolly inquired if she was placing herself on the same level. Irritated, Ruka retorted, and the protagonist felt her intense magical energy, realizing she had surpassed Ryujin with a power level of 10,000. Moments later, they faced each other directly, prepared for the crucial showdown. The judge revealed modifications to the second contest, underscoring the expectations placed on the protagonist, and clarified that the victor would determine the outcome of the round. Minato responded with a subtle smile, while Ruka displayed signs of anxiety, and the second duel was announced without delay. The protagonist unleashed a spell, conjuring a formidable magic projectile, prompting Ruka to react swiftly and initiate her own casting, maintaining her defense. Minato realized that with the gauge maxed at 100, the magic's potency was diminished, so unless he targeted the head, the force would be minimal. However, Ruka raised her hands to shield herself, head, and endured the assault. Immediately after, she noticed an opportunity and countered, launching a water projectile that struck the protagonist directly. Moments later, what Ruka witnessed left her stunned as it appeared unreal. The protagonist merely waved his hand, effortlessly neutralizing his opponent's attack, in astonishment. Ruka observed that Minato was unscathed and appeared not to have employed any magic, pondering what he had truly done. Meanwhile, the students in the stands were astonished to see that Ichikami emerged without a single mark after that precise strike. Mizuha, taken aback by the sight, pondered the nature of her teacher's ability, resolved to uncover the MC's hidden secret. Ruka cast another spell at the boy, who appeared indifferent, and without employing any magic, the main character evaded each strike quietly, maintaining a consistent pace. Ruka, bewildered, struggled to grasp the situation and questioned whether magic truly existed, as Minato merely evaded attacks, observing from a distance. Mizuha, feeling anxious, determined that magic could only be countered with magic. Despite the disparity in strength, the MC was intentionally reducing his power to stay safe. Ruka, increasingly nervous, believed that dodging at this level was futile and began to question whether her opponent experienced fear. As she observed him, she noticed his calm demeanor. He was scrutinizing every detail, a trait indicative of someone capable of sensing magical energy and possessing extraordinary bravery. Suddenly, she began reciting a different incantation and chose to employ a third-level technique known as Asura Splash. Triggering the seal before her, an extraordinarily strong surge of water erupted forth, leaving the audience amazed by the power of the strike. Many people exclaimed that Minato couldn't endure a direct strike. A boom resonated as Ruka fell to her knees, weary and wiping the sweat from her brow. She declared that dodging was impossible this time, but suddenly, the protagonist's strike connected with her head. When she glanced up, Ruka spotted Minato, unscathed, aiming his hand like a gun. In her desperation, she shouted, demanding to know how he had managed to escape. The protagonist replied curtly that he employed a technique capable of absorbing magic, allowing him to bypass her attack effortlessly. Upon learning that the girl acknowledged her method had created profound impacts throughout her journey, she halted at the awareness. Suddenly, she began to laugh uncontrollably. Reflecting on how that could have occurred, she eventually acknowledged, a few minutes later, that it had indeed been a complete failure. Immediately following that, the judge declared contestant Kusanagi Minato the winner. At that instant, the main character glanced back and noticed his student sprinting toward him. With a sincere grin, the MC announced their victory. Mizuha responded with a gentle smile as Ruka rose to her feet. She assured she wouldn't meddle again, clearly indicating the protagonist was at liberty to act as he pleased, astonishing Mizuha with her. Minato sighed and didn't respond immediately to the attitude. He nonchalantly remarked that Mizuha's wounds were slight, claiming Ruka had restrained herself, prompting her to angrily refute it, visibly irritated. Minato remarked that his student had improved significantly in just a fortnight and questioned whether it was time for her to ease up on her overprotectiveness. In response, Mizuha tightened her fist, declaring she would become even stronger, ensuring her sister would no longer need to worry. Considering everything, Ruka expressed her faith in her younger sister, pleased with the outcome, while the protagonist simply observed as the two unexpectedly reconciled. The MC sensed an awful, intensely strong presence. An unusual enchantment appeared, causing everyone to sense that something was amiss. A chill of sweat trickled down Minato's face at that sensation, captivating everyone's focus on the sky's occurrence. The protagonist reflected internally that this was indeed a catastrophe. Simultaneously, in a vacant classroom, Tadano shouted to his friends that they had to tidy up quickly, while a blonde guy with a book responded that the protagonist's backpack contained only ordinary supplies. Upon hearing that, Tadano clenched his jaw and shouted, certain there was still something concealed, for otherwise, Minato couldn't wield magic at such a level. Suddenly, the blonde recoiled in surprise and inquired about what was happening, leaving Tadano bewildered. In that very moment, terror and dread engulfed his expression as the three delinquents peered through the large window, witnessing the sky shrouded in a menacing red hue. This caused the blue-haired boy to retreat a few steps, shouting that it couldn't possibly be real. In the arena, the main character gazed upward, sensing a malevolent magical energy expanding. He instantly sensed the potent magic as everyone gazed at the sky, convinced it signaled a catastrophe. The academy students were in a frenzy, shouting in confusion. Amid the turmoil, many questioned whether it was truly a catastrophe. The main characters gazed at the ominous sky, filled with fear and questioning its onset, doubting if the location was connected. The MC recalled that the initial catastrophe had begun there and pondered whether it was truly just a coincidence. Suddenly, massive portals emerged all around, and terrifying monsters began to emerge, instilling fear immediately. In a state of panic, the students screamed for assistance as a teacher attempted to soothe them. Suddenly, a brilliant light emerged, and shortly we realized it stemmed from the protagonist's magical abilities, and he succeeded in safeguarding a few of the students. A green magical seal materialized before his mouth. The MC yelled for everyone to settle down. The students were stunned as Minato calmly clarified that initially only minor monsters would emerge, assuring them that if they remained cautious, all would be well. The MC instructed an evacuation to the gym, cautioning that separating or being alone posed risks, while gesturing towards the sisters. They suggested taking cover as well, and Manhwa inquired about her mentor's plan. Minato stated he intended to save anyone left in the building, prompting the astonished teacher to question if he truly planned to go solo, deeming it reckless. Ryujin joined the discussion, offering his assistance as well, stating that if it was as the protagonist described, there wouldn't be any issues as long as the teacher remained agitated. After a moment's pause, the man released Ryujin, and the boy playfully asked Minato if he intended to perish. But the main character simply indicated his indifference. He approached his student with a smile, assuring them he would return shortly. As Manhwa looked at him, advising him to exercise caution. Without warning, Ryujin dashed ahead, shouting that he would lead, assured he believed sprinting 100 meters in 10 seconds would be simple, and questioned whether the protagonist could match his pace. However, when he glanced sideways, he was astonished to find Minato sprinting alongside him, with magical seals glowing on his feet. The protagonist then glanced at him and declared he would go first. Ryujin then noted that his classmate's speed was remarkable. In that instant, he accelerated and exclaimed that no decisions had been made, expressing his desire to witness the protagonist's true power while they rescued everyone. Minato gazed at the school structure and detected numerous magical energy signatures, concluding that there could be individuals lacking magic inside. Then he leaped up to the rooftop level and, observing an open window, I witnessed magical creatures restraining students in the hallway and classroom. Minato entered swiftly through the opening without pause. Upon entering, Minato released magic and continued battling the monsters relentlessly. The protagonist chose, while students panicked, to venture further into the structure, and shortly a creature attempted to assault him from behind. However, Minato unemotionally lifted his hand, triggered a magic seal on his back, and swiftly eliminated the creature. Moments later, Ryujin rushed to the location, calling out and inquiring about how everything was progressing. Upon entering the room, he noticed the protagonist in the center, hands on hips, encircled by the fallen bodies of the vanquished monsters. Minato strode by Ryujin, maintaining a neutral expression, and informed him that he would entrust the evacuation of the rescued individuals to him. The boy quickly turned, drenched in cold sweat, and attempted to alert him that it was perilous to take action by himself. As Ryujin looked back, he noticed the protagonist had vanished and grumbled that he was far too quick succession. Perplexed, the boy remarked that he felt like he had turned into dead weight, acknowledging he had no real means to dispute that. Observing the remains of the magical creatures, Ryujin understood that the protagonist had eliminated numerous monsters in. Seconds passed, and he began to question his true identity. Minato quickly scanned the rooms and determined that in confined areas, the only strategy was to eliminate the monsters using low-level magic and careful precision to ensure the student's safety. The MC encounters a creature and engages it in battle. Immediately afterward, he rushes to another room where students are on the verge of being attacked and rescues them just in time. After defeating another creature and witnessing the relieved tears of the rescued students, the protagonist understood that escorting them would take far too long and devised an. In another part of the building, Ryujin was subduing a magical creature while instructing one student to relax and directing the others to leave. Abruptly, a person beside him pointed skyward, frightened, inquiring what it was. Ryujin gazed upward and noticed 3 students levitating in green magical energy. Taken aback, he understood it must be the protagonist's influence and once more questioned Minato's true identity. Simultaneously, the MC observed through the window with a subtle smile. Certainly, Ryujin managed the situation, yet he immediately sensed that something was amiss. A girl with pink hair retreated, paralyzed with terror, as enormous mythical creatures surrounded. She soon fell into complete shock, her voice trembling uncontrollably. She bent her head down and cried for help. In the following moment, a dazzling light illuminated the surroundings, emanating from the protagonist, who swiftly dispatched the monsters. The girl quickly rose, utterly astonished. She recalled that recently, another being had been annihilated by that same energy. Once the creatures were defeated, Minato stood before her and inquired if she had sustained any injuries. Feeling embarrassed, the girl identified the MC and, with emotion, inquired if he was the one who rescued her. Then, Minato simply replied that yes. He assisted her in getting up and promptly affirmed that he was indeed part of that practical training session. Although taken aback, the girl rose, bowed, and expressed her gratitude, mentioning it was the second time he had saved her life. Minato reassured her with a gentle smile, saying not to fret as he hadn't done anything remarkable. Upon hearing that, the girl felt more embarrassed. Shortly after, Ryujin dashed onto the floor, panting and inquiring who required assistance next. Upon seeing him, the protagonist ascended the stairs, entrusted the girl to his care, and assured her of safety as he continued onward. Just before departing, the girl addressed the MC by name, which left Ryujin clearly puzzled. Minato rushed through the next level, knowing he couldn't afford to wait for the police, yet still questioning if that choice was truly the quickest. At that time in the White House, the president declared that a disaster had commenced at the Divine Magic Academy. Prominent individuals engaged in a heated debate in the conference room, recalling a similar incident from 50 years ago and insisting on understanding the actions to be taken moving forward. Despite the president remained composed, addressing the magical aristocracy and the central police, and the ground self-defense forces had been deployed to manage the monsters. At that moment, a man remarked that in dire circumstances, those forces consisted solely of mages and that he lacked control over monsters capable of battling other beings. The president, increasingly anxious, recognized that years of tranquility had diminished the nation's offensive strength, leaving only the police and the magical elite prepared for such confrontations. After contemplating this, he struck his fist on the table, gazing at his own hand. He realized that if the tragedy from 50 years prior recurred, Ichikami would not endure. A boy and a girl raced in an official vehicle, where he coolly acknowledged that the catastrophe had begun and mistakes were not an option. She anxiously remarked that nothing of this nature had occurred in the last 50 years. The man responded calmly, stating that peace was never lasting and he had anticipated this. Inspector Shidu then clarified that this was precisely the reason for their presence. particularly as they belonged to the main police force dedicated to tracking down monsters. Then Karen mentions they would do all they could, maintaining. Her gaze was fixed on the road as the car sped rapidly toward the academy, trailed by multiple patrol vehicles. Simultaneously, an aerial transmission indicated that a catastrophe was occurring at the Divine Magic Academy. Reports indicated that beings had seized control of the area and continued to manifest incessantly. Within the academy, a different crew captured students sheltering in the gym as the reporter revealed that the monsters had unexpectedly emerged within the walls. Outside, educators and seasoned students employed magic to fend off the intruders, synchronizing their assaults to enhance their survival odds. In the meantime, everyday individuals tracked everything on their phones, observing the resistance live. However, the sheer number of monsters made it unfeasible to exit the academy. A young man observing the broadcast informed a friend that the school was nearby. Before a response could be given, the other panicked upon realizing that creatures had surfaced in the city streets as well. From an elevated position, an observer noted the absence of people on the streets. They also saw winged beings dispersing in all directions. Conversely, a few boys within the school observed everything with disdain and chuckled at the disorder. At the same time, numerous seniors at home were captivated by the news on TV, driven by terror. In that instant, the MC raced through the school levels at full speed, realizing the building was already infested with monsters, and the catastrophe was moving into its next stage. He rushed into classrooms to rescue students under siege. As Minato understood that the monsters grew more powerful with each phase and didn't diminish in number, he concluded that the leader's defeat was essential to stop their spawning. He navigated corridors strewn with the creature's remains and realized that since the boss appeared only in the final phase, the sole choice was to endure until. Minato remained composed, displaying no feelings, understanding that a catastrophe of that magnitude inevitably brought significant consequences. Determined, the protagonist employed magic to transport the saved students to Rouge, informing them he had already rescued 20 individuals and that the effort was challenging due to their dispersion. He resumed sprinting through the hallways, attempting to determine his next destination. Now, at the same time, Tadano was in an office, employing fire magic to repel the monsters. Gradually, completely worn out, he confessed it was futile to continue since he could no longer respond. Before him and his companions, a sinister guardian approached, emanating a heavy aura. Disturbed, the blue-haired bully questioned why the creature had returned, while the blonde one shouted that he had already insisted they needed to flee. Filled with frustration, Tadano struck the floor and yelled that the protagonist would defeat the monster in one blow, questioning why he couldn't achieve that. The protagonist replied curtly that it was simply because he was weak. Upon hearing that recognizable voice, Tadano was completely taken aback. As he glanced up, he witnessed the guardian being obliterated by a fierce fire assault, leaving just the creature's legs intact. The victor was Minato, who displayed no emotion whatsoever. Having rescued the 3 bullies, he pivoted and began to walk away. Tadano trembled with fury, internally shouting that the protagonist had come to their rescue once more. Acting on instinct, he chased after his rescuer, calling out for him to halt. Upon catching up, he inquired of the MC, puzzled about his willingness to assist them. Minato should have despised them. Turning slightly, he responded icily that he assisted simply because he was able, nothing beyond that. Upon hearing this, Tadano began to shake, bowed his head, and struggling to maintain composure, inquired if that was truly the sole reason. Suddenly, the bully lost his composure and shouted at the protagonist to cease pretending. Full of animosity, the redhead charged Minato with being average and scarcely proficient in magic. Then, after a moment's hesitation, inquired when the MC had become so powerful. Following another brief pause, the protagonist looked sideways and stated that Kusanagi Minato had perished in a car crash and was reborn with the soul of another individual. Upon hearing that, Tadano exclaimed that if death truly strengthened someone, he should be powerful, not as ineffective as Minato. In that instant, the protagonist interrupted the bully, moved in closer, and questioned whether the redhead genuinely believed in his strength. He added that a false sense of superiority can easily deceive one into thinking they are powerful. By staring the bully down, it was evident that Tadano had no intention of fighting at that moment. The MC concluded by stating that this feeling of superiority deceives you into believing you're powerful, and Tadano's unwavering gaze at the bully showed he wasn't contemplating a fight at all. Following that, he strode by the redhead and continued on, disregarding him. In disbelief, the bully fell. Acknowledging his lack of control, he realized he was aware of what he had been fleeing from and recognized that his strength had hardly progressed since middle school. Tadano recalled how he and his friends had tormented other students, confessing it was a way to release his own anger. Subsequently, he was rescued by Minato, who had once been weak, and he struggled to accept that truth. Before long, his two wayward friends approached, bewildered and shaken, realizing they survived solely due to someone they once belittled. They remained behind Tadano, who was unable to rise, while tears continued to flow from the redhead. In the meantime, the hero continued rescuing individuals, defeating every monster he encountered. Simultaneously, a sinister guardian made its way into the classroom where Minato was. The creature burst in suddenly, prompting the protagonist to respond instantly by extending his hand, preparing a magic attack as if it were a weapon. He unleashed it at the creature, yet the guardian evaded the strike. The magic seal on the protagonist's hand grew and unleashed its power. In the following moment, a highly forceful flow of fire erupted and entirely engulfed the creature. Shortly after, Minato placed his hands in his pockets and surveyed the destruction resulting from his own assault. The MC gazed at the street and determined that only guardians were present, indicating the boss was absent. With that thought, he faced the two students on the ground, instructing them to relax and reassuring them of their safety. Simultaneously, Ryujin clenched his teeth in fury while cursing the main character. He battled multiple monsters while grumbling that Minato had abandoned him with all the responsibilities. At that instant, creatures advanced toward the girls he had just saved. Realizing the threat, Ryujin charged ahead and eliminated the foes with a straightforward assault. He then declared loudly that he would safeguard everyone present and instructed them to follow him in an orderly manner. The students expressed gratitude and felt relieved. As Ryujin advanced, he felt overwhelmed by the numerous monsters and uncertain about how to cope. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared next to him, inquiring if he required assistance, causing Ryujin to startle and express his annoyance at the fright. Instructing him not to repeat that, the MC evaluated the circumstances silently and declared they wouldn't depart until every invader had been confronted. Upon hearing this, Ryujin approached him and remarked that no one could confront so many foes alone, proposing they seek an alternative solution. At that moment, a powerful magic strike impacted all the monsters simultaneously. When it concluded, only Minato was left. The saved students, Ryujin among them, were shocked by what they had just seen. Following the assault, the protagonist urged the group to move quickly, prompting Ryujin to regain his composure, rally everyone, and command them to escape immediately. Shortly after, the students began to scatter in search of safety. While escaping, several creatures attempted to attack, but Minato effortlessly eliminated them. Ryujin observed quietly, believing his partner was incredibly powerful. Moments later, the protagonist was the last one left and contemplated whether he should return to the building to investigate. In the meantime, the teacher and fellow students continued to uphold the school's defenses. In that instant, Mizuha began to weaken and nearly collapsed immediately. Ruka grabbed her to prevent her from being harmed. The older sister directly stated that if she reached her limit, she should step back to avoid becoming a hindrance. Upon hearing that, Mizuha composed herself and asserted she could still battle Ruka. Just observed, displaying confidence in her younger sister. Immediately after, Mizuha returned to her stance and unleashed her magic. Shortly after, Ryujin arrived, announcing he had brought the saved students. Upon hearing, the teacher expressed that it was excellent news. Ryujin urged everyone to hurry inside and join the group, while Ruka reflected and understood that everyone had reached their breaking point. At that instant, Mizuha inquired about the protagonist's location. Calmly, Ryujin responded that Minato was doing well and still had extra energy. Upon hearing that, she experienced immense relief. Thrilled, Ryujin remarked that the hero was incredible and that perhaps they could survive the catastrophe. Mizuha consented and prepared to continue battling. Suddenly, the earth began to tremble, leaving everyone in shock. Concerned, the teacher instructed everyone to flee and seek shelter. Following that, fresh adversaries began appearing in large quantities. Recognizing the magnitude of the threat, Ryujin shouted that they had to flee immediately. The students all reacted simultaneously, fleeing from the magical creature pursuing them. Ruka, along with her sister and Ryujin, sprinted away, aiming to create as much distance as they could. Out of nowhere, Mizuha sensed something amiss. Just in time, the creature that nearly assaulted her was subdued before it had the chance. Reach her. Assistance arrived from the Central Department Police, who had just shown up, and Inspector Shido promptly declared that the monster elimination had. Immediately after, the officers coordinated their efforts and launched a synchronized attack. Upon witnessing that, the students experienced immense relief for having persevered until that moment. Shido addressed the survivors, proclaiming that with the police present, everyone was secure, and commanded the evacuation to proceed as instructed. Mizuha stepped forward, asserting that they would also join the fight. The inspector attempted to insist that civilians should leave, but she interrupted, firmly stating they were not just ordinary individuals. Her sister mentioned that they were mages. Shido paused briefly, accepted their assistance, and commanded them to strike from the back, receiving an enthusiastic agreement from the students prepared to advance. While maintaining the defensive stance, the inspector acknowledged that the available manpower was insufficient and that assistance was essential, feeling exasperated by how embarrassing the situation was for the police. Meanwhile, inside the school, Sergeant Karen tended to the injured, working diligently to soothe their fears as she provided care. The main character observed the arrival of patrol cars and felt relieved, understanding he could rely on the police without displaying any feelings. He thought it was logical they had come before the self-defense units. Given the national scale of the issue, he uncomfortably recognized that such occurrences could still happen in a world growing more volatile. Without delay, he empowered himself with magic and resumed sprinting through the hallways, knowing there were still students who required rescue. In the meantime, the helicopter reporter stated that police had reached the scene, yet cautioned that the number of monsters was rising. Shortly after, she reported that the crowd awaited the arrival of the magical aristocracy. Children who had previously viewed it as a game were now eagerly watching the news, anticipating assistance. Seniors were expressing similar sentiments at home, claiming their taxes would ensure a resolution. The journalist reiterated the request for the magical aristocracy to arrive immediately. Simultaneously, the esteemed mage Fukajin observed the exterior through the window and instructed not to be interrupted. Anxious, the servant inquired if he was certain, and he answered icily that the law enforcement could manage a minor crisis without requiring the intervention of the magical elite. The man stood up and departed, prompting the butler to inquire about his master's destination. Sleep. However, Jean disregarded him while exiting. Nevertheless, the butler bowed and extended his wishes for a pleasant night. Resuming the battle, Shalu felt he was reaching his breaking point, yet he refused to leave his post. In his mind, he acknowledged the situation was deteriorating. Quickly, he glanced at a coworker and inquired about clearing the monster's entrance zone. The response was immediate, stating it couldn't be done due to the sheer number present. Upon hearing that, Shalu, lost in contemplation, realized the spawn rate was exceeding any evacuation strategy. The inspector recalled that the self-defense units were merely logistical assistance, with the magical aristocracy being the sole hope, despite their absence. Filled with exasperation, Shalu expressed his anger that no assistance was available at that critical moment. Nevertheless, the academy students continued to battle and defeat the monsters that approached him, came to understand that theory alone wasn't sufficient and began to question if everyone would endure when the boss arrived. The masses advanced with a distinct purpose to annihilate all. As a beam of enchanted energy hit the earth from above, immediately following that, a powerful aura emerged, signaling the entrance of the demon boss. The effect was instant. Fear engulfed Shalu as sweat streamed down uncontrollably. The inspector pondered whether that creature was truly the one in charge. Ruka sensed the weight of the situation as well, realizing this was a unique adversary. It was something only the magical elite could truly confront. Mizuhi, conversely, she trembled upon realizing they would require advanced spells, which no one present was capable of casting. Then the leader rushed in without delay and unleashed multiple spells simultaneously, all directed straight at. Mizuhi recognized the peril far too late and became paralyzed. In the final moment, Ruka positioned herself in front of her sister, attempting to thwart the assault using water magic. It cushioned some of the impact, yet it fell short. Without hesitation, she protected her younger sister with her own body. The explosion struck Ruka, causing her to fall in agony. When Mizuhi was able to look again, she noticed her sister was severely injured and anxious, even feeble. Ruka compelled herself to speak and urged her sister to flee. Mizuhi fell to her knees, unable to act, as the monsters approached, while the other students panicked and began to flee. The girl embraced her older sister tightly, pleading for assistance while screaming continuously. Even hurt, the officers continued to restrain Ryujin, who, despite his injuries, kept battling, without any desire to retreat. The leader of the creature raised his hand and initiated a fifth-level technique. At that instant, all realized death was inevitable. With tears streaming down her face, Mizuhi embraced her sister and shouted for the protagonist. With each passing second, the leader's skill intensified, creating a stifling atmosphere. With no alternatives left, the girl began shouting for her mentor, Merciless. The leader remained at the heart of the assault, chuckling at the misery surrounding him. Then, a recognizable voice resonated throughout the vicinity, surprising the leader and halting him in the middle of action. The creature's method was hindered by a more powerful enchantment. The protagonist then stood before the student and calmly apologized for their tardiness. The MC glared at the leader, mentioning he had been kept waiting. Mizuhi's tears increased as she bent down next to her wounded sister. Minato knelt beside them, examined Ruka, and stated that she had merely fainted. Nevertheless, the girl's state remained concerning. Nearby, numerous students suffered injuries from the previous assaults. Observing the number of victims, the protagonist's fury escalated. He rose abruptly and focused his gaze on the leader. Mizuhi exclaimed at his demeanor, and he responded resolutely that he would emerge victorious in that battle. Hearing that, hope came back to the girl's eyes. Subsequently, a healing method was triggered. The hurt Mizuhi noticed her sister's injuries fading away, realizing she was healed as well. She paused to comprehend the situation. Gradually, the affected students began to rise, and a dazed Karen observed from afar, acknowledging the high level of magic that was being employed, and pondered who could perform such a feat. She glanced around, spotted Shido on the ground, and rushed to him. Breathing heavily, he smiled weakly and said his mana was depleted. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he clung on. Just as he was about to conclude, Karen let out a cry of anguish, prompting the inspector to rise, rub his face, and confess his confusion as well. Despite this, he mustered the remaining strength he had while gazing at her and insisted they must safeguard the citizens. Karen then seized the inspector's arm, exclaiming it was foolish, but Shido retorted that they had to engage in battle, as surrendering would lead to everyone's demise. In that instant, the sergeant began to shake, and tears flowed uncontrollably. And with her voice trembling, she declared it was all meaningless now. In her view, the police had been overcome, and just behind them, the officers' corpses confirmed her accuracy. Terror gripped Shido, Karen emphasized that there would be no backup and that they were encircled by the army of the demon leader. Simultaneously, the reporter, engulfed in fear, proclaimed that the whole police force had been vanquished, asserting that this marked the conclusion. The three boys who had mocked earlier now observed in fear as the reporter declared the magical nobility to be ineffective, and shouted that everyone would perish there. Soon, the retirees watching the news were seized by fear as well, for the reporter claimed there was no one remaining to combat the demons, yet Minato was the sole one remaining. At that instant, the remaining officers spotted him, and Karen gasped in disbelief as she watched the student approach the creatures, while Shido, on edge, shouted for him to leave. Despite the warnings, Minato continued forward without hesitation, approaching his opponent confidently. Losing his patience, the MC declared that the demon leader had crossed a line. The creature responded by emitting a suffocating energy and began to chant, increasingly rapid, that he was going to kill. The students were paralyzed with fear upon hearing that unsettling voice. The other officers also averted their gaze, unable to respond. Abruptly, a strong blast struck the boss. The protagonist launched the attack, commanding him to be quiet. As the energy diminished, the creature howled and released greater strength. Enchanted seals emerged around the surviving creatures, followed by tendrils of dark energy radiating outward. Confronted with the situation, the protagonist remained composed and chose not to display any anxiety to avoid alarming others. In the following instant, a surge of energy rushed at him. Inspector Shido even believed. Enchanted barriers formed around the students and absorbed the assault. The protagonist himself devised those defenses, extending his arms and exerting a significant amount of his power to safeguard everyone. Simultaneously, relentless assaults struck the demonic boss, causing the creature to howl in agony as it was battered repeatedly. Witnessing that, Shido was utterly shocked and unable to respond. He could only ponder the true identity of that student. In the meantime, the reporter was covering the fight, urging them to get closer. Subsequently, a water magic strike obliterated the camera. The blow originated from Mizushi, who in her mind recognized that her mentor had consistently concealed his genuine strength. Minato continued his relentless assault on the enemy without hesitation. Upon witnessing that, the three students began shouting, assured they'd be rescued. Out of nowhere, three enchanted creatures emerged, causing widespread panic. Before they had a chance to respond, the creatures were eliminated by accurate magic strikes. Inspector Shido and Sergeant Karen, after much effort, declared their readiness to assist the MC, taking on the responsibility. Observing this, the protagonist offered a slight smile, believing that contemporary police were performing their duties effectively. He redirected his focus entirely to the relentless assaults on the demonic boss. Abruptly, the creature raised its head and unleashed a wrathful roar, amplifying its energy in a frightening manner. In the next moment, magical seals emerged, indicating a significantly more perilous assault. Upon witnessing that, Shido exclaimed, realizing it was 6th-level magic, reserved for the magical elite, and acknowledged that confronting it directly was impossible. Without a moment's pause, the boss unleashed the 6th-level ability known as Dragon Flame. The students were filled with fear, as the reporter and the cameraman held onto one another. Overcome with fear, Karen instinctively protected a younger girl as Shido extended his arms, endeavoring to shield anyone within his grasp, despite the futility of his efforts. The strength of that magic far exceeded any ordinary defense, causing the other students to stagger back, weeping and exhausted. Embracing one of the students, Karen silently hoped for everyone's survival. Observing the situation, Shido realized that regardless of the protagonist's strength, there seemed to be no clear escape. The sole individual who had unwavering faith in the MC's abilities was Mizuha, who gazed at her mentor fearlessly and reflected to herself. Minato lifted his gaze and looked at the foe icily, understanding that although the demon was massive, it was sluggish and deciding that employing 6th-level magic was unwise. Following that evaluation, He extended his hand and understood that just second-level magic would not suffice, and simultaneously resolved to avoid attracting excessive attention. Immediately afterward, a strong energy enveloped him, and for magical seals materialized before. He activated magical synthesis and employed the fourth-level technique Serpent Storm. Witnessing that, his student was astonished as she had always trusted Minato. Before long, the energy swiftly morphed into a being of water. Shido was astonished and questioned whether that truly was magical synthesis. Simultaneously, Dragon Flame manifested as a being of flames. Then the two forces clashed directly, initiating a fierce battle. The water serpent advanced with remarkable accuracy and seized its rival by the throat. At that instant, the boss began incessantly repeating the word kill, intensifying the attack further. Nevertheless, Minato released a deep, weary sigh. With one swift motion, the water serpent vanquished the fire serpent. Right? Then it pounced on the demon and consumed it entirely, and just like that, it ended. The protagonist calmly believed the enemy had been out of control from the start. What remained was the evidence of its loss, leading Minato to ponder that he had anticipated a more prolonged battle. Yet the boss was not as strong as he appeared. Soon after, the environment normalized, and the danger vanished entirely. The MC believed that, with the boss vanquished, the disaster had come to a close, and he felt he could finally unwind. In that instant, the students are stunned, questioning their safety and whether Minato truly vanquished the demonic boss. But shortly, all rise to celebrate the triumph. Even the reporter and her aide embrace when they finally sense safety. Karen reassures a student, telling them that everything is fine now and that the calamity has come to an end. Meanwhile, Shido fixates on Kusanagi, insisting that it's impossible. He questions how an ordinary student could have single-handedly halted the disaster, noting that even nobles wielding 6th-level magic failed to defeat the demon boss. The inspector falls to the ground as his legs buckle under the strain. Minato approaches his student, assuring her that everything has been resolved. She beams and expresses her unwavering faith in him. Overwhelmed with emotion, Mizuha gratefully thanks her mentor, feeling joyful. The MC greets Yuka. Both of them are taken by surprise. A group of students gathers around him, showering him with compliments and thanks. But the protagonist feels frustrated and asks them to give him space. He then reflects on his past life, wishing to avoid a bothersome existence. Observing her mentor, the girl realizes how much he dislikes the excessive attention he's receiving. The academy declares the disaster's conclusion and verifies that there were no fatalities, despite the injuries, and declines to disclose information about the student who single-handedly defeated the demon boss. His peers share the news with Kusanagi, who grows annoyed by the attention on the hero while they insist it's typical. The MC is also elevated to Class S, leaving his former classmates feeling uneasy, as they realize they can no longer interact with him as they once did. Nevertheless, several girls inquire about the secret behind his power, speculating that he must have the lineage of a great noble mage. Meanwhile, a Class S student observes Kusanagi's discomfort with the overwhelming focus and remains skeptical. A student that formidable really exists? Minato's classmates support him, affirming that he indeed vanquished the demon boss alone. But the boy remains doubtful, sensing something is off. Kusanagi seizes the opportunity to exit class, feeling an immense relief as he escapes. Before long, his student locates him and, with a playful grin, inquires if he's facing difficulties, to which he simply replies he wishes to steer clear of getting mocked. Then she claims that's typical. After all, he's the formidable protector who safeguarded the entire school. Minato recalls that his student was also elevated to Class S. She verifies this, attributing it to her actions taken during the crisis. The guy inquires if she's pleased about it. Mizuha replies affirmatively, but it's due to a specific person being in that class as well. Kusanagi recalls Ruka and inquires about her well-being. His student affirms this, mentioning that their conversations have increased significantly. Minato views this positively, and Yuka feels the same. She expresses her heartfelt thanks to the MC, demonstrating her genuine appreciation. Suddenly, Kusanagi gently pats her on the head, causing her to blush and inquire about his actions. The protagonist clarifies that he prefers she doesn't need to thank him constantly. Meanwhile, Mizuha simply smiles during a conference. A man concludes a video call with representatives from various nations. They realize that securing assistance for the upcoming disaster will be challenging, as everyone is overwhelmed with their own strategies and initiatives. They discuss the recent news about the student who triumphed over the demon boss, highlighting the peculiar nature of the incident, especially since even the police were outmatched. Ultimately, they speculate it could have been a misunderstanding, wishing other countries would question it and instruct the noble mages to return and begin preparations for the next crisis. Friends gather on the rooftop of the school. They exchange silent glances for a few moments, each one looking at the others. Ruka then expresses her determination by asking Kusanagi if he would accept her as his disciple. Following a period of quiet in the room, Ruka begins discussing the catastrophe. Kusanagi succeeded in vanquishing the demon captain, halting the chaos. She is astonished to discover he wielded level for magic, more potent than that of many living mages. Despite the improbability, Ruka trusts Uchika, as she has always known her sister to be truthful. She claims her sister has consistently been a well-mannered child since they were young, and disliked defying. She also believes that a person with numerous qualities and great strength shouldn't become a talentless mage. He instructs the girl to rise, declaring she will grow significantly stronger. That Ruka feels immense pride as she observes her sister's significant growth. Kusanagi's strength exceeds that of numerous students, possibly even surpassing their fathers. Keeping that thought in mind, she requests her friend's assistance with a task. If this continues, she will become a top-tier mage, and requires assistance to grow even stronger. At this moment, she is regretting her insult towards her friend, and truly underestimating. You realize your request seems quite selfish, right? But you must set aside your pride to achieve it. Fortunately, the boy is laid back and consents to have her as his apprentice from this point forward. This leaves the girl astonished, as she never anticipated it would turn out this way, given her past misdeeds towards Kusanagi. However, he has already forgiven her, accepted her apology, and there's nothing further to discuss. In that situation, her strong friend also agrees and sees no issue with the teaching. This astonishes the girl, and she understands he is genuinely that type of compassionate individual. Observing their conversation, she determines the hero remains an enigma. That afternoon, within a conference room at the police department, Shido and his companion Sanada are present from the police department for beast control. They express their deep gratitude and thank him profusely, as the civilians would have faced annihilation without the MC's assistance. However, the boy responds that they have expressed their gratitude sufficiently and he doesn't require any further thanks, asking what they desire. Although the inquiry into the disaster has concluded, one detail continues to intrigue the detective. The blonde man inquires if the hero activated his power following the car crash. Many claim he transformed into an entirely different individual following that horrific accident. It's said that his character shifted. The power within him grew immensely, potent enough to conquer a demon captain. This frustrates the girl who seeks to grasp the direction of their conversation. The man chooses to restate his inquiry, and is curious if the MC is familiar with someone named the Black Mage. This sorcerer vanquished monsters and assisted numerous individuals during the night while donning a cloak. When questioned about its relevance to their friend, they respond that both are quite alike. Not only in dimensions, but they also appear to be of comparable age. Their abilities are significant, and no one of that age can wield such extensive magic. Additionally, consider the era when he began performing during the night. They remind him that using magic in the city without authorization is against the law, and if it involves a student, the school will intervene. Nevertheless, due to the recent media attention surrounding this case, the police must respond. Expulsion alone won't suffice, and if he admits to the offenses, they may attempt to lessen the punishment. Thus, the detective reveals his hand on the table and inquires whether the MC is the black mage. Calmly and without hesitation, he asserts that he isn't the person they're accusing. By that straightforward remark, the blonde individual trusts him and understands that the two are not identical. They express their gratitude for the meeting and begin to exit. As he steps outside, he contemplates that the MC is not just any student and possesses a unique quality. His detective companion believes Kusanagi is the mage due to several similarities. However, she can't reveal his true identity, as the MC is genuinely a good person. On one hand, the blonde guy is eager to uncover the hidden identity, while on the other hand, the girl is determined to keep it concealed. The teacher then begins to introduce the students who will be joining her S-class starting today. The students are eager to discover more about the boy who triumphed over the formidable demonic foe. Meanwhile, the girls are equally interested in learning about the blue-haired girl. Frustrated, the teacher instructs everyone to take their seats so class can finally commence. Beginning, the entire situation was quite draining for the MC, who preferred not to draw attention at. Currently, a beautiful girl with red hair desires some of the protagonist's focus. Jackie 21. Once more, the hero finds himself on the rooftop for a private conversation with someone. She believed she would be training alone. The girl sees that Minato is also in the same spot. Upon closer inspection, she notices he's with an attractive girl. In a charming manner, she inquires if her classmate recalls her. He recalls saving this girl's life during the calamity event that occurred previously. He recalls being attacked by monsters in battle, with someone assisting her through magic. Kusanagi begins to understand, recalling that this is the reason the girl expresses her gratitude for being rescued on 2 occasions. Although it felt like the right choice, her flushed cheeks reveal her admiration for the MC, whom she finds incredibly cool. Today, the girl struggles to hear the conversation clearly and becomes intrigued by their discussion. Unexpectedly, the redhead confesses her feelings for the protagonist and expresses a desire to date him. That catches both the girl and the protagonist off guard, as he didn't anticipate such a confession. That, even she lacks numerous good ones. She assures him she will give her all. She pleads for them to begin their relationship starting now. The MC thanks her in a cold manner, apologizing and ruining the girl's mood. He states he lacks the time to begin dating someone and that he has something to take care of first. The girl expresses gratitude for his honesty and states she can abandon the protagonist at this point. Even as she walks off, it's clear she's crying while trying to hide it from others. Then Yuka is discovered, and they urge her to cease hiding by the wall. Her mana control is so poor, it appears to be scattered all across the rooftop. It's quite obvious. The girl clarifies that she happened to be there and didn't intentionally eavesdrop on the conversation. Yet, she inquires why her friend declined dating, as the girl was truly beautiful. Disclosed he has no intention of dating anyone, leaving her perplexed. Although they are in the same school year physically, he believes their ages differ significantly. For some reason, his friend feels a sense of relief upon hearing that. In the corridors and on the school staircases, she continually reflects on her friend's lack of interest in dating. The MC advises her to concentrate more on mana control training and to dedicate additional time to practice. The plan is to provide it to her, everyone, and become powerful enough for the protagonist to see her. Despite the calamity being over, the number of monsters at night remains unchanged. A girl flees from a malevolent sorcerer, crying out for assistance. At that moment, the masked hero appears amidst the turmoil to rescue her once more. In a swift motion, he grabs the man by the arm and strikes him in the abdomen. He then triggers the yellow ritual, propelling him a great distance away. The thug was merely a novice, and his combat abilities were poor. The girl expresses gratitude and appears to already understand the legacy of the formidable black mage. Lacking patience, the MC disappears instantly, abandoning all others. As he flees, the MC ponders why his alter ego is gaining such popularity with people and students. At school, they claim this so-called amateur mage performs during the night. It appears that people enjoy discussing him, as he has recently emerged as a trending subject online. The digitally illiterate may not understand what the internet is, confusing it with a fishing net. It's quite unusual for someone that age to be unfamiliar with technology and unable to use phones. The girl mentions that anything can be found online, and information travels rapidly. Subsequently, their peers begin to demonstrate to the MC how to operate a smartphone. Thrilled, he reveals that he successfully opened the app. Now able to access the network, he finds it quite simple. Ruka recalls the commitment to train and asks when they will begin their lessons. The boy suggests they can begin after class, provided he has learned how to operate the phone. Nonetheless, his friend has an extremely unsettling feeling regarding the entire situation. After a brief training session, the large man is already on the ground, having fallen quickly. They haven't even begun their warm-up, yet they must perform as if their lives hinge on this training. Nonetheless, the man is persistent and continues to fight on. That's the attitude the main character desires. He commands them to join the battle. With that, the trio rushes in, combining their magic in unison. Now, the scene shifts close to Tokyo Tower, where several suited men are observing something in the distance through binoculars. One of them trembles and inquires about what is happening. In the distance, they observe a group of monsters and beasts emerging and advancing toward them. Trimmy 22. Following the training, the trio appears quite exhausted and seems to have surrendered. Nonetheless, it came as an unexpected action, and they retaliated with all their might. That approach is ineffective, as the hero possesses great strength and can counter every one of them. Seizing the opportunity, the girl appears from behind, attempting to strike him from the rear. The protagonist's quickness allows him to evade the attack, catching her off guard. Additionally, he fires magic at her forehead once more to conclude the battle. With all opponents vanquished, a moment of rest is due. The protagonist's expression reveals he believes he has successfully deceived everyone regarding his true identity. However, the girl believes there's a reason for his secrecy and decides it's wiser not to investigate further. He believes the three of them are quite gullible and excessively foolish. On their way home, the friends agree that the training was excellent and that the big guy is quite formidable. However, it leaves him quite hungry, and he must return home to prepare a meal. This astonishes the MC, because he believed a large man like that wouldn't be skilled in cooking. Returning to his home, the boy is encircled by children who gather to play beside him. The chef approaches with plates in hand, expressing regret over the unruly children. However, this doesn't trouble the protagonist, who dismisses everyone with his levitation magic. As a result, he receives complaints from his friend, who prefers not to use magic indoors. It's quite surprising that the large man is so skilled at looking after children, regardless of his appearance. Recalling the city's ruins filled with weeping children, sadness enveloped him. The protagonist remarks that children are simply too precious. The hero begins to read tales to the infants, who continue playing and listening. Before the feast, everyone expresses gratitude for the meal. It is disclosed that the man lacks a father and that his mother works late. He handles all the household chores when she isn't present. The main character understands that his friend is quite occupied with household tasks and work, yet he expresses that despite the challenges, he doesn't dislike engaging in those activities. He believes that challenges make individuals become more resilient. That night, everyone shares beds, despite the discomfort it may bring. Kusanagi believes that occasionally sleeping this way isn't really that bad. Chark. Suddenly, the blonde man requests Kusanagi to collaborate with them. If he agrees, he can certainly offer his strength to the police. Although he prefers not to be in the spotlight, the circumstances won't allow him to avoid it. Moreover, he will receive fair compensation. They will inform the academy directly. His friends are also willing to assist and offer support whenever possible. Regrettably, this group of kids can't assist at the moment. Although they are the top level at the academy, that pales in comparison to an actual fight. The sole method to become part of the team is if their abilities match the MC's level. Departing with the main character, he casually instructs his friends to return to the academy, as if it's insignificant. The hero suggests they should hurry to catch up with him. This truly inspires the three of them, and they remain focused on that objective. The narrative shifts to the police station. Within the Disaster Countermeasures Division, hundreds of creatures are approaching Tokyo rapidly. Tower, and they must address it before civilians are harmed. He mentions they sought assistance from the student who aided them recently. As he rises, Kusanagi stirs whispers from the audience behind. The blonde individual captures attention by elaborating. It was Minato who averted the disaster. Few possess his level of strength, making his assistance essentially indispensable. The two envious detectives become angry at the child's behavior in the room. However, their essential task remains unchanged. They must eliminate their adversaries. After all the discussions, everyone returns to their respective posts. The man expresses regret to the protagonist for everything, and he chooses to overlook it. Sanada is the one who faces criticism, as she should have taken action but was too afraid to do so. Fortunately, the boy is unconcerned about the situation and tells them not to fret. The detective attracted to him believes the protagonist is genuinely a good individual. The overall combat strength is approximately 80 mages, primarily mid-rank. Mid-rank mages can wield level 2 magic, whereas high-rank mages can utilize up to level 3. As unfortunate as it may seem, the hero wields level 4 magic and ranks among the most powerful in the police force. The strategy involves deploying a single battle mage, which hardly qualifies as a tactic. While demonic soldiers and magical creatures may pose little challenge, entities from a higher plane possess significant intelligence, necessitating well-thought-out strategies to confront them effectively. It appears they lack any equipment based on what the hero observed. They typically enter combat dressed in light attire, and he mentions that in the past, there was specialized gear for combating beasts. With gear now scarce, the hero reflects on the abundance of it in days gone by. Despite his awareness of the decline in magic, he yearns to comprehend what has transpired, truly occurred in the past 50 years. At last, the police reach Tokyo Tower. Various monstrosities are soaring through the air, despite the disaster not occurring. Observing from a distance, the hero ponders, attempting to understand what is transpiring. The detectives observe that there are significantly more monsters than previously reported. At their center stands a demonic captain. They may have to seek assistance from private entities. The issue is that everyone is occupied with the surge in beasts, and they already face numerous challenges. The likely remaining option is to remove these items on their own. Without facing annihilation, Kusanagi could potentially eliminate them all using his abilities. That frustrates the detectives, as they believe the kid is merely trying to impress, and can't truly secure a victory. Observing the throng of creatures, he remarks that something seems amiss. As he gazes at the sky above Tokyo Tower, a red object begins to emerge. They declare the onset of yet another harsh disaster. Police radios begin transmitting the situation to all stations. A different disaster is occurring nationwide. Hearing the alerts on the radios, individuals flee in terror from the creatures. The police prioritize putting themselves in danger to protect civilians. Additionally, they will focus on addressing this disaster within the city as their primary concern. The issue is that they will lack support from anyone in any other region. Seiji 24. Another disaster is unfolding, and they seek to understand its significance. Regardless of these occurrences, they persist. It appears that the creatures are responsible, and perhaps they have discovered a way to activate a disaster strikes. The detectives feel frightened, believing it's unmanageable alone, and they must come together for support. The issue is that the creatures continue to advance and persist in their assaults. All the monsters are racing toward the city. If this continues, they will inflict significant harm on civilians, and perhaps the only option is to confront them. Anxiety begins to grow among the officers, believing their department faltered. Nonetheless, the hero is energized and leaps in, declaring they can. He finds himself in a location encircled by monsters charging towards him at great speed. Honestly, the entire region is filled with creatures eager for a battle. From a distance, the detectives believe the boy is likely to perish and that he ought to flee for. He then casts a third-level spell known as Windcutter. The entire scene of mass destruction astounds the officers and energizes the blonde guy. Within mere seconds, he effortlessly eliminates all the monsters surrounding him without difficulty. Thus, the disaster continues, and additional demons are still arriving. The battle mages begin to unleash their powers remotely. Fortunately, the hero creates a magical shield, defending against the blows. Raising that shield was an excellent decision, and it ought to be sufficient to fend off all attacks. In retaliation, he eliminates all adversaries with a simple wave of magic. It's astonishing to witness his ability to wield various magical attributes, just as one would anticipate from such strength. Officers are instructed to support the hero while keeping pace. He frightened the men so much that they chose to advance instead of retreating. The team begins their relentless assault, putting forth all their effort in this battle. That's quite surprising for the MC, who realizes they possess more strength than they appear to have. Amidst this, in the fight, the demon captain appears, exuding an intimidating presence. Only a legendary sorcerer can defeat this creature, and no one present matches its strength. A blue glow begins to envelop the vicinity, encroaching upon the officers. The child's strategy involves defeating the captain while allowing his friends to handle the soldiers. The group is astonished upon witnessing their colleagues' impressive magical abilities. They must continue battling until the boss arrives. 60 years ago, the initial global disaster occurred. Since then, such events occur occasionally, devastating the planet. If history repeats itself, this occurrence will once again impact the globe. Fortunately, he is present this time, and he is determined to prevent humanity from facing annihilation. A creature traps the detective and strikes swiftly with an assault. Fortunately, the hero was present to rescue the situation once more, utilizing a crimson incantation. This has occurred previously, and it feels exactly like then. She expresses gratitude to Kusanagi for his assistance, and he inquires about her well-being. This concerns the boy as he understands it is occurring once more, risking his identity being revealed. The girl begins to have questions as she seeks to comprehend how he became so powerful. The issue is that her friend could resent her for asking something so personal. She struggles to avoid any strange thoughts. She's taken by surprise by explosions. As she's distracted, monsters approach her. However, the hero employs his magic to eliminate them. The location is quite perilous, and she apologizes once more. It seems she is unable to wield combat magic and must remain alongside the hero. The child appears much more mature and doesn't behave like a typical student whatsoever. Elsewhere in the conflict, the detectives continue to wield their magic even when surprised. They are inexplicably unable to stop trembling. At that moment, a demon captain appears, radiating purple magic. This variant of the species appears to be even more powerful than the original. Disheartened, the men question if they are strong. Mages might defeat this creature. Throughout it all, the hero remains composed and shows no sign of fear. They caution that there is no method to overcome this challenge. Regardless of the child's strength, he remains assured in his abilities, and claims he can succeed. Suddenly, the officer realizes that the shaking has come to a halt. The girl is cheering for Kusanagi and hopes he triumphs in this battle. Perhaps he possesses the power of a noble mage if he can defeat this more formidable captain. As the individual battle approaches, the blonde man is curious about the true extent of the protagonist's strength. Chuanxing 25. These troops must give their all until the last boss is vanquished. The two rivals observe one another from afar prior to the duel starting. The captain initiates the battle, triggering the action. A formidable fire incantation. Nevertheless, the hero remains still and understands. The blast occurs behind him. This creature's power is absurd, and it's just level 1. Witnessing the hero emerge unscathed, they seek to know his true self. No deception. However, what they must understand is that he is merely an ordinary student. He begins to emit a blue magical aura while engaged in the battle. The demon's sole focus is to defeat the powerful human standing before him. While battling, they are astonished that this creature is level 6 and find it hard to believe it can be defeated. The child finds himself in a bind, uncertain of his next move, as he aims to protect his friends from harm. The creatures simultaneously begin to cast a purple spell. Oddly, they are collaborating as one, aligned with something greater. Afraid, the girl cautions Kusanagi to flee as the impacts approach. Nevertheless, he remains still and employs his magic to restrain the assault, extinguishing all the flames with the water he created. As the purple rays converge, within a sub-barrier controls, to shield him at the final moment. The manager becomes irritated when the protagonist inquires if that's all. Everyone is puzzled about his identity and what just occurred during the fight. A level 6 spell can only be cast by a noble mage. It's an exceptionally sophisticated remote activation method. What's most astonishing is that he simultaneously employed a different kind of magic. Typically, you can cast only a single spell at once, and there's a cooldown period before switching to another. Employing a single type of magic is quite formidable, but harnessing two simultaneously might indicate that the child possesses greater strength than a noble mage. The detective's intuition proved to be correct, and he truly is the individual he has sought after. The mighty and formidable Ichikami Minato. As the monster approaches, the hero feels the area is overly packed and desires to relocate to a different location. Activating. With his level 1 skill, he effortlessly tosses the captain a great distance. Next, the conflict shifts to the heavens, where no one can approach. He acts this way to avoid assistance from others and to battle solo. Now that he's distanced from everyone, he's joyful as he can fully unleash his strength. He can effortlessly evade the strikes the large creature launches at him. He receives a blow that propels him backward, but triggers a spell that suspends him aloft. The creature once more attempts to unleash its fire magic upon the protagonist, who observes everything fearlessly. A massive fireball forms, and the boss throws it at the protagonist, enveloped in a purple aura. This time, he connects with the blow and observes the opponent collapse to the earth as he hovers in the air. Yet that still fell short of overcoming the protagonist rises, dusting off the grime. Astonished, the creature ponders how this is feasible, as that strike could fell anyone. Returning to the battlefield, the MC contemplates the optimal choice is to engage in hand-to-hand combat. He advances, preparing to deliver a strong punch at the demonic foe. He understands that his opponent will be unable to execute a strike on him. His strike is so powerful it propels the demon. The captain is launched dozens of meters away. Upon rising after the impact, the creature is astonished that a mere human punch could be so powerful. Enraged, it demands to know the identity of its opponent. In a combat position, the child declares he can't depend solely on magic and intends to demonstrate additional skills. Now is the time to demonstrate his own technique. Shock 26. On the battlefield, the hero radiates multiple vibrant auras, wearing a smile on his face. Even his adversary is awed by such immense, vibrant magical energy. This power instills a feeling of tranquility, and the police sense an unseen presence above them. High above, the MC concentrates on utilizing his abilities with maximum effectiveness. Nonetheless, the demon claims the foe can strike, asserting that human assaults are ineffective against them. Curious about this, he approaches the enormous creature to test the assertion. He successfully delivers a precise strike directly to the opponent's chest, employing all his powers. During the battle, the boy appears to be, and delivers multiple strong hits to the captain. The blonde guy is surprised, as he was unaware that the MC excelled in close combat. After all, it's common knowledge that human punches are nearly ineffective against those malevolent creatures. Severely injured, the foe is baffled by the effectiveness of the assaults. Standard weapons and attacks fail against beasts, but the situation shifts dramatically with the application of vast magical power. Striking while enveloped in aura combines elements of martial arts with magical abilities. This combat technique is referred to as magical martial arts. The captain remains incredulous that an ordinary human is besting him. Enraged, he lunges forward, shouting that he will not tolerate such a thing. This was the opportunity the MC required to execute an attack of immense power that punctured a hole in the creature's body. The remaining beasts witness their captain's lifeless form, reclining on the ground post-defeat. Thanks to the protagonist's assistance, the disaster ultimately halts, leaving the detectives feeling proud. They remain an issue and must eliminate the foes still present on the battlefield. At that point, the boy believes the remaining tasks can be entrusted to the police. The amusing part is that it had been quite a while since he fought style and he was out of practice. When he descends to the ground, he observes the entire detective team positioned directly before him. They express their gratitude for his excellent work and for successfully overcoming the mastermind behind this disaster. As a result, they all greet Mr. Kusanagi simultaneously. From that moment forward, similar incidents occurred globally, and with the help of the police and the mages, they succeeded in preventing the worst outcomes. Online, significant criticism was directed at the government and police for allowing the public to be exposed. As anxiety levels rose among the crowd, the mention of the black mage surfaced. The idea of a hooded figure ready to rescue them and vanquish the monsters brought relief. In class, curiosity buzzed about how the last disaster was averted and the nature of the MC's powers. This incessant talk irritated the boy, who preferred to remain unnoticed. In today's lesson, the instructor aims to discuss the recent event that took place at Tokyo Tower. She claims there's a highly skilled student present, directing their gaze at Kusanagi. At that instant, the police arrive at the classroom requesting entry. The detective informs them she received authorization from the principal to proceed with what once. Once more, they must rely on the protagonist's abilities to address issues. This frustrates the boy, as he understands that such matters can portray the police as untrustworthy. Additionally, it's unsettling to feel all the students gazing directly at him. Left with no option, he must grasp what he's being pulled into, and they clarify he will be compensated for it. In addition to disasters and creatures emerging globally, legal mages and organizations are becoming increasingly active each day. The police are short-staffed now and require the protagonist's assistance because he is the strongest. Next time, the boy prefers to be reached by phone to prevent any further chaos in the classroom. The woman clarifies that they need the protagonist to vanquish the creatures appearing in a nearby region. They had planned to travel together by car, but time has run out. Consequently, the hero employs his magic to rush ahead at an accelerated pace. The city is entirely devastated and lies in complete ruins. Amidst the debris, two children stand alone, with the older sibling vowing to safeguard the younger one. A gigantic four-legged creature emerges before the boys. Letting out a furious roar, the boys decide to flee to avoid being attacked. But sadly, they stumble over rocks and fall to the ground. The creature seizes the opportunity to strike and sink its teeth into its next prey. Fortunately, the hero arrives precisely when needed to rescue the children using his abilities. Approaching the boys, he commends them both, stating that they performed exceptionally well. He returns the boy's doll that had dropped earlier. Rushing to the next battle, he claims that toy will keep them safe. Watching the man depart with his abilities, the younger child is extremely enthusiastic. The chaos in this battle is significantly greater than what occurred at the academy earlier. In contrast to Shibuya, this location is filled with numerous obstacles and civilians in need of assistance. With so many people moving about, utilizing magic bullets could inadvertently harm someone. While it's feasible to differentiate between beast magic and human magic, humans without magic remain undetectable. The only viable approach to ensure everyone's safety is through diligent area patrols. Currently, the detective is concentrating on eliminating all the beasts while the firefighters attend to the public. At that moment, he spots Kusanagi's. He was by their side throughout the recent disaster. The main character is present as police support and inquires about the situation. They must rescue half of the civilians, yet they are unable to access the opposite side. Upon hearing that, The child's intention is to explore the other side of the city, which is unreachable. The concerning aspect is that there are reports of unlawful mages in that. There's no need to be concerned about the protagonist, as they are aware of his true strength. Another officer is puzzled by the identity of the young man who succeeded in eliminating all the beasts in a moment. Perhaps he arrived in the battle to rescue everyone amidst this turmoil. Level 6 abilities are being utilized in the city to eliminate malevolent beings. The appearance of demonic captains outside a disaster would have been unimaginable just 50 years prior. The creatures are multiplying and steadily becoming increasingly more formidable. They're becoming so powerful that perhaps even the protagonist will struggle to cope. Without immediate precautions, the situation may quickly become unmanageable. He has numerous ideas in mind, but he's uncertain about which one to pursue at this moment. While patrolling the city, he rescues several individuals alongside his detective companion. The detectives express gratitude to Kusanagi once more for his assistance in reducing the damage. Yet, he claims it's entirely due to the police and firefighters, and he was merely performing a basic support role. This causes the officer to admire the boy even more and think he's remarkable. They express regret for the recent disaster and acknowledge their actions were driven by anger towards the MC. He reassures them that it's typical for a student to behave confidently and indicate that further time spent on it is unnecessary. This maturity from the hero leaves a strong impression on the officers, who express their gratitude once more. The detective also conveys thanks and apologizes for depending heavily on the protagonist, who is merely a student. They must devise a strategy to retaliate against the beast from this disaster, as they are becoming powerful. At that instant, the two siblings arrive and capture interest. They express gratitude for his earlier assistance, bringing joy to the MC's safety. The younger child inquires whether Kusanagi is the legendary mage, and his sibling expresses regret for that. Gazing at the doll in the child's grip, the MC responds affirmatively. He's that wizard, boosting the child's excitement even further. He claims he was already aware. Previously, the MC is puzzled by the thought of them creating dolls of him, claiming that no one would desire to purchase that. His friend mentions that those items are significant for children requiring emotional support. The nerd claims this will be remembered for the next century and requests approval to proceed with the action. Currently, the MC realizes the meaning behind his friend's words, yet he acknowledges that dolls lack the ability to rescue anyone. The true great mage is the one who is genuinely essential in moments like these. The narrative shifts to a location within the capital. Individuals are discussing their knowledge regarding the Black Mage. Kuroya Kudo serves as the leader of the mage guild known as the Black Rebellion. An unauthorized mage not affiliated with his guild likely opposes him. In a menacing voice, he inquires of his henchman whether he is correct. Their task is to uncover the true identity of the hooded figure. Additionally, he is indifferent to whether they resort to military force to achieve it. The guild manager arrives and inquires whether they can dispose of him if he declines. Frankly, these individuals are even more malicious, seeking to torment the MC before defeating him. That makes the manager even more excited to complete the task. In Chapter 28, the girl is curious about Kusanagi's power level. Her friend is curious as well and begins to speculate on how high the numbers reach. His power level is disclosed to be 99,990,000. This leaves the trio bewildered, believing that level of power is excessive. Ultimately, the renowned Mage Minato is recognized for possessing merely 1 million power, which is deemed the utmost threshold of magical strength. And it's essentially widely known. This piques the hero's interest in the extent of his magical abilities. Therefore, he searches for it online. After fiddling with his phone for some time, he forgets how to operate it, and surrenders due to its complexity. Out of nowhere, he receives a call from someone. The person expresses regret for the unexpected call and inquires if the MC is available. Shigo is curious if the hero's friends are present and requests to put the call on speaker. The MC is so lacking in digital skills that he can't activate that feature and seeks help from his friend. Due to the increase in monsters, the police opted to establish a dedicated anti-monster unit. This unit will be named the Special Magic Team, and they wish for Kusanagi to lead this specialized group. Many mages desire that type of title, and even Minato would not refuse it. Unexpectedly, the protagonist declines the position, defying all expectations. Before changing the topic, Shido wishes to share his thoughts. He claims there are excessive issues, and the police are unable to manage them all. Given the present circumstances, they cannot overcome the monsters by themselves. The hero realizes this situation arises due to the mage's current low overall level. The leaders of the noble mage families are still away from their meeting on a different continent, leaving only a person named Fuka. Upon reflection, the protagonist acknowledges that he has never encountered his friend's parents. Additionally, he suggests that the 3 academy friends become part of this specialized unit. He will manage all the issues and discussions, allowing the boy to concentrate on guiding the mages. He implores him to accept the role, as he is the only one they can genuinely depend on. Upon listening to everything, the MC ultimately consents to take on the role of captain, which greatly excites the blonde guy, who was surprised that his suggestion was accepted. His friends concur as well, having no reason to reject such a great opportunity. He harbors some concerns about the role, yet believes it will work out if he can mentor a few mages. Reports indicate that discontent towards the noble mage families is increasing. In addition to neglecting their responsibilities due to the school disaster, they are also sluggish in eliminating the monsters. In an extremely opulent. In the room, the butler enters, stating he has documents from the Metropolitan Police. The man learns about this so-called special magic unit and considers them to be ineffectual individuals engaged in trivial tasks, yet perhaps it will suffice to silence the public. With arrogance, he instructs the butler to summon his foolish son to his room. The narrative transitions to the gathering. To create this unique team, they mention there were potential candidates, but no applications were turned in, and if they achieve positive outcomes, more will surely follow. It was evident that this would happen, as a student-led team could lead to complications. Then the detective gives something directly to the protagonist. It's a temporary mage emblem to attach to their attire. It's intended for use when necessary, and it's temporary since none of them are qualified mages yet. With that, the student phase concludes and all responsibilities will shift to the captain. The boy reflects on how long it has been since he led others. Before them, he presents himself, announces that he will be the captain of this unit, and expresses his desire to make a promise. His vow is to empower them all, making them even mightier than the esteemed mages. That surprises everyone present in the room since noble mages possess incredible power. Noticing that no one trusted him, the MC chooses to demonstrate his claim. He inquires if there's a power measurement tool available at the station. In the power measurement room, the initial ones to take. The exam subjects are Ruka and Ruji. They each channel their energy into the device that seemingly takes it in. Previously, their magical abilities were 10,000 and 8,000 respectively. However, they must have increased now. The girl is shocked to see the numbers on the screen reach 30,000. The same occurs with the large individual who reaches 28,000. A surge of 20,000 power astounds the police, who understand that such levels belong to high-ranking mages. However, the MC claims it's far too soon for astonishment and requests his friend to assess her strength as well. Chapter 29. The girl feels anxious, contemplating the consequences of a significant power disparity between her and her sister. Despite her diligent efforts, she remains an everyday individual, fearful of the outcomes. Nonetheless, she resolves not to flee. No, regardless of what occurs ultimately, releasing all her strength, she will not deceive herself again in her lifetime. The detectives are intrigued and eager to witness the outcome. The figure displayed is an astonishing 26,000, while the statistics suggest it should be approximately 2,000. The protagonist believes such magic power can be increased, but she retorts sharply. In reality, what you truly require is talent. The essential factor is to put in effort and persist relentlessly. He gives his friend a gentle pat on the head, expressing his pride and complimenting her work. Her sister feels joy witnessing this, and they both receive praise as well. That's what you would anticipate from Ruka. Such behavior is typical in the Mizuha family. Nevertheless, the protagonist continues to commend her for the excellent job she accomplished. He claims he always recognized his friend was different, and that he lacks fear due to his bravery. His friend, slightly irritated, remarks that she's not a child. This frightens everyone for a moment, but they're glad she wasn't truly upset. This girl has received a pat on the back for the first time. Head, and not even her father would do that. A person arrives claiming they've been searching for them for some time and wishes to greet them. The detective was unaware he was coming today, but abruptly altered his mind. This is Mr. Shopla, an esteemed mage from the Fuka lineage. They were compelled to seek a noble's consent, and they had to recruit all individuals. This family overlooked the appeals when the school entered emergency mode and would prefer to remain silent. Chubby is puzzled as to why Japan's enchanting leadership team consists solely of students. The officer clarifies that it was this student who averted the disaster, and his accomplishments earned him the title of captain of the. The mage is baffled by how an ordinary individual, not of noble birth, averted a catastrophe. He steps on the MC's foot and questions how a kid has the audacity to be above him. His friends get angry and begin to curse at him. The noble observes that commoners are quick to show emotions, glancing at the two Mizuha daughters. He claims they don't resemble trash like everyone else does. Wearing a wicked smile, he declares himself the unit captain, despite the fact that a different choice has been made. He proposes that the one who conquers the calamity boss gains the captaincy. Unconcerned about others' opinions, he declares it settled and strides away. Regardless, the hero remains composed, understanding that a loudmouth can't be silenced easily. The trio insists they won't allow Chubby to take on the role of team captain. The MC questions why they seem more upset about this than he does. They have now arrived at the police training facility. Once more, the MC is trapped and seeks to grasp the extent of the magical power involved. He aims to clarify the significance of magic to all from the outset. Power, also known as mana, is the energy required for magic and serves additional purposes. Then he instructs the big guy to strike with all his might. Rushing in with a strike, he warns not to voice complaints afterward. The blow connects with the protagonist's face, yet a magical barrier obstructs it. When you possess a significant amount of mana, you can utilize it instinctively, and if your storage capacity is remarkable, you can do it continuously. As his friend throws several punches, he clarifies that this phenomenon is referred to as automatic magic. Enhancing power capacity is crucial for mages, and it's essential for everyone to remember this. In addition to training, they will require equipment and some form of anti-monster gear. Judging by Shadow's expression, it seems difficult to obtain that, and he requests them to hold on a bit longer. He believes those items are no longer available nowadays and decides to create something on his own. As he searches through the drawers, he picks up an inexpensive ring, but soon understands that he must go out to shop for more. At that moment, Ruka dials his phone. Following a brief pause, the girl declares that only he can be the captain and motivates him. Amused by her demeanor, he chooses to inquire while still on the line. He suggests they go shopping together, as he's unsure where to locate accessories. He states his desire to go only with the girl, emphasizing that large groups are unnecessary. This makes the girl somewhat bashful. Eager for their shopping trip, the boy is curious about her thoughts. She's 30. Eventually, the girl responds that she's fine with accompanying the MC for shopping. It might be a lifesaver for him, and they agree to meet at the station the following day. Consequently, he ought to purchase rings for every member, and he contemplates whether he ought to begin crafting anti-monster equipment. He considers using his magic on inexpensive jewelry, believing it could be effective. At that moment, dinner is served, and the girl heads off to contact her sister, yet she remains silent. Upon entering the room, she notices the girl is selecting outfits at this time, observing the room completely disorganized with clothes scattered. She informs her that the meal is prepared. It's the first instance of witnessing her sister's enthusiasm, leading her to speculate if she's going out on a date. The following day, the main character waits at the designated station for his classmate. The girl must conceal her magic from Minato and avoid getting too near him. She feels guilty for eavesdropping on her sister and friend during such a difficult moment. Out of nowhere, Ruka arrives, looking stunning and capturing everyone's attention on the street. Upon arriving, he inquires whether he kept his friend waiting for too long. He states he has just arrived. The street guys feel envious of the MC, believing he's the. This also frustrates Yuka, who doubts that the two are actually on a date. The protagonist arrived to purchase rings, needing them as gifts, and in fact, he desires to acquire multiple ones. This unsettles the girl, and she responds that Japan does not endorse polygamy. Should they require purchasing in large quantities? Affordable rings are superior, and she knows the perfect spot. They visit several stores to search for those products. While observed from a distance, locating the precise ring the protagonist desires in that market proves to be quite challenging. Despite discovering an intriguing ring, an unsettling feeling arises. The girl feels uneasy as she realizes their faces are uncomfortably close together. The saleswoman mentions she can offer a generous discount if the ring is intended as a gift for his girlfriend. This embarrasses the MC, and Ruka interrupts him abruptly, who claims she isn't his girlfriend. The saleswoman was caught off guard and felt embarrassed. She awkwardly invites them to explore the store at their leisure. After a brief pause, the MC mentions he feels tired from wandering around somewhere. It's extremely difficult to locate what he seeks. He considers altering his expectations. Suddenly, the witch claims she struggles with expressing affection. She mentions that her friend understands her personality and behavior. She admits that she struggles to communicate effectively with her sister, resulting in significant emotional pain. She believes her friend would have a better experience shopping with her sister, that he ought to accompany her, and that she now wishes to return home. However, the boy interrupts and asserts that he knows that isn't accurate. He shares that the girl researched the locations of the shops in advance and put in significant effort to decide which ones to explore. He wants her to understand that she is truly a great help. This touches Ruka, making her shy and unsure of what to say. From a distance, the spy notices she has never observed her sister in that manner. Removing her disguise, she questions her purpose for being there, and chooses to return home. Ultimately, after a lengthy search, they discover several good rings for purchase. The main character acquires 5 of each, required for the team members. The witch understands her friends will be thrilled to receive a thoughtfully selected present. These essentials will serve as gear and surely bring joy to the group. Ultimately, Ruka realizes the significance of the entire shopping experience. The protagonist expresses gratitude to his friend for assistance, stating she was extremely helpful. In a noble manner, he chooses to repay her in some way. He presents a lovely ring as a present. In a loving manner, he takes his friend's hand and places the ring on her finger. It's the first unique ring he crafted. He requests that she look after the equipment properly. Upon receiving the gift, the girl feels embarrassed and chooses to leave. He felt it was time to clarify the functioning of the anti-monster equipment, yet he opted to postpone it. Strolling along the avenues, the girl gazes at the ring adorning her finger, holding it. Currently, it's time to distribute the equipment to every team member. The detectives are amazed by the enchanting response and understand it's a form of anti-monster gear. When infused with magic, this item allows the use of level 1 wind magic. It can be utilized if it possesses magical power. This amazes the blonde guy, who cannot comprehend how the protagonist accomplished everything alone. This is due to the rarity of blacksmiths who can create such items in the modern world. He remarks that the boy continually astounds him with his abilities. Yukiya becomes intrigued by her older sister's ring. She observes that her sister is sporting a piece of jewelry she hadn't seen before and deduces it was acquired during the date. She feels uneasy, pondering what truly occurred after her departure. The team requires an effective means of transportation and cannot depend on cars that lack sufficient speed. Shido recalls that they consistently arrived late to confrontations with the police vehicles. With this gear, anyone can employ wind magic to reduce travel time. However, it's essential to remember that it's a fundamental spell and should not be used for offensive purposes. Air magic requires a jump to initiate flight and acceleration. Her friend is the first to float effortlessly and receives compliments for it. It means nothing to her as she has mastered manipulation magic. The burden of eavesdropping on her friend troubles the girl's conscience. At that instant, the MC inquires if she is familiar with Ichikami Minato. She claims he is the one she admires the most. His power level reached approximately 1,000,000, and he was capable of casting long-range spells, but he perished in battle against the demon god. Following his demise, few mages remained, and the nobles along with the Mizo family assisted in restoring order. At that time, there were no existing records concerning the remaining magic, necessitating a complete reconstruction of the research. The mortality rate among mages was significant, yet some books should still be preserved. The main character recalls concealing various items in multiple locations, preparing for what's ahead. A significant issue is that contemporary magical understanding is superficial and rife with errors, resulting in a low level of magic. He questions whether this is mere chance or if someone is orchestrating it all. The girl asks her friend if she's all right and expresses her willingness to listen, even if she isn't particularly dependable. He believes that her emotions alone are sufficient and that she contributes significantly. The issue with the black mage persists, and given the risk of involving her, it's wiser to avoid mentioning it. If she discovers that the MC is the revered Minato, it could complicate matters. She could potentially faint. She thinks she's still not dependable, but that will improve as she becomes stronger. She intends to continue putting forth her best effort. A week passes. The unit captain is training all members. The detective invokes a level 2 holy spell. Shido unleashes a formidable level 3 lightning spell. The large individual unleashes a level 4 earth spell, causing rocks to fall. The sisters also wield level 4 spells through their water manipulation. The MC feels pleased as everyone's levels have increased, and Sonata can now perform offensive strikes. However, what captivates the boy the most is the sisters' compatibility, which is remarkable. Their abilities are potent enough to create large openings in the earth. That makes the blue-haired girl thrilled. Everyone is performing well, but they must not become overconfident due to their level. Ascended. Thus, he requests his companion to cast a level 4 spell against her. The girl prepares to launch a strong strike with her azure aura. In response, the protagonist casts a first-tier wood spell. His immense strength allows the level 1 spell to effortlessly negate his friend's level 4. It is clarified that increasing your level raises the cap on magic usage, but it doesn't guarantee greater strength. Attributes are crucial, and water is significantly weaker than earth. They must not fixate on levels and should recognize that magical power is essential for gaining strength. They are teammates, and by merging their abilities they can transform into more energized. This inspires the team and boosts their motivation to train. At that moment, the overweight man arrives, grumbling that it's far too complex for an ordinary person. With the calamity yet to arrive, he finds himself bored, avoiding training and monster battles. He believes everything is overly complex and prefers to leave these issues to the police. The team dislikes the noble, and everyone feels irritated whenever he appears. Empowered, he eagerly anticipates the arrival of the calamity. His desire is acknowledged, and the sky becomes crimson. The calamity materializes before the team, the group that conquers the ultimate enemy. The first to succeed will gain the authority to guide the team. Trox 32. Their determination is strong, and they'll never be defeated by someone like that noble. Departing at high velocity, the confident man bids farewell. Waving off the setbacks, the protagonist instructs the team to don their headphones. This marks the initial genuine battle since the team's creation, and they must remain vigilant. As drifting across in the city, the overweight man is indifferent to disrupting traffic, joking that the slow pace makes him drowsy. Despite the added weight, the plump fellow's team is quite swift, thanks to their proficiency in wind magic. The MC's friends will struggle significantly, closing the gap. The hero realizes he could defeat him solo, but that contradicts the essence of teamwork. As he hovers, he chuckles at foes who can't even approach him. Frustrated, Yuka can't make out their words, but she's confident it's merely foolish chatter. At last, the team of the slick-haired man arrives at the calamity site and chooses to eliminate the creatures. They unleash all their green energy against foes to obliterate everything in their path. While civilians flee, he instructs them to continue defeating the demons. Fortunately, just before the couple is struck, the hero arrives, conjuring his magical shield. He genuinely inquires what his teammates believe they're doing. In that instant, his purple aura begins to flow out, and the plump man understands he is immobile. The remaining police team and his companions come to see if everyone is all right. Yuka becomes extremely angry and warns them against involving ordinary individuals in this chaos. The noble is confused about his inability to move and suspects the brat is responsible. He concludes it's due to the interference with his magic. He commands his henchmen to handle the situation with the people. As he heads to conquer the boss, taking down Fuka is simple, but it may seem as if they're avoiding the battle. Perhaps this is the ideal opportunity the MC has been anticipating. He chooses to safeguard the civilians while his companions concentrate on eliminating the monsters. Yet, even a strong mage may find it difficult to protect everything solo. With assurance, he claims to be the leader of the elite anti-monster team. The blonde fellow concedes it was foolish to have inquired. They cannot depend on Minito indefinitely and must confront the monsters independently. The directive is to advance and secure victory for the teams. Sake. Each member of the team utilizes their skills to advance across the battlefield. Now energized, they unleash their abilities accurately at the approaching adversaries. The young girl unleashes her level 3 water ability against the approaching demons. Previously, she felt frightened and was unable to act, but now she is capable of defeating demon soldiers. She takes pride in her newfound strength. The area is filled with magical energy, and it appears that many civilians were unable to flee. The main character realizes that the rescue will be challenging. If it were someone else, they wouldn't manage, but he's the powerful mage. On the opposing side of the conflict, the thugs and the noble continue their relentless assault. The protagonist and friends unite to defeat their foes. Out of nowhere, they sense a mystical force and recognize a demon standing before them. It was the opportunity the noble sought to demonstrate his genuine level 4 magic against the boss. His troops claim that a mere level 4 spell won't defeat the demon. However, the overweight man feels confident and believes he can accomplish it, as only a handful of humans have triumphed over demons. As a noble mage, he believes it's merely instinctive to conquer these conflicts and unleashes his magic. In response, the demon releases formidable fire powers throughout the battlefield. Within moments, the man's sorcery is surpassed by the creatures. Afraid of failure, they choose to flee and escape. Regrettably, the civilians are abandoned by the man who shows no concern for their. At that moment, the hero arrives and once more saves the day. He wields strong magic to endure the force of the foe's attack. His allies assist him, lifting their hands to aid him with magic. Reclining on the ground, the plump man feels a sense of relief for avoiding loss. Frustrated, Yuka questions why he involved the citizens in. However, the noble claims it's their fault for not fleeing and moving at a slower pace than. Angry, the girl strikes the overweight boy hard across the face. Chuck 33. The force of the slap propels the man through the air. Immediately following that, she berates the overweight man, calling him a noble without any honor. Lying on the ground, the noble is in disbelief that they truly had the audacity to strike him. The friends choose to abandon the overweight guy, concentrating instead on eliminating the remaining foes from a distance. The MC observes everything and feels pleased about their quick recovery, yet there remain individuals who still require assistance, and the boss remains at large. The massive creature prowls the city, exuding its concealed, malevolent presence. The goons wish to flee, believing they cannot defeat their adversary. Fatso acknowledges that the foes are quite formidable, even for him. He proposes a strategy to exhaust the opposing team, creating an opportunity for him to deliver the decisive strike. His friends find this idea ingenious and become eager to implement the plan. At last, the creature approaches the three heroic mages. Despite the strength of the enemy's magic, they must secure victory at all costs, with the powerful leader being the first to rush in, wielding his formidable magic and abilities. The detectives and the girls begin casting their spells at the beast in unison. They all move in the same way, generating a mist upon contact. Despite that, they could not conquer the monster that remains upright and continues battling. To defeat them, level 4 spells or an immense amount of magical energy is required. Now the beast prepares to retaliate, unleashing its dark powers in a fierce counterattack. Managing to stay afloat, the friends narrowly evade the lethal strikes. This force is more potent than ever, being twice as strong as the girl's magic. The difference between them is immense and they can't possibly win under these circumstances. Wearing the headset, the hero understands his friends are struggling and chooses to offer guidance. His advice is for them to collaborate and genuinely merge their strengths. He claims the secret lies with the two sisters. No time for details. He states they must solve it independently. At that moment, gunfire erupts towards the girl, and she successfully evades the bullets. They come to understand that Kusunagi's words held significant meaning. As her sister mentioned, Minato consistently guided the team, and that holds significance. The girl's approach involves eliminating the weaker foes first while evading the demon's spells. Their allies can strike from one flank while they assault from the opposite side, and she will signal when the magic is approaching. Before them, the large creature begins to prepare multiple spells simultaneously. Collaborating, the girl begins to count the seconds to launch the plan. She alerts them just as everyone must evade the impending collision. The MC discovers that his friend is the leader and observes her remarkable ability to understand others. Still, she questions her abilities, because her energy levels still appear insufficient. Frightened, she attempts to recall what her friend mentioned not long ago. She doubts this strange approach will be effective, yet common sense has already been discarded completely. Window. In a bold decision, she requests that everyone share their strength with her. The noble observes this and fails to grasp their intentions. Acting as a unified team, everyone concentrates on executing the concept. With no alternatives available, they decide to place their trust in the girl. They must exert themselves for this, and if it fails, a backup plan will be necessary. The creature unleashes 5 potent spells, attempting to link attacks in succession. It unleashes a powerful burst of flames directly at foes. The effect is so powerful that the nobles believe everyone has been eliminated. But then, unexpectedly, they all emerge from the fire unscathed. Preparing spells, the group invokes sacred healing magic for all. Observing from afar, the hero acknowledges the clever strategy and commends the application of healing. It's now the sisters' moment, and they prepare to unleash their magic in unison. This plan is appropriate as their individual strength is lacking. However, the solution lies in combining. Together, they create a level 6 spell known as Water Torrent. The assault is initiated against the creature, overwhelmed by the intensity of the attack. This surprises the detectives, who never thought they could execute level 6 magic. Nonetheless, the creature remains alive still, and the fight is far from finished. This is the moment the overweight man sought to deliver the final strike, but unexpectedly, his physical strength begins to wane. The hero shows up precisely when needed, and weaves a strong enchantment. The team understands the creature has ceased its movements, and is one step from the sky ultimately brightens, and the foe is vanquished, halting the disaster. Exhausted, the girls fall down to the ground. Suddenly, their mana is entirely depleted, rendering them immobile. Nevertheless, they feel joy in having successfully saved the day as a team. Track 34. The protagonist congratulates everyone, commending their excellent performance in averting the incident. It was the team's inaugural mission, and they excelled. Observing them, he notices their increasing strength, particularly Yuka, whose development is truly remarkable. Her guidance was precise. Combining the spells proved to be a wise decision. She admits she was unaware of it and has only recently discovered the name of that technique. Upon his realization that she was unaware earlier, the main character is puzzled about how she managed it. It's revealed that it was entirely due to the guidance provided by the MC, and the remainder was instinct. The hero believes the girl could be even more remarkable than he anticipated. Nevertheless, she performed excellently, particularly in that role. The synergy between the two sisters was crucial to the mission. As he switches on the TV, the general elaborates. The team was established to enhance the response to one of. The reporter states that the leader is a student who prevented the disaster at the academy, and inquires whether that's accurate. The responder is Shidu. He appears on TV to introduce himself and verifies that the squad leader is indeed a student, as rumored. This astonishes the media, who find it hard to believe a minor holds that role. However, it is stated that he possesses sufficient power to exceed the noble's magic. Amid the disaster at the academy, not a single noble came to assist, leaving the police and citizens in a difficult situation. However, the hero arrived just in time to save everyone. This is why Shidu believes he is a savior and will assist in this new age. The MC preferred they not exaggerate the situation from afar. Such assertions are perilous and might jeopardize his standing. However, they note that certain clans resided on different continents and were quite careless regarding the disaster. In an effort to address the issue, the general emphasizes the significance of noble families. And forming the team does not diminish their position. At that moment, the plump man arrives and commands all to kneel. He claims he should be the new squad leader since a noble is entitled to that position. He argues that excluding him and holding a meeting is disrespectful. Irritated, the detective inquires why he is present after losing the challenge. Feigning forgetfulness, he claims he has no recollection of making such a promise. He claims that as a noble, his statements are final, and commoners must comply with him. At that moment, a journalist requests to pose a question to the alleged new leader. She claims they received reports of not assisting citizens during the disaster and even involving them in conflicts. This places him in a difficult situation. However, he fabricates a story that it never occurred. Other reporters claim they received the same details and possess videos and photos. The outcry begins, as those families are meant to safeguard citizens, not jeopardize their safety. Annoyed, the noble commands everyone to be quiet, blaming them for obstructing his magic. The detective urges everyone to acknowledge his corruption. He claims that what is required are heroes genuinely willing to safeguard the populace without selfish motives. He asserts they don't require nobles who fail to defend their citizens. Defeated, the trio flees, stating that the detectives will face consequences and lament their actions. Observing the events unfold on TV, the protagonist feels a sense of pride for the friend who defended him. The girls see numerous videos online regarding the disaster on the tablet. The esteemed mages are facing the brunt of the backlash, particularly the portly one. For the MC, the internet proves to be a daunting realm where news travels swiftly. At that moment, the girl panics upon seeing. Their expressions were recorded on film. Hiding the protagonist's identity is nearly impossible now, and the situation could become more complex. 1 week later, inside the meeting room, he questions the purpose of everything. The sight of numerous individuals occupying the room's chairs unsettles him, likely due to the press conference. The volunteer count increased because he behaved erratically on television. He claims he will reward the MC for this. He genuinely wished to mentor young mages but preferred to remain inconspicuous. However, his friend arrives to boost his confidence, declaring that the world is captivated by the attractive guy now. Regrettably, that truly disturbs him, as he wishes to avoid attention. During the night, an individual is bound to a chair in a spooky location. The individual who seized him desires to learn all that this unfortunate man knows. The psycho demands every detail regarding the black mage. He claims it's a young man capable of casting extraordinary spells. And that's fueled by rage, the madman charges with knives, shouting, convinced there's something beyond what he knows. Tears streaming down his face, the man recalls that the police are on duty at the Magic Academy to identify this mage. There's a rumor that this individual is a student, and there's nothing more to express. Unable to receive further assistance, the hostage pleads for their release. Yet, in a frenzy, his captor ends his life instantly, becoming angry when the blood marks his costly suit. In a rage, he cleans his garments while shouting obscenities. Thrilled by the concept of the anxiety a student may experience, he instructs the black mage to await his coming. Shape 35. Replacing the hood again, the main character reaches Shinjuku. Drifting, he observes individuals passing by and recording nearby. Upon spotting a monster on the ground, he observes indications that the black mage had been there. The MC believed the excitement surrounding him had already faded away, yet they continue to search for him. Patrols have intensified and appear to manage monsters and disasters more effectively now. Perhaps they no longer require the assistance of the black mage. Out of nowhere, he spots thugs demanding a repayment of 10 million yen. The suited man claims he merely borrowed 200,000 while attempting to protect himself from the assault. It's said that the purpose of the interest is clear, and the rate is elevated. At that moment, the protagonist leaps in to rescue the man who nearly died, forming an enchanted shield that withstands the impacts. Frustrated, the thieves believe the child before them is attempting to act like a hero. In an instant, they are thoroughly battered and too feeble to respond. Due to numerous issues, the police lack the resources to address illegal mages. Whispers suggest crime organizations are pursuing the black mage, igniting the protagonist's interest. He is curious and seeks to learn more about this organization. The criminals claim they lack knowledge. However, they claim the name is Black Rebellion. The MC vows to release them if they share their knowledge. The rebellion is a group of mages that operates discreetly, away from public attention, engaged in various criminal activities. They are gangs similar to the Yakuza or the Mafia, with ties in the media and political spheres. There's a location in Kabukicho, and both of them are optimistic about securing an opportunity to get. After stating that, they ultimately find themselves getting defeated by the protagonist once again. Nevertheless, he reflects on how Sonata had previously noted the increase in illicit mage activity. Monsters and disasters are managed by Minato Kusanagi Academy, while the black mage takes care of the underworld. Now, he concludes it's time to eliminate the Kabukicho branch. That branch is situated in a zone filled with nightclubs and intoxicated individuals. While he strolls, individuals present him with luxurious accommodations and illuminated red houses at a discount. Contemporary entertainment areas are vibrant and somewhat overwhelm the main character. Magic is felt everywhere, making it difficult to identify who is part of the organization. Perhaps he ought to begin by apprehending some individuals and inquiring further. He might consider detaining those engaged in suspicious activities in that area. In a shadowy alley, men offer strange items and grow irritated by the protagonist's presence. He effortlessly brings the men down once more without any visible effort. One of the goons reveals to him the organization's location. Members are assembling in return for being released. Striking the man, he wishes what he heard is accurate. Armed with the information, he reaches a bar named Western. Inside, a few rugged individuals are anticipating the arrival of their friends. The bartender inquires about the customer's order. As she hands over cash, the girl requests some confidential information. She seeks the location of the Black Rebellion's base. However, they inform her that she's asking the wrong question and should instead focus on what lies ahead for her. A few men move in closer, aware that someone has been prying into their affairs. But they were surprised to see such a beautiful woman. It seems the girl received poor information and ended up in this predicament. Exerting their authority as instructed to seize her, but ensure she remains unharmed. With great skill, she successfully evades and withstands the magical assaults. The goal is to discover a method to avoid the conflict. Sadly, she is struck by a fire spell struck and crashed to the earth. The thugs claim they have no interest in strong women, envisioning doing twisted acts to her. On the brink of defeat, she expresses regret to others for failing to resolve anything. When a man approaches to engage in something dubious, the MC enters, disregarding the chaos. He approaches the counter. He inquires with the bartender about the presence of that underworld organization's members. A thug approaches him from behind and inquires if he realizes the trouble he's in. The guy attempts to strike while taunting, but our hero takes him down with a single punch. The thug is launched, crashes against the wall, attempts to rise, then loses consciousness. The girl and the other thugs merely gaze. The woman with purple hair is astonished. No ordinary individual strikes with such force, and she cannot comprehend how She questions whether it was magic, though she never witnessed him perform any spells. Kusanagi feels relieved that the information guided him to low-tier mage thugs at this club in the West. He encounters numerous feeble mage punks here. Kusanagi derides them for ganging up on a single woman. The thugs feel intimidated, yet they still believe their numbers provide an advantage. One thug urges the group to attack him simultaneously since he stands alone. They unleash multiple fire assaults, while our hero attempts to evade them. The woman with purple hair questions his ability to defeat numerous foes, particularly inside. She believes he can't cast powerful spells in this place and shouts for him to flee. Just before they strike him, he ultimately loses patience. He evades each strike and quickly narrows the distance. Once close, he begins to unleash a flurry of punches. In mere seconds, our boy takes them down individually and knocks each one out. The woman is at a loss for words. He moved so quickly, she couldn't comprehend it. She questions once more if that was a form of magic. A thug starts weeping and insists on discovering his identity. Kusanagi declares himself the Black Mage, the one destined to eliminate the Black Rebellion. He takes down the final thug and approaches the girl. She's still astonished by how effortlessly he defeated everyone, and questions if he's some kind of elite or... As Kusanagi approaches, she notices he resembles a high school student. She remarks that his eyes are striking. He becomes slightly anxious and inquires if she's okay. She claims she's okay and unhurt. He approaches the bartender concealed behind the... Kusanagi presses the bartender for details on the Black Rebellion, but the bartender declines, fearing for his life. Our boy slams the table with a single punch to intimidate him. He inquires once more, stating this is the bartender's final opportunity. Frightened, the man chooses to speak. He reveals that the primary base of the Black Rebellion is in Tokyo, with extensions beyond Kabukicho. He's been told that the Kabukicho branch leader is a figure to be wary of. This mage wields significant power in the underworld, with rumors suggesting he manipulates Japan from behind the scenes. Kusanagi inquires about the branch's whereabouts, but the bartender insists he has no clue. Low-level operatives like him are stuck with menial tasks and lack substantial information. Frustrated, Kusanagi finds himself back at the beginning and resolves to pursue more illegal mages for As he starts to walk away, the woman halts him and expresses her gratitude for his help. She expresses that she cannot fathom what might have occurred if he hadn't arrived. He reassures her not to be concerned, as he was merely passing through, but also points out that it occurred due to her risky behavior. She labels him as harsh and he agrees. He is only tough with adults. She speculates that he's pursuing Black Rebellion and inquires about his intentions once he locates them. He coldly declares that he will annihilate them. She recognizes his sincerity, yet still questions whether he can take down the entire gang by himself, regardless of his strength. Unable to do it solo, she presents him with a proposal. She invites him to accompany her, mentioning that she's a detective with valuable connections and access to important information, despite lacking his expertise. Strength. She's also surprised that the Black Mage is much more powerful than the rumors suggested and believes collaborating with him might assist her in achieving her objective. Kusanagi understands and inquires if she desires his power in return for her information. She agrees wholeheartedly, labeling it an ideal arrangement. She extends her hand, seeking his assistance. He realizes he requires the details, yet he questions her reliability. Ultimately, he decides it's acceptable. If it turns sour, he can easily walk away. He agrees and shakes her hand. She introduces herself as Leona, while the boy just states that he is a black mage. She mentions that the name is somewhat difficult and questions why he doesn't choose a shorter one. He says she can call him anything she likes. Thus, she chooses Chrono and he accompanies. He inquires about the thug's interest in her, and she explains she was searching for Black Rebellion's hideout. He criticizes her for being foolishly reckless. She points out they are both pursuing the same goal, but he counters that he can defend himself. She concedes she has many vulnerabilities. Nevertheless, she claims she had no alternative since no one opposes Black Rebellion. Nowadays, rogue mages act freely in Kabukicho, since law enforcement is preoccupied with managing the disasters. Kusanagi recalls Sanada mentioning this earlier. Now, he comprehends the severity of Leona's predicament. Struggling to maintain her composure, Leona discloses that rogue mages assaulted her younger brother. Following the death of their parents, she took on the responsibility of raising him alone. She toiled tirelessly to provide him with a good life. Aware that she couldn't be with him often and that he might feel isolated, he never voiced any discontent. Then, one day, intruders invaded their home. Her brother witnessed them, prompting an attempt to kill. Her expression shifts, and he inquires whether her brother survived. She claims he is alive, yet he remains unconscious. Kusanagi understands that even holy magic cannot rouse someone from a coma. Feeling exasperated, she states that the doctors remain uncertain about when he will regain consciousness. At just 9, she feels he deserved a typical life. Leona claims the individuals responsible were associates of Black Rebellion. She located and apprehended them, but she won't feel fulfilled until the entire group is captured. Absent, when he inquires if this is merely revenge, she replies no. She aims to mend things to prevent others from enduring similar pain. She realizes her own limitations but trusts he can confront Black Rebellion. Kusanagi suspects she is likely being honest. Yet, he ponders whether she shared all this merely to prevent him from betraying her in the future. He admires her resilience for making it this far and grins, as he is drawn to desperate women. He cautions her against hindering his progress, but she retorts that she has already identified numerous potential hideouts, so he shouldn't undervalue her information network. There are simply too many locations to investigate, some possibly linked to the Yakuza or Mafia. This is why she needed to exercise caution. He instructs her to give him the list. She inquires about his intentions. He replies that he plans to pay them a visit. She cautions him that it's overly perilous, mentioning that even he could meet his demise. He reassures her not to fret, claiming he's the renowned black mage. She consents to provide the details but insists on accompanying him. He warns her once more, yet she stands firm, undeterred by the risks. He inquires about her brother's actions if she passes away. She claims he would at least receive insurance funds. He retorts that money is meaningless and instructs her not to mention it again. Family is what truly matters. She expresses that he cannot grasp the experience of being vulnerable. Frustrated, she describes the misery of living truthfully while being overwhelmed by scum like those gang members. When individuals like her are trapped, they lack the strength to retaliate. She questions why her innocent younger brother had to endure such pain, and then she begins to weep. Kusanagi begins to move, and when she inquires about his actions, he requests the hideout locations. Those gang members will face consequences. She ceases her tears and appears somewhat improved. She provides him with the information but mentions it will take ages to arrive. He reassures her and takes hold of her from behind. He advises her to grip firmly, and she immediately begins to blush. Inside a building occupied by gang members, a man approaches the window to observe something. Another thug inquires about the issue, and suddenly the window shatters inward as Kusanagi leaps into the room, carrying Leona. He delivers a kick to the thug by the window, stunning everyone. The gang stands still as one of their members is dropped. Kusanagi questions if this is the genuine Black Rebellion hideout. Leona attempts to steady herself, still trembling from her earlier thoughts. The thugs demand information, brandishing their weapons and preparing to kill him. He remains composed, observing that the Yakuza haven't altered much since his previous life. The boss approaches, cigar in hand, and inquires about his identity. He replies that he is the Black Mage. Enraged, the boss commands his men to attack. He instructs Leona to stay close. A thug charges at him with a sword, but Kusanagi stands firm. The thug is left stunned as his blade is severed, unable to comprehend what just occurred. More assailants emerge from behind and begin to open fire. Kusanagi conjures a magical shield and successfully deflects everything without fail. Trouble. The thugs begin to lose hope when the Black Mage is labeled a monster, yet he disregards them and strides toward the boss. He inquires once more if this individual is truly the leader and if there is any connection to the Black Rebellion. The manager shakes and remains silent in an instant, he retaliates with insults, vowing the Black Mage won't escape unscathed and cautions him against underestimating the Yakuza. The gang strikes once more, shooting and charging forward. Kusanagi remains composed and labels them as obstinate. Leona understands that such individuals will never cooperate. She is astonished that he remains unscathed after everything. He perceives that none of them are genuine mages. He concludes they aren't linked to the Black Rebellion and resolves to eliminate them. The boss warns he's chosen the wrong foes, but Kusanagi interrupts and advances. With a blow that propels them away, a single hit is sufficient to defeat the entire faction. The Yakuza ultimately capitulate. Leona is shocked by how quickly it concluded. Kusanagi is frustrated by their lack of knowledge, so he proceeds to the next location. Leona finally recognizes the true strength of the Black Mage and starts to believe he can indeed obliterate the Black Rebellion. He lifts her into his arms, and she tenses, aware they are departing in the same manner again. He leaps from the window alongside her. She cries out and pleads for him to halt, yet he persists. At the subsequent hideout, they burst through another window. Kusanagi takes down the entire gang in moments, and they plead for mercy. Once outside, he questions why they consistently opt for aggression, labeling the Yakuza as fools. Leona concurs but notes that gang members would never heed their words regardless. She pleads with him to quit coming in through windows each time. Sneaking up on the Yakuza is one thing, but she's tired of all the flying. He claims that rules are irrelevant with Yakuza. She dismisses that as absurd, prompting him to consent to do it right this time. At the following location, they knock, and a bald man inquires about their identity. Kusanagi states he's come to inquire about the Black Rebellion. The bald man closes the door and tells them to leave. Irritated, Kusanagi slams the door. The door bursts open with a kick, causing the gang inside to panic, fearing a raid. They insist on learning his clan affiliation, but Kusanagi reiterates that he solely seeks details about the Black Rebellion. The bald man becomes impatient and strikes first. Kusanagi had wished for a peaceful resolution this time, but with no alternatives, he retaliates effortlessly, leaving the others in shock. Dismissing the lesser threats, Kusanagi searches for the leader. A man named Asura approaches, declaring himself as the leader. He inquires why Kusanagi intruded, and Kusanagi promptly questions whether they are connected to the Black Rebellion. Asura comprehends the situation, but his men perceive it as disrespect and draw their weapons. "Our lad," Asura commands them to back off. When they object, he asserts they aren't equipped to deal with someone like Kusanagi. He then states clearly that his team has no connection to a pitiful group like he. States that honor is important to his clan. Kusanagi inquires about the location of the Black Rebellion's hideout, while Asura questions if he will depart afterward. Kusanagi claims Leona and Kusanagi face Asura, who is flanked by his men. Leona feels anxious about the situation. Asura states his name, while Kusanagi introduces himself as Chrono, and Leona follows suit. Asura indicates a location on the map, suggesting that the Black Rebellion's hideout is likely in that vicinity. adding that's all he knows. Kusanagi examines the location and notices it aligns. He understands they would have discovered it in due time had they continued searching for it, and acknowledges she's more dependable than he anticipated. He questions Asura about the wisdom of sharing such information with an outsider from the same realm. Asura clarifies that they aren't allies. They're foes. He asserts that his clan doesn't stoop to targeting honorable individuals. Kusanagi ponders why they initially assaulted him, but Asura points out that he didn't appear very respectable while invading Yakuza headquarters. Asura emphasizes that his clan adheres to principles, so they shouldn't be likened to the filth of the Black Rebellion. Kusanagi is taken aback to encounter a Yakuza like him in this situation. Since Kusanagi obtained his goal, he departs as he promised. Prior to his departure, Asura inquires if he genuinely intends to confront the Black Rebellion, cautioning that influential figures in the nation support them. Kusanagi raises Leona, stating he has confronted formidable opponents, similar to that earlier, then takes off with her in his arms. Asura observes him leave and commends his nerve. He believes the boy could genuinely undermine the Black Rebellion. Inside a warehouse, a group of men gathers to exchange a unique weapon. One of the henchmen inspects it and confirms its authenticity. The red-haired man instructs his team to hand over the cash, which the men in black suits accept. One of them shakes hands with the red-haired buyer to finalize the transaction. The suited man remarks on how Japan treats criminals so well, to which the other nods in agreement, calling it the best country. As they share a laugh, Kusanagi bursts through the window, carrying Leona. Everyone is taken aback, but they quickly draw magic circles and firearms. Kusanagi realizes he has finally located the group he was searching for. Through magical perception, he observes that all members of the Black Rebellion are mages. The Mafia faction also includes a handful of mages. Leona hides behind a container and begins recording with her. The red-haired man inquires about Kusanagi. Frustrated by the repeated question, he declares himself the Black Mage, stating his intent to annihilate the Black Rebellion. This only adds to their confusion, and they erupt in laughter, convinced that a mere child cannot defeat them single-handedly. Kusanagi disregards them and casts a massive fire spell. Multiple men are swept away. He emphasizes his determination to annihilate the entire thing. Furious, they retaliate with relentless bursts of powerful magic. Kusanagi shields all with his barrier. He understands they won't employ anything beyond level 2, or they'll damage the warehouse. He thinks about offensive spells, but with so many foes that won't suffice. The minions are stunned that their magic has no effect, and even their bullets are ineffective. They can't grasp how he's still unharmed. None of them has encountered magic like this before. Kusanagi feels let down. They're in a frenzy, even though he hasn't truly engaged yet. Then one man in a suit recalls the unique weapon they recently acquired. Their demeanor shifts entirely, and they caution Kusanagi not to become overly confident. He notices immediately, as they don masks and retrieve the special weapon. Kusanagi immediately identifies the threat and instructs Leona to flee outside. She complies and exits. A thug launches a gas bomb, but Kusanagi halts it mid-flight using magic. It detonates, releasing toxic gas. The men believe that even he cannot endure this. Feeling at ease, convinced the Black Mage is finished, they advance to inspect his lifeless body. As the smoke dissipates, they are astonished to find him unscathed. Kusanagi remarks that magic isn't enough to protect against poison gas. However, gas remains gas. He has merely employed wind magic to shift the air around him and labels their strategy foolish, and reminds them that a mage of his caliber won't be defeated so easily. Frightened, they attempt to summon help, but receive no response. Kusanagi claims it's useless. He has already taken. Every other hideout has been wiped out, leaving them with nothing but this last refuge. He instructs them to prepare and swiftly takes them down. Content: he eradicates Kabukicho's Black Rebellion. Afterward, he sets off to locate Leona, but suddenly feels a presence behind him. A man emerges from the shadows, with Leona as his captive. He expresses admiration for Kusunagi's ability to defeat everyone alone and, with a sinister grin, states he wishes to negotiate with the Black Mage. After eliminating the Black Rebellion members and handling the poison gas, Kusunagi approaches the warehouse exit to check on Leona, only to encounter an enemy mage holding her captive. The man insists on a negotiation if Kusunagi hopes to see her again. Kusunagi quickly assesses the distance and realizes he can't reach her in time using combat magic unless he finds an opportunity. He begins to prepare a level 1 spell to disarm the attacker. However, the man notices and warns him against making any moves if he values Leona's life. Kusunagi is taken aback that his opponent detected the spell and acknowledges the man's skill. He surmises that the man is concealing his true power, but estimates his magic level to be around 40,000, indicating a formidable mage. Leona starts to apologize to Kusunagi, calling him Chrono as well, but he reassures her that he will rescue her. Frustrated by Minato's inaction, the man threatens to kill Leona for real if Manhwa continues to underestimate him. Following some additional tense exchanges, Manhwa diffuses the situation and consents to avoid sudden movements. Satisfied, the hostage-taker reveals his identity as Kaga Shuji, leader of the Kabukicho division of the Black Rebellion. He explains his mission to either enlist the Black Mage or eliminate him. Kaga confesses to having tortured individuals connected to the Black Mage, only to discover that the target was merely a child attempting to destroy the branch. Annoyed, Kaga clutches the knife more firmly and nicks Leona's neck. He hastily offers an apology, not out of remorse, but due to his overwhelming excitement. He even takes pleasure in seeing her blood flow down the blade. Observing Kaga's unstable demeanor, Manhwa inquires about his intentions. Kaga hesitates before revealing that he prefers to inflict pain and end Minato's life for Leona's survival. Should Manhwa decline or attempt to flee, Leona will be killed instead. Thus, he forces Manhwa to decide. And Manhwa quickly consents to endure the torture. Excited, Kaga taunts Leona, questioning whether she believes Manhwa appears courageous. However, Manhwa is aware that regular attacks can't penetrate his magical shield, making this the wisest choice. Kaga then insists that he disable the barrier, claiming the torture is meaningless otherwise. This revelation startles Leona, who finally grasps how Manhwa has been deflecting attacks. Now, she fears the consequences if he actually deactivates it. Manhwa is also taken aback that Kaga is aware of the barrier, realizing he revealed too much earlier. Regardless, he turns it off and inquires if that suffices. Kaga immediately unleashes a first-level lightning spell aimed at Minato's critical areas. Leona pleads with him to halt, but Kaga is too engrossed in his sadistic enjoyment. Following the relentless assaults, Manhwa feigns unconsciousness, while Leona berates herself for her perceived weakness. Seizing the opportunity, Kaga prepares to attack once more, taunting her in the process. Leona attempts to disrupt his incantation to shield Manhwa, but Kaga anticipates her action immediately. After sending her to the ground, he ridicules her as a pathetic loser. He claims Minato's downfall is her fault and advances to eliminate her, eager to witness her demise in hopelessness. Just in the nick of time, Manhwa leaps. He lunges and delivers a vicious surprise punch to Kaga, devastating his face. Shocked, Leona wonders how he survived after lowering his barrier. Manhwa reveals he discreetly maintained a small concealed barrier just before the strike hit. It merely appeared that his defense had vanished. Leona chuckles nervously and remarks that only Manhwa would attempt something like this. With Kaga temporarily incapacitated, Manhwa uses light magic to heal Leona's wound and reassures her that she's safe. Feeling relieved, Leona silently expresses gratitude for having the Black Mage as an ally, but Kaga rises again, his face magically healed, seething with anger at their demeanor. Manhwa is amazed that he remained conscious after that speed-boosted strike and remains prepared. Understanding that torture won't defeat Manhwa, Kaga chooses to set both himself and Leona ablaze. While Kaga creates a robust fire spell, Manhwa finally realizes the extent of his danger as Kaga has evidently been restraining himself, and his magical power continues to surge. Once the spell formula is complete, Kaga unleashes a level 4 fire lightning spell, Fire Spark, directly at them. Just before impact, Leona panics, convinced Chrono can't intervene. Manhwa remains composed and simply elevates his magic barrier. When the fire is nearly at the peak, to Leona's astonishment, his initial level defense spell effortlessly neutralizes the 4th level assault. Seeing Manhwa extinguish the flames effortlessly, she experiences an unusual sense of safety standing nearby. The more she observes him, the deeper her curiosity grows about the true identity of the Black Mage. Upon his failed attack, Kaga laughs and commends Manedo's power. He admits that basic fire magic wouldn't be enough to defeat him, but he has additional strategies. Leona, still puzzled, questions why Kaga's magic hasn't diminished as it normally would by now. Manhwa clarifies that Kaga employs sustainable magic, continuously replenishing the spell to maintain its strength, similar to how he utilizes wind for flying. Leona retorts that this isn't the moment for a lesson, yet she cautions that the barrier could disappear shortly. She observes it remains and questions the reason. Manhwa reassures her he can also wield sustainable magic, alleviating her concerns. This prompts Kaga to feel anxious. Catching, Leona confidently urges him to surrender while he still has the chance. Kaga feigns fear, then quickly abandons the ruse and strikes once more. Acknowledging Manedo's strength, he ultimately reveals his true deception, enhancing the flames surrounding Manedo's barrier further. Suddenly, Leona feels a wave of weakness, her body feels heavy, and she can, struggling to breathe. Kaga states that encircling the barrier with flames consumed the oxygen within. Lacking air, they'll choke. As temperatures increase, even Manedo's shield won't endure indefinitely. He offers Manhwa a choice: suffocate within the barrier or burn. Outside it, Manhwa simply yawns. Annoyed, Kaga questions whether he understands how serious this is. Manhwa calmly states he comprehends it more than Kaga. Kaga contends that regardless of Manedo's abilities, Leona is already perishing and cannot be saved. Suddenly, Leona regains her strength and finds herself bewildered. Kaga looks on in disbelief as Manhwa clarifies that fire magic alters the air. Yet Kaga overlooked that magic itself exists within the air as well. Kaga insists on an explanation. Manhwa succinctly describes the interaction between barriers and atmospheric magic, then utilizes wind to shift the air and suffocate the flames. Kaga panics as his strategy unravels, and laments his defeat. Just before he loses consciousness, Manhwa intervenes, determined not to allow him to slip away so easily. He ridicules Kaga's fixation on torture, then casts the spell casts him into the dark zone. Kaga finds himself in a void, surrounded by utter silence and darkness, with no light in sight. Frightened, he cries out for assistance, but receives no reply. Meanwhile, Manhwa returns to Leona, who informs him that someone has already alerted the police regarding the warehouse. Without hesitation, Manhwa lifts her and departs, disregarding her protests as they escape before the authorities arrive. Once they reach a secure location, Leona reluctantly acknowledges that the Kabukicho branch is done for. Manhwa is already planning for the future and discusses conquering the next district. Leona refers to him as Chrono and requests to be his ally. Aware of her own weakness and potential to hinder him, she insists her insights and contacts can still be beneficial. After a moment, Manhwa concedes, admitting he struggles to turn people down. This makes Leona smile brightly. She assures him she will take care of PR and recruitment. A few hours later, the morning news covers the warehouse incident, reporting the arrests of Black Rebellion members and attributing the credit to the Black Mage. Suddenly, the program is disrupted by breaking news: a nationwide video statement from an anti-illegal mage organization led by the Black Mage. At the beginning, a cloaked figure thought to be the Black Mage emerges. On screen, he identifies the group as Shadowbringer and proclaims himself the Black Annihilator, committed to eradicating illegal mages associated with the Black Rebellion. He then issues a warning that he will no longer tolerate injustice from anyone. A senior member of the Black Rebellion observes the broadcast and erupts in fury at the Black Mage's audacity. His companion remains composed, dismissing the Black Mage as insignificant. This reassures the furious man, leading him to place his confidence in his formidable noble mage ally, Fuka Jin, the head of the Fuka family. Following the confrontation, Fuka Jin heads back to his room and views the news as reporters criticize the magic nobles, labeling them as ineffective and shameful during press briefings. Meanwhile, the Special Magic Unit is managing the current crisis more effectively. The media and the public are increasingly questioning the necessity of magic nobles altogether. Angry about the disrespect, Jin throws his teacup at the television and instructs his butler to call for the show. As the butler hurries off, Jin vows that those contemptible commoners will suffer for ridiculing the so-called inept magic aristocracy. Simultaneously, New York City descends into disorder worldwide, when creatures unexpectedly emerge and assault civilians, causing people to flee in panic. First responders reach the scene in minutes and provide updates while attempting to manage the attack. Yet there are too many monsters. One officer restrains them as another urgently requests SMAT, only to learn that chaos is erupting all around and no assistance will arrive shortly. Explosions ravage the city, resulting in hundreds dead and thousands hurt. Suddenly, a monstrous leader emerges and prepares to unleash a level 5 blazing column fire spell capable of engulfing the entire city. Just as it is about to launch, a talented noble mage appears and counters it using a level 5 Titan Tanic Bubble Water incantation. The mage, Mizuha Toshiro, father to Yuka and Ruka, effortlessly defeats the monster. Leaders strike prior to arriving on the battlefield. The shocked responders are instructed to assist Toshiro and help control the. Ignoring the accolades from others, Toshiro concentrates on the battle and unleashes a more powerful water, a spell to defeat the monstrous leader. Its power overwhelms the beast before it has a chance to retaliate, and concludes the fight in Toshiro's favor. After it concludes, the responders gather around him to express gratitude. He remains composed, stating he merely fulfilled his responsibilities as expected. Before Toshiro heads back to Japan, the mayor of New York expresses his gratitude for minimizing the impact, while whispers arise among the onlookers. Certain individuals ridicule the notion of a low-ranking Japanese noble behaving arrogantly while criticizing Japan's diminished condition. Toshiro listens to them but pays no mind, focusing instead on the issues awaiting him at home, his daughters joining the elite magic unit, and Japan's declining status. Meanwhile, Yuka, Ruka, and their companion recuperate on the training ground, still feeling the effects of their intense sparring session, with Ruka grumbling about his overwhelming strength and not even trying fully. Before they continue complaining, Sanada arrives accompanied by a group of trainees. He proposes a fresh strategy. If they all charge Minato at once, they could stand a chance. Motivated by their numbers, Yuka supports the plan, confident that even Minato can't manage more than 100 trainees at once. Unfortunately, Minato overhears everything. He suddenly materializes behind them and nonchalantly inquires if they wish to attempt that plan. Yuka halts and hurriedly refutes it, clumsily stating they were merely conversing. Minato is not entertained. He announces that the break has ended and assigns them their next challenge: defeat him using all they've got. Seized, the team leaps at the opportunity and strikes simultaneously, confident their figures will secure victory. Minato hardly responds, effortlessly blocking them with a basic level 1 barrier. When Yuka confidently claims that won't last, he nonchalantly elevates it to a level for high magic shield. The trainees are astonished. Undeterred, they channel even greater energy into their assaults, yet Minato's barrier absorbs each strike effortlessly. As their irritation intensifies, they ultimately comprehend just how terrifyingly powerful Minato is. Then Minato strikes and utterly defeats them. When it concludes, the trainees lie strewn across the field, moaning in absolute failure. Once training concludes, Yuka and Ruka glance at their phones, their faces draining of color. Minato observes their reaction and inquires about the issue. The sisters grow serious, revealing their father has returned to Japan. Upon departing from their father's home, the Mizua sisters proceed to the family villa for a crucial discussion. An uncomfortable stillness lingers there until Toshiru eventually inquires about the unique magic squad they became part of. Yuka verifies their presence with the unit, and as tension escalates, Toshiru asks them to elaborate further on. It's reassuring that he's listening. They enthusiastically discuss the positive impact of the squad and the wonderful new friendships they've formed. Ruka takes pride in noting their rapid improvement in magic power and spell levels, all thanks to Minato Kusanagi and his companions. Toshiru, intrigued by the compliments, acknowledges Minato's talent and societal value. While sipping his tea, he overhears someone liken Minato to him, proposing that Minato could potentially compete with a magic noble. Toshiru places his cup down gently and issues a swift command. They must leave the special magic squad immediately. Shocked, the sisters insist on understanding why. Toshiru calmly states that the noble's standing is declining, which may negatively impact Japan. He asserts that the magic nobles, rather than the special unit, are the real backbone of the nation. Thus, Minato, simply by being present, he is exacerbating the situation. As a result, he prohibits them from visiting him again. The sisters respond angrily, deeming his reasoning ridiculous. Toshiru remains steadfast. He commands their compliance as usual and then turns to. Before he can leave, Yuka, who has always followed him unquestioningly, unexpectedly says no for the first time. She asserts that she will always remain with the special magic squad and Minato, as she believes he has the power to transform the world. She claims the nobles have become complacent, while the squad rigorously trains them for actual combat. Had their father sought collaboration, they would have consented. However, attempting to impose it is unacceptable. That is a mistake. Upon hearing this, Toshiru coldly rejects her, stating she can no longer refer to herself as a magic noble. Ruka prepares to talk, yet Yuka merely nods and departs without saying anything. Before departing, she grins at her father and declares that from this moment, she will just be Mizuha. Yuka. He no longer has to fret about her tarnishing the family reputation once she departs. Toshiru grumbles about her defiance, while Ruka cautions him regarding Yuka has transformed. Toshiru is once more disheartened as Ruka relinquishes her noble title to join Yuka, hoping to retain at least one daughter. He also rejects her and instructs her to refrain from using the family name again. Ruka acknowledges this and expresses gratitude, and strolls, departing, leaving him solitary, murmuring to himself. Now liberated from their father's authority, the sisters switch from their elegant attire to casual wear and make their way to a hotel, discussing their newfound freedom. During the journey, Yuka inquires if Ruka is truly comfortable with departing from their family. Ruka assures her. She assured Yuka, as the elder sister, that she would always be there. Yuka grins at. The sisters embrace each other with a warm hug. However, their cheerful demeanor is short-lived as they quickly encounter difficulties securing a hotel room. After exhausting all options, they consult the manager, but it ultimately leads them to no results. After an entire day of searching, every hotel, rental service, and even internet cafe refuses them entry due to their age. While Ruka may have fabricated her age, Yuka is too young to do the same. Exhausted, they take a break at a small cafe with some drinks. Yuka lets out a sigh at the irony. They've earned money from squad work but lack a place to stay. As they converse, two inebriated young men approach there. The table begins to flirt with Yuka right in Ruka's presence. Sensing the escalating situation, Ruka shoots them a fierce look and cautions them to leave if they value their safety. The guys quickly pick up on the threat, apologize, and flee. Once they're gone, Yuka smiles and proposes they have fun while they can. When Ruka mentions their destination, they'll sleep. Yuka mentions they'll address that later. Thus, for their initial night on there, they shop for clothing and plush toys on their own, perform karaoke like goofy drunks, and simply enjoy. As evening approaches, reality returns. Yet Yuka expresses gratitude to Ruka for a memorable night. She acknowledges that everything seems much less frightening with Ruka nearby. Ruka smirks yet reminds her they still require a location to rest. While pondering who could assist them, Yuka receives a message from Minato. In his typical awkward manner, he inquires about how to operate his phone since he forgot once more. The sisters exchange glances and agree to visit Minato, hoping he'll allow them to stay with him for. At last, when they arrive at Minato, they inquire whether they can temporarily reside at his home. Prior to responding, Minato leads the Mizuha sisters into the living room to discuss the events that transpired. Upon hearing the entire narrative, he inquires about their feelings regarding it. The girls acknowledge their impulsive and immature behavior. Minato observes their newfound honesty and the strengthened bond between them as sisters. Once they finish, Yuka expresses regret for causing him trouble and asks once more if they can remain, as they have no other place to turn. Minato takes a moment to reflect. Lacking any romantic feelings for either, he concludes it's acceptable and consents to allow them to remain. Prior to their celebration, he cautions them that his apartment is modest and far from the luxurious residences they're accustomed to. To his astonishment, they are unfazed and begin joyfully conversing like children. Observing them, Minato remarks on their quick adaptability. In some way, causes the girls to flush. Their thoughts wander into whimsical daydreams of cohabiting with the strong and charming Kusanagi Minato. Yuka becomes particularly overwhelmed, her heart racing until she needs to regain her composure. Oblivious to their discomfort, Minato nonchalantly inquires if they wish to shower before sleeping. The girls immediately panic, perceiving him as inappropriate. Undeterred, Minato repeats the question, and this time they, responding casually, Yuka takes the lead, leaving Minato and Ruka together in the living room. While conversing, Minato commends their decision to depart from home, confessing he didn't foresee it from them. Ruka expresses her surprise as well. This marks their initial act of defiance against their rigid father, who has always denied them autonomy. She believes he will only tighten his grip on his principles now. Minato points out that Toshiru already holds a negative opinion of their team, leaving uncertainty about his next actions. Before Ruka can respond, Yuka appears in her pajamas and instructs Ruka to take her turn next. Ruka swiftly enters and relishes the finest bath she has experienced. During her absence, Yuka expresses to Minato that it still seems surreal to be in his. At home, Minato calmly mentions it's his first time hosting guests, yet he feels untroubled. Yuka expresses her heartfelt gratitude for their hospitality, while Minato downplays it as insignificant. She chuckles. When he inquires about it, she replies that he consistently behaves as if everything is fine, despite the oddities. Minato assures her that while they are part of his team, they will forever be his friends, and he will not forsake them. Yuka feels her heart pounding, but before she can dwell on it, Ruka emerges from the shower, appearing elegant in her nightwear. Minato stands up to have his turn, leaving the sisters behind. In hushed stillness, both attempting to comprehend it all. The following day, Minato encounters his handler, Shidu, and receives the updated training timetable for his unit. After their standard meeting, he informs Shidu that Yuka and Ruka are residing with him. Upon realizing Minato is cohabitating with two girls, Shidu erupts in surprise and questions Minato's calm demeanor. Confused, he ponders if this is typical for today's youth. Eager to impart some common sense, Shidu gives Minato a lecture about Japan's stance against polygamy and shares various half-accurate notions about cultural norms and customs at him. As Minato leaves, he considers searching for a larger space. Having 3 people in his apartment is too snug. Just before departing, he sees Sanada practicing solo in the yard and chooses to inspect. He shouts to her, questioning why she continues to practice. Sanada expresses feeling lagging. Although she has mastered attack spells, she remains unsatisfied with her progress. She advises Minato to ease up on the formality since she's his subordinate, and he promptly agrees. Minato motivates her to attempt using an attack spell. When she falters, he offers to lead her. Following his counsel, Sanada assumes position and performs a. After observing the spell, Minato commends her and encourages her to continue. He assures her that persistence will lead to greater strength. Sanada expresses gratitude but admits she still feels inferior compared to her teammates. Minato advises her against underestimating herself, recognizing the effort she puts in. Sanada confesses she became a police officer due to the rarity of holy mages, feeling like the least powerful among them. Understanding she's offloading her concerns onto him, she swiftly apologizes. Minato, he doesn't dismiss it. He inquires about her reasons for wanting to join the force. Sanada claims her grandmother was a sacred mage who rescued many during previous disasters. Inspired by that example, she decided to join the force. Despite expressing that, she continues to question her abilities, asserting that she lacks significant ambitions like others and isn't particularly skilled at anything. Minato immediately dismisses that, highlighting her healing abilities, attack spells, and the intensity of her training. He explains that the reason she began is less important than her current actions. That resonates deeply, and Sanada finally recognizes her training is truly yielding results. The moment consumes her, and she begins to cry with relief. After she calms down, she refers to herself as a sad adult, but Minato insists age is irrelevant. Grateful for his words, Sanada begins to view Minato as the person who consistently helps her overcome her uncertainties. Later that evening, Minato prepares himself for his covert operation as the Black Mage. Prior to his departure, he encounters Leona, who reveals she discovered details about the magic noble's rumors. Curious, Minato requests her to share what she learned, but he must wear the Shadowbringer outfit before proceeding. After being dismissed by the Black Mage once more, Leona presents her findings on illicit mages and dubious magical organizations. She mentions that the magic nobles are allegedly connected to offenses such as money laundering, collusion, and embezzlement. Certain families, particularly the Fukas, might have connections to the Black Rebellion. Minato inquires about leadership. Leona mentions that the gossip suggests Kurwa Akudo, a disgraced former magic noble, is involved. This connection to the Black Rebellion worsens Minato's perception, yet Leona points out that there remains no solid evidence implicating the Fukas or any noble family. With silence prevailing, obtaining reliable information proves to be quite challenging. She believes that anyone who might voice their opinion is being suppressed, so she cautions Minato to tread carefully if he investigates further. Once finished, Minato requests her to send all the information to his phone. When inquired about his next move, he simply replies that he's off to deliver justice. He leaps from the rooftop, contemplating ways to exact revenge on the villains. Several hours later, the Black Mage returns home and resumes his identity as Minato Kusanagi, unwinding with his new housemates, Ruka and Yuka. The trio silently concentrates on their individual tasks. With some free time, Minato begins researching Ichikami Minato and the disasters that occurred 50 years prior. Now that he has mastered using a smartphone, he searches through available information. Much of Ichikami's history remains unchanged, yet contemporary mages are depicted as significantly weaker, which feels odd. He also discovers only vague references to the magical aristocrats and their lineages, with scant details about their historical strength or training. Reflecting on his past as Ichikami, Minato believes that if his magic tome were still intact, mages wouldn't have declined so drastically. Yuka observes that literature and records on advanced magical training have vanished, almost as if someone intentionally wiped them out. Minato speculates that the current head of Mizua may possess some knowledge, but with limited information regarding the calamities, arranging a meeting will be challenging. For the time being, he continues to seek clarity on what the calamities truly are and when they first emerged on Earth, but he makes little progress. Yuka notices his irritation and returns to her tasks. The following day, as the elite magic unit practices, Minato and the team receive an urgent alert regarding a disaster, and are dispatched immediately. However, upon their arrival, they discover Shu Fuka, and his minion already looming over a slain calamity creature. Despite feeling bewildered, Minato remains composed while Shu arrogantly ridicules their arrival. He boasts that his team handled it before they showed up, then advises Minato to calm down since no civilians were harmed. Shu continues to brag that everything would have turned out poorly without his involvement, then self-satisfiedly advises them to stay more vigilant next time before departing. Once he's left, Yuka questions Shu's issue. Yet Minato remains unaware. In the following days, additional disasters arise. Each time, Shu's team arrives ahead and takes the accolades. He continually ridicules the special magic unit for their slowness and claims the world still requires the magic nobles. Yuka loses her temper when he labels their team as ineffective. Once he departs, she highlights that this marks the 5th occurrence, indicating something suspicious is afoot. Shortly thereafter, Shiru mentions they might be facing sabotage due to the consistent delays in their reports. Minato, unable to detect calamities from a distance, struggles to devise a solution. Yuka furiously points out that Shu consistently steers clear of confrontations whenever a demon-level boss appears. At a loss for answers, Sanada glances at her phone and notices the Fukas receiving significant online backing, which is odd considering the recent backlash against them. She also discovers that Jin Fuka is preparing for a press conference. Minato and the group come together to pay attention to his words. Jin expresses gratitude to the reporters and states that the conference addresses the recent shortcomings of the magic nobles, particularly Shu. In a surprising gesture, he bows and offers a public apology for his son's actions. The journalists are shocked. They never anticipated a magical noble would express regret. Jin continues, expressing his failure as a father and his intention to rectify it. Simultaneously, reports emerge regarding Shu facing multiple disasters prior to the arrival of the special magic unit. Watching his strategy succeed, Jin stands tall and discusses the shortage of skilled magic nobles, but notes that measures are already being implemented to resolve the issue. As the conference gains traction online, nearly half of the comments back the Fukas, infuriating Yuka. She expresses her frustrations to the team, questioning if their efforts are in vain and if the public will mock them. Just before she loses her composure, Minato urges her to relax. He reassures everyone that their mission remains unchanged, regardless of public opinion, and asks them to have faith in him. Several days following the conference, Shiru receives an invitation to a high-level meeting. His supervisor informs him that the elite magic team is at risk due to escalating complaints as their conflict with the magic aristocrats intensifies. As Shiru attempts to clarify Shu's suspicious behavior, his superior dismisses him and claims he is provoking a conflict with the nobles. He claims Shiru advocated for the formation of the squad and antagonized the nobles, making this situation his fault. Shiru then inquires if they understand why their efforts are consistently obstructed, but his superior reprimands him for implying sabotage. He emphasizes that the team will only endure if they enhance their reputation and reconcile with the magic nobles, or they risk being disbanded. Meanwhile, Jin Fuka observes everything with pleasure. He understands that the audience can be easily influenced by an impressive performance and some falsehoods. With public sentiment shifting in his favor, Jin is confident he will defeat the special magic squad shortly. Following a week of inactivity, Minato and the team have lunch on the school rooftop, expressing their frustrations about being idle. Ruka states that the Fukas are managing the recent disasters, yet Ruji highlights that there is likely a saboteur within the police targeting the special magic team. Minato concurs, clarifying that certain officers are connected to the magic nobles and view the SMT as a threat. The bewildered Yuka inquires how that could be, and Minato explains that the squad's actions have tarnished the nobles' reputation. He realizes that the nobles are linked to the Black Rebellion, making any support for the SMT problematic for them. Frustrated, Yuka criticizes the magic nobles for their ineffectiveness and insists they should focus on repairing their own image instead of this foolishness. Once she calms down, she ponders her father's involvement, but Ruka expresses skepticism. Minato finishes his meal, rises, and announces that they will head to the Mizuho estate to uncover the truth. The sisters are reluctant due to their father's situation. Minato offers them the option to stay back, but ultimately, they decide to join him. Before long, they arrive at Mizuho Villa, where two female guards halt them at the gate. Despite their introductions, the guards still deny them entry. When Yuka and Ruka request an exception, the guards inform them their master has prohibited his disowned daughters from entry. As the sisters surrender, Minato advances boldly, identifies himself as the SMT captain and states he must interrogate Toshiru. The guards instruct him to schedule an appointment, but Minato insists he just requires a few answers. Frustrated, he begins contemplating imposing his will, when Toshiru unexpectedly appears. Upon learning the situation, he permits their entry. As they head to the meeting room, Minato quips about Toshiru's youthful appearance, wondering if he's the sister's brother. The girls promptly set him straight. Regardless of age, he's their father. As they settle in, Toshiru begins by accusing Minato of misguiding his daughters. Minato retorts that attributing your children's independence to others reflects poor parenting skills. He subsequently questions why Toshiru cannot take pride in his daughter's maturation. Toshiru observes him closely, understanding that Minato isn't here for jokes. Minato cuts the casual conversation and inquires whether Toshiru has been pressuring the special magic team. Toshiru refutes this, claiming that magic nobles seldom collaborate and that Fuka is acting independently. After acknowledging Minato's resolve, Toshiru confesses he has heard of him as a student, possessing noble power and serving as a hero who averted multiple disasters. Still uncertain, he confronts Minato to verify that strength. Toshiru unleashes an immense surge of mana to demonstrate his strength. To his astonishment, Minato effortlessly matches it. The remaining team members, along with the sisters, struggle to move beneath the overwhelming mana. As the tension eases, Toshiru commends Minato for keeping up, but Minato downplays it as mere magic control, noting that Toshiru was still restraining himself. Toshiru is impressed by Minato's keen observation. Minato questions why contemporary mages are less powerful than those from earlier times. Toshiru inquires about his motivations. When Minato mentions the events from 50 years back, Toshiru reveals that mages were deliberately weakened for control. Minato requests a clearer explanation from him. Toshiru merely states that Minato will comprehend shortly. He asserts that magic nobles are essential, prompting Minato to question the necessity of the Fukas. Toshiru remains silent, realizing he won't receive further responses. Minato rises, expresses gratitude, and concludes the conversation. Before departing, the others confess they still struggle to move properly after the earlier mana surge. Minato assists them as they leave. During their walk, he expresses to Toshiru his relief at not discovering any corruption within his family, noting that he would have approached the situation quite differently. He mentions that Toshiru's daughters are significant friends to him. When Toshiru inquires about his meaning, Minato simply walks off. Several days later, the elite magic team receives new uniforms crafted from anti-monster fabric that withstands most enchantments. Shido declares that the team is now able to operate at full capacity. With preparations complete, Minato assembles everyone and states it's time to confront the Fukas. At the Fuka estate, Jin Fuka and his son Shu rejoice over the impending fall of SMT. Jin boasts that he will soon have control with assistance from the Black Rebellion, Japan, but their festivities are abruptly interrupted as suited police rush in and command everyone to halt. The entire event is broadcast live on television as a reporter reports on the astonishing arrest of a magical noble. From a helicopter above, she informs the audience that this marks the first instance of a noble facing such charges. The police apprehend Jin for bribery, intimidation, and misuse of his position, informing him that his property is under investigation. Jin erupts, asserting that a noble shouldn't be regarded as an ordinary criminal, and insists on evidence. At that moment, the unique magic team appears. Minato advances, lifts his phone, and calmly states that they possess all the evidence. Shu identifies him as Kusanagi Minato from the SMT and questions his presence, while Jin quickly asserts that the evidence is counterfeit. Minato responds by presenting images of Jin accepting bribes and collaborating with illicit mages. Additional evidence that he conspired murder. Jin freaks out and blames Minato for everything. Close to turn that. Minato shows a video of Jin and Shu ignoring a minor disaster despite the risk to civilians, questioning if that's also fabricated. Cornered, Jin explodes in anger, demanding to find out who had been watching them. Upon him, his butler approaches and confesses it was. Jin seizes the butler by the throat, shouting and demanding to know why he would betray the person who has supported him for years. The butler discloses he had clandestinely encountered the black mage, inquired whether loyalty involved observing the family descend further into corruption. The butler, unable to respond, was instructed to serve malevolence while doing what is right. He now asserts that Jin is unsuitable to remain a magic noble and must be expelled. Enraged, Jin conjures multiple magic circles and threatens to eliminate everyone present. Before he can attack, Minato breaks the circles and creates a hole through the wall. He emphasizes that a corrupt noble cannot escape. Jin laments the destruction of all he created, yet Minato icily asserts that he is to blame for it. In a final act of desperation, Jin claims there's an overseas base ready for situations like this. He claims that once he breaks free, no one will stop him, and before he departs, he will eliminate anyone attempting to capture him. Jin, Shu, and their crew unleash a torrent of magic at the officers. However, Minato intercepts it using a barrier, and instructs the officers to retreat as the SMT assumes control. Minato shoots again, creating a second breach in the wall, which the news helicopter captures live. The reporters declare that the Fuka family is openly defying arrest, casting significant doubt on the magic nobles. With the nation observing, the reporter questions whether the public can still rely on nobles for protection, then swiftly reassures viewers that Japan still has the SMT and its leader, Kusanagi Minato. Outside the estate, the Fukas and the SMT arrive. Prepared for combat, Minato confronts Jin, as Shu and his team engage the rest. Prior to its commencement, Shu taunts the SMT, inquiring whether they genuinely believe they can succeed with such a small team. Yuka retorts that, unlike pampered aristocrats, their team is also facing various disasters. Furious, Shu declares he will no longer restrain himself and threatens to kill them. Yuka refers to him as a blemish on the. As the fight commences, Jin inquires if Minato genuinely believes he can defeat a magic noble, to which Minato responds that he has no reason to be defeated by weak trash like him. Furious, Jin shoots a plasma beam towards the news helicopter to quiet the media, but Minato intercepts it with a barrier, and labels him as pathetic for stooping to such depths. Jin replies that he is indifferent to how low he descends as long as he gains, which only frustrates Minato further. In the meantime, Yuka, Ruka, Sanada, and their team begin dominating the Fukalakis. Watching his team falter, Shu becomes anxious. He refuses to believe that commoners are defeating nobles. He commands his troops to unleash their most powerful magic and eliminate the SMT regardless. While the foe readies their most powerful spells, the Mizuha sisters combine their abilities to cast a level 6 water spell, Burst Stream. The assault overwhelms Shu and his troops in one strikes and leaves them powerless before the SMT. Overcome, Shu sinks to his knees and fervently insists it was merely a fleeting error. In judgment, he vows to change and pleads for forgiveness. Perceiving his insincerity, Yuka feigns acceptance of the apology. As she and Ruka turn away, Shu insults them as fools and unleashes a surprise assault. However, the sisters anticipated it, countering immediately to restrain him. They inquire whether he genuinely believed they would forgive someone unwilling to change. After his final trick flops, Shu begins to cry. Realizing his team has defeated the others, Minato faces Jin and informs him that his beloved son has ultimately been overcome. As his empire crumbles, Jin ultimately becomes serious. Following a brief confrontation, he launches a level 1 wind spell from the sky, but Minato evades it. Irritated, Jin unleashes a level 2 wind spear to intercept him unprepared. yet Minato moves beyond that. Jin subsequently unleashes a level 3 wind attack. Cutter and Minato evades once more. The helicopter reporter is astonished by Jin's magical abilities, but begins to fret over Minato, questioning viewers if he can endure this relentless attack. In an effort to complete it, Jin increases his power and unleashes a level 4 Tempest Wind spell, forming a wormhole that risks drawing in everything around it. When Minato evades that as well, Jin elevates it to a level 5 Grand Typhoon capable of tearing through anything. At that point, Minato's team realizes the peril and pleads with him to halt and apprehend Jin later. Minato disregards them, creates a 4-layered magic barrier, and eliminates the typhoon before it reaches him. Ruka is amazed that he managed to block such a lethal spell, while Ruji observes in awe. Viewers of the live broadcast, accustomed to Minato's audacious bravery, are left in shock, witnessing the true strength of a magic noble as Jin effortlessly casts a level 5 spell. However, the greatest surprise occurs when Minato halts it, while the reporter maintains audience engagement through continuous commentary. In a brief pause, Jin ponders why Minato hasn't launched an attack yet, suspecting he might be waiting for reinforcements. To probe this theory, he taunts Minato, questioning his reluctance to engage. Minato smirks, claiming he simply enjoys the fight and doesn't want it to conclude too quickly. This response prompts Jin to unleash his complete strength. He claims his mana is approximately 200,000 and cautions Minato not to freak out upon noticing their disparity. The SMT members laugh, convinced he is fabricating, as even 100,000 mana is nearly unimaginable in Japan. Concerned, Ruka and her sister contemplate intervening, but Minato gives them a stern glance, silently urging them to remain where they are. They grasp immediately and refrain from interfering. Jin chuckles at this, stating that had they approached any nearer, he would have eliminated them instantly. He then conjures 5 massive magical circles and unleashes the power he had concealed, causing his entire body to radiate as shockwaves ripple through the field. The SMT observes in terror, worried that Jin has crossed a line. Minato, on the other hand, remains unfazed. Jin inquires whether he can sense the true magnitude of his magic. However, Minato remains silent, observing Jin as he readies a new incantation known as Neo-Magic, designed to obliterate anything in its path. A green portal emerges high above, pulsating with increasing intensity. Minato smiles for the first time during the battle, intrigued by the unusual spell. Observing this, Jin confidently describes his finishing technique. He names it atmospheric magic and claims it can instantly incapacitate someone. Amused, Minato encourages him to demonstrate. Angered by the attitude, Jin intensifies the spell to level 6 atmospheric magic, air press, distorting the surrounding air. It renders escape unfeasible, yet Minato remains still as the portal engulfs him. Jin laughs heartily. Indeed, Minato was defeated. Even the SMT members begin to consider the leader has vanished. For over a minute, Yuka and Ruka shout his name, pleading for a response. Just as they begin to embrace the inevitable, Minato's voice shatters the stillness, causing both sisters to gasp. Minato advises them not to conclude he's dead so quickly. Jin, utterly shocked, inquires about his survival. Minato calmly explains that he equalized the pressure within and outside his body, nullifying the spell, similar to deep-sea creatures thriving under immense ocean pressure. Still unsettled, Jin inquires how Minato was able to wield atmospheric magic, his signature spell. Minato smiles and claims he merely observed and imitated. Jin is rendered speechless. Minato states that had Jin ceased speaking and launched an attack earlier, he could have potentially inflicted some harm. Manhwa taunts him, employing sound magic to alter the pressure in Jin's ears, causing him intense, stabbing pain. Jin recoils, questioning his actions. Manhwa grins and explains that sound magic, a subset of wind magic, elevated the sound pressure near his ears and caused him pain. Observing everything, Yuko begins to grasp something significant regarding Manhwa. In the meantime, Jin feels so humiliated that he loses all control. He unleashes even greater power, declaring he's finished with restraint. He asserts that 200,000 mana was merely a warm-up, and at maximum capacity, he attains 500,000. Shidu and the SMT members sense the intensity and understand that Jin is serious. As round 2 commences, Jin bellows at Manhwa to give in to despair and prepares his mightiest strike. For several seconds, Jin collects an immense quantity of magic, leaving the SMT in shock. Even Ruji, typically indifferent concerning adversaries, Jin acknowledges he surpasses them, while Shidu cautions that even Manhwa might struggle against such strength. With full power, Jin begins to boast once more. Manhwa simply yawns, leaving Jin puzzled. The magic noble questions whether Manhwa is too oblivious to grasp his strength, but Manhwa remains silent. Jin continues to talk endlessly about his ultimate spell, prior to initiating a small green atmospheric portal at Manhwa, who remains unresponsive. Frustrated that Manhwa still shows no interest, Jin enhances his power and conjures 6 additional green magic circles. The intensity of their energy makes even the SMT members feel uncomfortable. This marks the first level 7 spell they have encountered this year. As the pressure builds, Yuka silently decides to place her faith in Manhwa, wishing for his victory over Jin. With the spell primed, Jin taunts Manhwa for holding back during his charge, declaring that regret won't help him. Only despair lies ahead. Frustrated, Manhwa inquires if Jin will finally make a move. Instead, Jin continues speaking until finally letting go. His most powerful technique so far, the level 7 atmospheric magic plasma break. The explosion is so forceful it destabilizes the helicopter above. The SMT members rush to devise a plan to halt it. In desperation, Yuka urges Manhwa to. He runs, yet remains in his place. Jin offers him a final opportunity to flee, cautioning that failure will lead to his friend's demise. Manhwa embraces the challenge confidently and prepares to counter. Before plasma break escalates, he unleashes a level 4 spell and creates a core. Jin chuckles, questioning whether he genuinely believes something so small can hinder his magic. Manhwa shoots the crystal directly into plasma break's core and bides time. For all's shock, plasma break is eliminated immediately. Jin and the SMT members come to a halt. Location, perplexed by how his final spell vanished so effortlessly. In shock, Jin insists on an explanation. Manhwa nonchalantly states that wind magic is vulnerable to earth magic. Given that plasma break was a slow-moving spell, the amethyst crystal could easily neutralize it. He ridicules Jin for his ignorance, leaving the noble unsettled. Jin, still perplexed, requests further clarification. Manhwa states that the core amethyst lacks strength in offense, yet its concentrated magic can absorb spells from opposing elements, thus enabling them to offset each other even with rank disparities. Still shocked, Jin inquires how Manhwa is aware of such a wild spell like. Manhwa grins and claims he created it just for amusement. Upon hearing that, Jin ultimately shatters. He cannot come to terms with the fact that a spell he honed for years was defeated by a mere impulse. As the battle nears its end, Manhwa steps forward and warns Jin to prepare for retribution. However, before he can take action, Jin promptly gives up, claiming he's out of magic and unable to move. Manhwa expresses no desire to harm someone so pitiful. Instead, he lifts a finger to tap Jin's forehead. Jin dismisses it, believing it's insignificant. As soon as Manhwa strikes him, Jin is propelled several feet. He collapses instantly, leaving the SMT in stunned silence, questioning the humanity of their leader. With Jin incapacitated, the police advance and apprehend him. Simultaneously, the reporter and the helicopter declare that SMT Captain Kusanagi Manhwa has triumphed over a magical noble. Throughout the nation, individuals honor and commend Manhwa. Following the confrontation, the SMT members surround him, congratulating him on his victory over Fukugen. As the police take Jin away, Manhwa feels let down by Japan's magic nobles, realizing they were merely imposters. Before Jin vanishes, Manadu inquires about the actions of the magic nobles after Ichikami Minado's death half a century ago. Jean responds with silence, prompting Manadu to question whether they destroyed the magic tome from that era and to demand an explanation for their actions. Jean ultimately responds that ordinary people could never grasp the mindset of magic nobles. Perplexed, Manadu requests him to clarify, but Jean merely smirks and advises him to solve. He reveals everything himself before being removed. A few hours later, Manadu is required to join a press conference alongside Shido and the team leader. Once it begins, he delivers a brief statement regarding the clash with Fukigen. His remarks quickly circulate, leading to a rapid surge in his popularity. Several days afterward, Manadu is unwinding on a Hawaiian beach, still pondering how he arrived at this destination. As he reflects, Yuka approaches in a swimsuit and inquires about his thoughts. Before responding, Manadu recalls his previous encounter with Shido and the group. In that memory, Ruji questions their trip to Hawaii. Shido clarifies that the SMT has surged in popularity recently, and with the increasing attention, situations are spiraling. As he speaks, Yuka discovers a video of Manadu amidst a group of girls and realizes that they are being filmed at school as well. She informs the team that their videos are gaining massive attention on social media. Ruka mentions that the internet is overflowing with SMT updates as well. Amid concerns about the scrutiny, Shido reassures them that the entire nation is observing their actions, prompting him to organize a retreat in Hawaii for some respite. He also notes that Manadu has bolstered the team and garnered backing from the Mizuho clan, who will manage disaster response during their absence. With that, he encourages them to take advantage of the getaway to relax and allows them to prepare. In the past, Minoto stands before Yuka and states he was merely lost in contemplation. Yuka shyly gestures to her swimsuit and inquires if it appears odd. Manadu instantly remarks that she appears adorable. The unexpected praise surprises Yuka, causing her to blush deeply. Manadu continues, stating that the swimsuit complements her style and looks great on her. Feeling overwhelmed, Yuka awkwardly expresses gratitude and turns away to regain composure. Not long after, Ruka appears in a dark swimsuit, frustrated that Manadu has been ignoring her throughout the day. Noticing his confusion, she inquires if he has something to express. Manadu replies that he was simply appreciating her beauty, mentioning that her fair skin enhances the swimsuit's appeal and contributes to her gracefulness. Feeling shy from the elaborate praise, Ruka blushes, turns away, and expresses gratitude. Ruji, who has been beside Manadu the entire time, is astonished by how effortlessly and sincerely he compliments the girls without any ill intentions. Soon after, Sanada appears in a white flare dress and expresses regret for keeping them waiting. Hold on. Ruji is shocked, noticing for the first time how curvy she appears in her uniform. Sanada inquires Minado's opinion on her outfit. Meanwhile, Ruji silently hopes he won't comment on her figure. As everyone observes, Manadu remarks that she possesses excellent style. Skeptical, Sanada inquires about his meaning. Manadu remarks that the outfit enhances her innate grace, surprising her and causing her to blush as intensely as the others. Astonished by how effortlessly Manadu causes blushing, Ruji jokes about his talent and questions if he's going too far. Manadu claims he's simply being truthful. He'll acknowledge anyone who merits praise. With all three girls looking stunning in their swimsuits, he finds no reason to conceal it. Ruji understands that, yet still feels shy about them due to their overwhelming frustration. To complicate matters, Manadu abruptly faces Ruji, complimenting his well-proportioned physique and encouraging him to take pride in his appearance. Ruji quickly dismisses this, cautioning him against giving compliments to another guy in front of the girls once more. After that uncomfortable moment fades, the unique magic team enjoys the remainder of the day engaging in fun activities like volleyball, jet skiing, sun tanning, and snapping numerous pictures. At night, Manadu goes out to purchase a beverage from a convenience store. Before he proceeds, he observes Yuika behaving oddly, timid, and chooses to accompany her. While they walk, they discuss the extent of their recent fighting and how surreal this break seems. Yuika observes the ring Ruka had on before and begins to question if her sister is seeing Minato. Before she spirals into overthinking, she recalls Manadu mentioning he isn't dating anyone. Noticing her shift in mood, he remains silent, allowing her to initiate the conversation. Summoning her bravery, Yuika inquires about the type of person he prefers. When Manadu admits he hasn't considered it, she playfully suggests Ruka and Sanada as options and asks him to select one. After some reflection, Manadu chooses all three, stating that they are beautiful, diligent, and commendable. Yuika, irritated, points out that this isn't equivalent to romantic love. Perplexed, Manadu confesses he believed love and admiration were nearly identical. After considering it further, he declares that if he had to choose, Yuika is the girl he prefers above all. Yuika freezes in disbelief as Manadu candidly enumerates all his favorite things about. Her face flushes crimson, and she squats down in overwhelming embarrassment. Concerned, Manadu kneels next to her, inquiring if she is all right. Still feeling flustered, Yuika quietly states that even if Manadu doesn't intend it romantically, hearing those words from him brings her immense joy and only demonstrates how profoundly in love she is with him. In Japan, Shido examines social media and discovers that conditions are deteriorating. An increasing number of individuals are opposing the magic nobles, with many advocating for the SMT to manage disasters and monster assaults. Concurrently, the vigilante Shadowbringer is gaining popularity, sparking online debates about a potential clash between him and Manadu. Amidst all this, Shido realizes he faces a significant choice. Create. At the Japanese International Airport, the plane lands with two family leaders, both visibly irritated by the turmoil that erupted during their absence. Departed. The first is Hinata, leader of the Hamurai family. The second is Riku, leader of the Kaichi family. Upon exiting the plane, both express their frustration about the chaos awaiting them. Approximately a week later, Manadu and the girls come back to Japan and resume their everyday lives. One evening, as Yuika prepares dinner, Manadu remarks that their vacation flew by too quickly. Ruka, seated beside him, mentions that both the SMT and the school have become stricter, which should cause the paparazzi to ease off. At that moment, Yuika calls from the kitchen, requesting them to bring the plates. Manadu jumps in to assist, and soon the table is filled with dishes. During the meal, Yuika inquires if they're prepared for school, which resumes tomorrow. Manadu believes that with the support of the police and school, the surrounding attention should have faded by now. Following their conversation, he suggests they should simply overlook it, believing that people's interest will fade quickly. However, Manadu discovers the next day just how mistaken he was, as girls from various classes flock to him, incessantly inquiring about his relationship status. When it becomes overwhelming, Yuika and the others intervene, dismissing the students and proposing a lunch together. As they head to their destination, Yuika remarks that the situation was even more chaotic prior to the trip. Occasionally, individuals from outside the school would slip in claiming they needed toilet paper. Manadu suggests they visit the store after school to purchase more, along with some bath salts that Yuika enjoys. The students nearby overhear this and understand that Manadu is residing with the Mizuha sisters. Feeling embarrassed by their response, Yuika quickly gathers everyone and rushes them to the rooftop to eat. At that moment, Ruji verifies that the three actually cohabitate, noting it's logical given their shared circumstances. Team leader, Manadu Kusanagi. He mentions that they can rely on him if assistance is ever required. The girls express their gratitude. Ruji then tells Manadu to ease up on the formalities and asks if they can use his first name. Staying true to his laid-back nature, Manadu agrees they can call him whatever they prefer. Just as Yuika is about to reply, she abruptly halts and recognizes how significant it is for the three of them to be cohabitating. Before she can dwell on it too much, she brushes it off and reassures herself that everything is okay as long as nothing strange occurs. Ruji and Minato observe her abrupt change in mood and exchange puzzled glances. Once she calms down, Yuka inquires if Minato ever feels uncomfortable living with both of them. He hesitates to respond, and they complete their lunch before continuing through the rest of the day without any issues. As Ruka and Minato sleep soundly that night, Yuka remains awake, pondering how they can drift off so effortlessly. She questions whether she is the only one troubled by their circumstances. When silence overwhelms her, she has a small outburst before composing herself to sleep. Soon after, Ruka awakens with nearly identical thoughts. She confesses that she remains unaccustomed to sharing a room with Minato. Unable to drift back to sleep, she sits up and reflects on why this situation disturbs her so much. A lot. When she remains puzzled, she looks at Minato, who is sleeping on the floor. Just that makes her blush. And when her mind begins to wander inappropriately, she pulls the blanket over her head. Then she recalls how Ruji and the others easily refer to Minato by his first name, pondering why she still calls him Kusanagi. She recalls the moment she nearly choked while attempting to call him Minato on the way to school. Ultimately, she only managed to say Kusanagi before mumbling something so odd that Minato looked puzzled. On another occasion, while they were alone on the rooftop during lunch, she still couldn't bring herself to say his first name. Reflecting on those uncomfortable instances, she winces and reprimands herself for being too fearful to attempt something so straightforward. The following morning, while heading at school, Minato observes that Ruka appears upset and inquires if she is unwell. Ruka replies that she is okay but refers to him as Kusanagi again. Minato intervenes, reminding her that they are not unfamiliar to each other. He asks her to stop using his last name and simply call him Minato. With a deep blush, Ruka gathers his courage and speaks his first. In private, the magic nobles gather to discuss the significant decline in their reputation. Hinata begins the meeting by accusing the special magic squad of causing the magic nobles' loss of support. As she contemplates her next move, Riku inquires about her strategy regarding Captain Minato Kusanagi. Lacking a definitive response, Hinata looks to Toshiru for his opinion. Toshiru claims he solely plans to obey their lord's will, which frustrates Hinata due to his ambiguity. When she urges him to clarify, Toshiru discloses that Minato does not acknowledge. Hinata inquires whether Minato is unaware of them, to which Toshiru confirms that he is. After discovering that Minato is oblivious to their presence, Riku opts to assess him. Should Minato be beneficial, that's acceptable. Otherwise, they will eliminate him without remorse. The following day, Minato informs his team that the upcoming major disaster will mirror past events. So far, the significant calamities, aside from minor ones, have repeated the same pattern as 50 years prior. Yuka mentions that the intervals between disasters have significantly decreased, and the major calamities that once occurred annually are now difficult to forecast, even with police vigilance. Furthermore, the response to these disasters is disorganized, and without SMT-style teams in various regions, the situation is likely to deteriorate. Shido then boasts to Minato that the police are establishing a second SMT in Osaka. They collaborated with law enforcement and self-defense forces to enhance disaster preparedness, and many trainees there are eager for Minato to provide them with training. With a smug demeanor, Shido inquires if Minato will accept the offer. Minato finds it hard to decline, and his agreement only boosts Shido's excitement. Shido reveals that a survivor of the Great Calamity from 50 years ago is awaiting him there. This individual is Takegami Shizuku, one of the last creators of anti-monster equipment, and she wishes to have a conversation with Minato. Minato consents to the meeting, and Shido mentions that Takegami designed the SMT uniforms. With everything arranged, Minato makes his way to the airport and briefly meets his team before boarding. As the flight is about to depart, Minato digs into his pocket and hands a bangle to each teammate. He advises them to leave the bangles on until his return and not to take them off under any circumstances. As he inquires whether they will manage in his absence, the others assure him that they have become stronger, allowing him to travel to Osaka without concern. Minato bids farewell, expresses his trust in them, and boards the plane, settling into his first-class seat. As the flight commences, he reflects on some fleeting memories from Hawaii, but then becomes sidetracked by the realization that he is truly flying first. He acknowledges that Shidu was quite nice to him this time. He then observes a handful of unusual individuals getting onto the plane, unfamiliar faces that pique his curiosity. As Hinata and Riku take seats nearby, Minato quickly realizes they possess considerable magical abilities. There appear to be several others present as well, but given the strict security measures, he assumes they won't pose any threat. After boarding is complete, the aircraft departs. Minato is presented with a delicious, hearty meal. He savors each bite, then reclines to unwind and appreciate the scenery outside the window. Unfortunately, he hardly has the opportunity, as some illicit mages who boarded before rise and take several passengers hostage, including Minato. They threaten that if the passengers do not comply, they will begin to kill. Yet, Minato, Hinata, and Riku remain silent in their chairs, like anticipating the perfect opportunity. While the hijacking persists, Minato tallies the unlawful mages and discovers there are 10 present. If he removes them individually, the other passengers might be in danger. Using more powerful magic could harm the aircraft, so he concludes that he cannot handle the situation by himself and will require assistance. At this point, the entire aircraft is in disarray, with passengers pleading for mercy as the hijackers yell at them to remain silent if they wish to survive. Before long, the assailants have gained full control of the plane. One of the mages approaches Minato and demands the release of the BR members, insisting they will not tolerate such treatment of esteemed mages. When Minato remains silent, the man grants him 5 minutes to reach out to the ground and secure their release, threatening to execute the hostages one by one if he fails. Prior to initiating the countdown, they confirm with the pilot that he is aware of the situation. Danger. Without delay, Minato considers his next action thoughtfully. He exchanges a glance with Riku and Hinata, who are silently accumulating mana, anticipating the signal to strike. However, one mage observes Minato's unusual behavior, and another cautions that he will perish if he shifts. Moments later, as the hijackers are sidetracked, Hinata and Rika dash, enter and begin releasing them consecutively, as quickly as they can. Once the guards protecting the passengers are taken out, Riku, Hinata, and Minato exchange a brief. Check your surroundings before moving through the cabin. To remove the break, during the battle, several mages attempt to target Hinata. Down, yet she holds significantly more power than them. Riku, Minato, and she continue to overpower the hijackers relentlessly. Before long, a mage seizes a flight attendant and warns of crashing the plane if they don't comply. The moment his attention falters, Minato charges, knocks him down, and rescues the attendant. Simultaneously, Hinata and Riku release the other two, leaving the onlookers amazed that these 3 unknown individuals rescued them. As crowds hurry to express their gratitude, Hinata taunts them, making the battle dull. Minato, however, feels that something is amiss in the cockpit. He informs the others that it isn't finished and dashes toward the cockpit door. Inside, the trio discovers another. An unlawful mage threatens the pilot with a firearm, cautioning them to stay back. Tired of these thugs, Hinata delivers a fierce punch, and as he falls, he accidentally strikes one of the plane's controls. Minato has already protected the pilot, yet he immediately realizes they're in danger. The aircraft immediately loses stability and begins to shake violently. Having exhausted all maneuvers, the pilot declares they are finished, the controls are unresponsive, and the radio has failed. If there are no alterations, they'll collide with mountains. Upon hearing this, Hinata panics, seizes the pilot, and pleads for their rescue. They remain alive. Suddenly, one of the windows shatters, and cold air from outside begins to whip. Inside the cockpit, the co-pilot moans that they could freeze before impact. Noticing the dire situation, Hinata requests suggestions from the group. Riku darkly suggests they should just perish together. After rebuking him for that, Hinata begins to question whether this truly marks the end. With no alternatives remaining, the pilot and co-pilot resign themselves to their fate, urging everyone to brace for death. Finally, Minato, who had been silent, smiles and declares that he will save everyone. The pilot cautions him that this issue is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary human. Having finished listening, Minato approaches the shattered cockpit window and disregards their cries and inquiries. Then he leaps from the aircraft. Hinata initially believes Minato fled to save himself, but she reconsiders when the plane begins to descend rapidly, leaving everyone on board just minutes away from death. At this point, travelers are offering last prayers, as the pilot frantically attempts to raise the nose and prevent a crash. Into the right, just before impact, when all hope appears lost, a miracle occurs. The aircraft stabilizes and begins to ascend once more. The two pilots gaze in disbelief, questioning what occurred. Hinata informs them that Minato is the one who rescued them. If she's correct, he's single-handedly supporting the entire aircraft. Indeed, Minato is beneath the aircraft, managing over 230 tons and directing it to the closest airport. He describes how he initially created a massive barrier beneath the plane using void magic, then enhanced his physique with magical martial arts and employed wind to guide it to a secure landing. As this is his first experience supporting an aircraft, it proves challenging. Even at this moment, the pilot struggles to comprehend that one individual is lifting a 230-ton plane thousands of meters above the ground. Observing Minato's abilities, the pilot begins to perceive him as a monster and develops a strong fascination with him. At that point, the flight crew and travelers, at last, relax when the pilot announces they're safe for now. A father and his young daughter weep with relief, joyful that they can. They are alive, but the pilot cautions against celebrating too soon. He has discovered the landing gear won't deploy. That implies the safe landing now relies entirely on Minato. The pilot aligns the aircraft with the closest runway and directs it towards that path, hoping Minato has a prepare for the landing. As the impaired aircraft approaches the runway, Minato, still supporting it from underneath, unleashes a level 6 void spell, High Magic Wall. He employs the barrier to cushion the landing and decelerate the aircraft until it halts. After Minato successfully lands, the entire cabin erupts in applause, with strangers embracing one another. The pilot also acknowledges SMT Captain. Kusanagi Minato appears stoic like a soldier. Riku and Hinata continue to gaze at him, unimpressed, anticipating their upcoming meeting. As soon as he disembarks from the plane, a throng of reporters surrounds him, inquiring about how he managed to save everyone from the crash. Minato feels already on edge after enduring the most harrowing flight of his life. Just before he loses his temper, security intervenes, pushing the journalists back and assuring them of a future press conference. They then guide Minato to Takegami's residence to meet her. Just before he departs, Hinata and Riku stop him, showering him with praise, clearly attempting to win his favor. However, Minato shares the credit, acknowledging both of them as well. Recognizing their strategy faltered, the duo offers a few more casual comments and, as they part ways, Hinata expresses her sincere hope for a future reunion. Shortly after, Minato is led to Takegami's meeting room, where the aged Takegami greets him within. Once seated, Takegami mentions she reached out to him due to her curiosity about his latest accomplishments in magic. Much of it brings back memories of her mentor and ally, Ichikami Minato. Void magic is uncommon, difficult to utilize, frequently regarded as worthless sorcery. Takegami is astonished that Minato can wield it and inquires about how he acquired the same magic. After listening to her, Minato laughs and remarks that she remains the same as ever. Puzzled, Takegami inquires if they've met, and Minato replies they've encountered each other countless times. He responds clearly, stating he can wield Ichikami's magic as he is Ichikami Minato. She's astonished yet remains composed. It is stated that numerous individuals, including relatives, friends, lovers, and even hidden children, have asserted connections to Ichikami to approach him. However, she never anticipated that anyone would go so far as to impersonate him, leading her to believe Minato is yet another imposter. Takegami expresses regret for his rudeness and requests him to leave. Before leaving, Minato mentions encountering two brothers earlier, noting that the younger one possessed a doll of Ichikami. Takagami inquires about his statement. Minato reminds her of her previous statement about wanting to create a doll of. Now Takagami begins to sweat and questions how he knows such private information. Following a brief silence, Minato mentions that she previously asserted the doll provided children with strength, and even now, Ichikami continues to rescue others through. Upon hearing everything, Takagami gradually begins to trust him and inquires if he truly is Ichikami. Still troubled by her skepticism, Minato chooses to share a tale. After reminiscing for a few more minutes, Takagami ultimately accepts that he is the reborn Ichikami Minato. Minato gently reprimands her for her doubts. She expresses that having faith in reincarnation is challenging in today's society. Although Ichikami was always unique, she never expected him to return during her lifetime. After updating him on the calamities that struck the world following his demise, Takagami confesses her joy at reuniting with him and becomes emotional. Once she settles, Minato reminds Takagami that she is aware of the events from the past 50 years. He claims he has observed that magical knowledge isn't being transmitted correctly. Sorcerers have become less powerful. Tales surrounding Ichikami Minato are false, and these so-called magical nobles have seemingly emerged from thin air. He then requests her to describe the events that occurred during his absence. Takagami begins to respond, but a notification appears on her phone, and her expression shifts in surprise. Minato inquires what's incorrect, yet she obviously cannot disclose this to him. So she ends the meeting abruptly, mentions the late hour, and invites him to stay over for a discussion the next day. Minato consents and proceeds to his room. At midnight, Riku quietly enters Minato's room and strikes at the bed, attempting to eliminate him. However, Minato is already next to it, taunting him for striking someone in bed. Initially unaware of the person's identity, he recognizes Riku as soon as he sees his face. Before Minato can respond, Riku strikes once more, and Minato evades. Moments later, Riku sends him crashing through the window. Minato arrives safely in the yard, where Riku is already waiting. Riku employs level 1 earth magic, Rock Break. Minato responds with level 1 void magic, creating a magic barrier to deflect the strikes. However, after several exchanges, Riku slices right through the barrier and pushes Minato back, prompting him to take the situation seriously. Before the second round begins, Minato compliments the blade, inquiring if it's anti-magic equipment. Riku remains silent. They both collect mana and prepare once more. Just before they collide, Hinata shows up and commands them to halt. Minato mentions he anticipated her involvement. Hinata disregards that and advises him against resisting their summons. To ensure his attention, she displays live footage of her team approaching Minato's friends at their residences, and threatens to end their lives in their sleep if he does not comply. Recognizing the snare, Minato remains composed and inquires what they. Hinata presents herself and Riku, stating that their sole request is straightforward. They ask to join them as a magic noble, and acquire status, wealth, influence, and more. Additionally, she claims that aligning with them will enable him to safeguard his friends and issue definitive commands. Should he decline, even if he manages to flee tonight, the magic nobles will pursue him relentlessly, bringing suffering to him and those nearby him. After presenting everything, Hinata requests his. Minato declines to be part of their group of idle magicians, and Hinata becomes enraged. She seizes her phone, grumbling about leveraging his friends as leverage. He instructs his men at every site to initiate Plan B. She aims to ensure Minato never behaves arrogantly again. However, as her men advance, the bangles Minato provided to his allies prior to departing for Osaka start to shine as everyone remains asleep. They produce yellow, magically crafted replicas of Minato's form, and Hinata's team panics at the. Before they can respond, the figures employ level 5 high magic drain void magic, erasing them in an instant. Moments later, Hinata observes that her team has fallen silent and attempts to reach them. When there's no response, Riku understands they've all been eliminated. Furious, Hinata insists that Minato clarify what he Minato retorts that she ought to have this unless she's foolish. Despite finding him annoying, Hinata commends his management of both the hijacking and the hostage situation, stating he has passed the initial test. Puzzled, Minato inquires if they were responsible for the hijacking as well, but she replies that they would never resort to something so foolish, merely to involve him in their scheme. She then informs him that the second test is about to begin as she and Riku prepare for the actual round 2. Minato, obviously relishing the moment, playfully inquires about skipping the. Hinata charges at him, but he resists and fights back. He delivers a kick at Minato, who blocks effortlessly. She leaps back to create distance and unleashes a level 4 fire spell flare. The blast erupts with a loud noise, yet Minato emerges unscathed. Riku slices through the smoke with a sword aimed at Minato's neck, yet it fails to connect as Minato deflects it, with a slight barrier encircling his neck. He exhales, aware that it could have been fatal for an ordinary individual. Hinata warns him against being overconfident and casts another spell. A level 5 fire magic blazing column targets the captain of the. Minato commends the spell before responding with level 3 water magic, water splash, and entirely eliminates it. Realizing this, Hinata finally comprehends the rumors about his ability to cast silently. When he nullifies her level 5 spell using a level 3 one, she perceives it as mockery of her magical abilities. Riku strikes once more. However, Minato evades and instructs them to move the fight into the. Hinata immediately agrees and soars into the sky with her pet fighter, Riku. She acknowledges they previously underestimated him, but not now. They both cast their spells simultaneously. Hinata unleashes level 7 fire magic, Demon's Blaze, as Riku employs level 7 earth magic, Comet. After boasting that Manhwa can't prevent her ultimate move, they both unleash their attacks on him simultaneously. Manhwa is unimpressed. He uses level 7 void magic, Vanish, consuming both attacks and eliminating them entirely. Hinata and Riku stand in shock, struggling to comprehend what just occurred. To clarify, Manhwa explains that he dispersed the magical energy to minimize damage to the surroundings. Hinata dismisses this as absurd and claims it doesn't count, likening it to cheating in an actual battle. She asserts that everything up to this point has been insignificant, and declares that she will now reveal her true strength. Before she can, the atmosphere shifts abruptly, catching all three's attention. The sky then turns crimson, and Manhwa understands that the calamity has arrived in Osaka. Given the circumstances, it seems far too coincidental to him. Upon returning indoors, Takagami notices the crimson light emanating from her window. She observes it for a moment, then pulls the shades. Hinata notices the calamity as well but chooses to disregard it, focused on defeating Manhwa. Just as she prepares to charge, Riku intervenes her and brings to mind their objective. Hinata acknowledges his correctness and steadies herself. Manhwa states their battle must be postponed as he has to confront the calamity. He heads to Dotonbori, the devastated area remaining from the Great Calamity 5 decades prior. Observing the surroundings, he contrasts it with Shibuya and observes that creatures still emerge there despite the absence of an active calamity. Given its perilous nature, he questions whether any rational individual would be present. Upon detecting clusters of smaller creatures throughout the city, Manhwa swiftly understands that he cannot manage everything by himself. If they infiltrate human territories, lives will be at risk, so he urgently requires assistance. Just as he considers requesting backup, Riku and Hinata show up, ready to assist. Manhwa greets them with a quip about their apparent failure to eliminate him. Riku replies that their previous battle was merely a trial. With Manhwa gone, they will collaborate for the time being. Manhwa agrees, aware that this isn't finished. As creatures surge on the streets, the trio steps out to confront them. Hinata, excited for the thrill, leaps in dramatically, declaring it a performance. She unleashes a full horde with level 5 blazing column. Riku manages a lot on his end. Above, Manhwa unleashes a level 5 void magic bullet barrage, eliminating lesser monsters as he anticipates the boss. While surveying the area, he spots an elderly man with a cane. Concerned, he descends and inquires about the man's well-being, but the old man remains silent. Manhwa proposes to guide him to safety, but before assistance can be given, the man shoves him away and scowls. Following a brief silence, he expresses gratitude to Manhwa for the concern, stating he's okay. There's a sense of familiarity about him, but Manhwa can't discern it. A subordinate assists the man into a black sedan as he exits, and the vehicle departs. Shortly thereafter, Osaka's disaster response and self-defense units swiftly move in, blocking off the exits of Dotonbori to contain the crisis. Their rapid action astounds Manhwa, recalling Shido's remarks on their readiness despite limited real-life encounters. As they establish their perimeter, Manhwa finds himself next to an officer who mistakenly assumes he is a lost child. However, as soon as the officer identifies him as the captain of the special magic team, he promptly allows Manhwa to assist. A creature creeps up on the officer, yet Manhwa incinerates it and rescues. He then cautions them to remain vigilant and requests an update on their status. The officer informs that the police and SDF have cordoned off Dotonbori, prioritizing the safe evacuation of civilians, yet they acknowledge their inability to tackle the boss monster alone. Manhwa reassures them, stating that he will take care of the boss by himself. The soldiers express their gratitude, and Manhwa mentions he wasn't alone. His support comes from Riku and Hinata, magic nobles of the Hamurai and Kaichi clans. The soldiers are shocked and inquire whether the SMT and the magic nobles are truly collaborating at this point. Manhwa remains silent, yet he observes their hope rekindle as they place trust in both sides to battle. Suddenly, a dark purple mist begins to envelop the surroundings. The soldiers feel their bodies grow weighted, making movement difficult. From within the haze, a massive figure gradually emerges. The officers identify it immediately: the chief demon, the ultimate monster. This single entity has the power to annihilate Osaka. In the face of something like that, ordinary humans stand no chance. Manhwa merely smirks and grumbles it takes a while for him to arrive. His composed demeanor astonishes the officers. Just as Manhwa is about to act, Hinata and Riku intervene, asserting ownership of the chief demon and instructing him to observe. Despite his desire to engage, Manhwa retreats, allowing them to confront such a formidable foe. With everything in place, Riku and Hinata prepare for a fierce confrontation. Following Hinata's typical antics, they unleash their level 6 spells once more. Demon Blaze and Comet, shooting simultaneously at the main demon, who merely remains still as if clueless. With the assaults pouring in, the chief demon annihilates them using his level 8 fire spell, Supernova, dazzling both the nobles and the soldiers. Everyone is shocked that a creature possesses such formidable magical abilities. Understanding its power, Hinata and Riku prepare to attack once more. However, the main demon abruptly inquires whether a powerful sorcerer is present among them. One soldier realizes that chief demons possess greater intelligence than typical monsters, yet hearing one speak like a human still surprises him. Manhwa comprehends their fear. A creature with human-like intellect is uncommon, and the unfamiliar often terrifies people. Nevertheless, he remains silent, observing the nobles continue to embarrass themselves. After failing once, Hinata erupts again, vowing to incinerate the demon to ashes, casting a fire spell even more powerful than Demon Blaze. Riku, equally furious, envelopes his sword with level 8 gravity magic, Dimensional Blade. Observing them employ unique spells at last, Manhwa becomes intrigued and wishes their collaboration can defeat the chief demon. As they prepare to strike, the chief demon remarks on an individual's magical abilities. Hinata presumes he refers to them and boasts. However, the demon claims he referred to Minato's immense mana. Irritated by the insult, Hinata and Riku leave their sorcery and strike him with their fists instead. The chief demon evades each blow effortlessly, taunting them for being overly lethargic. After playing with them briefly, he retaliates, propelling both of them away. He combines fire and wind to create a level 6 fusion spell, Flare Cyclone. and defeats the nobles with one swift action. Riku and Hinata unsteadily attempt to rise once more. Minato advances and instructs them to handle the remaining tasks. Hinata attempts to prevent him, stating that if even magic nobles like them were defeated, he stands no chance. Riku suggests retreating, but Minato remains composed, assuring them that a creature like this poses no threat. Riku inquires whether Minato truly comprehends the immense power radiating from the chief demon. Hinata remains determined not to surrender. They cannot let down the individual they strive to be helpful for. Minato approaches the battle, playfully taunting the chief demon, who appears to be in awe of his strength. Before they begin, the main demon requests Minato for his. Minato dismisses it and questions why he needs to respond. The chief demon acknowledges this, stating that interacting with humans holds no significance for demonkind. Now that's settled, the battle begins. The main demon assaults immediately, hitting Minato from all angles. However, Minato shields everything with his powerful magical barrier. Observing, Hinata believes Minato is in danger, and begins boasting that she knew he wouldn't succeed. Before she completes her sentence, Minato nonchalantly pushes the chief demon away, remarking he's becoming bothersome. The two nobles stand in shock. The demon's relentless assaults have not marked them at all. Riku understands that merely defending against Minato won't suffice, as the chief demon possesses remarkable durability as well. Minato contemplates casting a new spell he developed, yet hesitates due to the nobles observing him. He selects a different strategy and unleashes a level 9 void spell, Magic Sparkle, to initiate his counteroffensive. Hinata is shocked. She believed level 8 was the maximum limit for magic. Minato ensnares the chief demon within the luminous yellow void circles he just created. Concludes the battle in a single move, a swift action. The troops can barely comprehend it. Captain Minato has just defeated the beast the nobles failed to conquer. As Minato descends, the troops applaud him, hailing him as incredible, with some referring to him as a savior. Minato approaches the defeated nobles and nonchalantly remarks that monster posed little challenge for him. Devastated, Hinata concedes that they are far from his level and have no chance of defeating him. Minato inquires whether they wish to continue the fight. They quickly yield and state he has passed their test. With the matter resolved, Minato insists on getting answers. Riku consents but mentions that another individual must be present. Takagami. Minato immediately understands whom he refers to. Moments later, Takagami shows up and inquires if Minato was aware she was responsible for everything. He replies affirmatively, stating she can't conceal anything from him. Now he seeks to understand why she put him to the test, why sorcerers have diminished in strength over the past 50 years, and why she allied with the magic nobles since his passing. Before responding, Takagami takes Minato and the nobles to her home for a proper discussion. After taking a seat, Minato inquires if she was aware of the magic nobles prior to his return. Takagami confirms this, mentioning she anticipated his attack. Perplexed, Minato questions her inaction. Riku clarifies that their intention was merely to assess Minato's abilities and determine if he would wield his power for selfish reasons. Minato highlights that his comrades were also involved in that trial, while Riku states they never intended actual harm, only issuing threats. Minato remains curious about their motives. Riku explains that Minato's presence in the SMT undermines the magic noble's authority, jeopardizing Japan's safety. Minato retorts that this chaos stems from the noble's own disregard. The SMT never aimed to suppress them in the first place. The nobles were the ones who looked down upon everyone else. Hinata throws another fit, yet Riku, behaving more maturely, instructs her to cease since Minato is correct. Nonetheless, Riku believes the nobles are essential for maintaining order in the world. Takagami interjects, stating that the actual issue started 50 years prior, following Minato's death, resulting in Japan's present condition and the emergence of the magic nobles. Following the death of Ichikami Minato and the disappearance of most demons, Japan was inundated with illicit mages. Their numbers were so vast that even the police and SDF struggled to cope, leading to a breakdown in law enforcement. Japan descended into chaos. The remaining virtuous mages attempted to resist but were ultimately overpowered and slain. The nation neared ruin, with hope nearly extinguished. Takagami concludes that Japan disintegrated due to Ichikami Minato's demise. In his absence, the remaining mages lost the ability to restore hope. Thus, after extensive discussions, they established the Magic Nobles. Their goal was to gain the public's confidence and emerge as a new beacon of hope. Similar to Minato, magic posed risks during peacetime. The nobles seized every book and record of magic, assembled all those with ability, and eliminated those who declined to participate. By monopolizing all magical knowledge, they halted oral instruction and even whispers of magic, leading Japan towards tranquility. However, the expense was significant. Japanese mages grew less powerful, and political issues led to a decline in technology. And understanding, a sight Minato recognizes. He recalls the turmoil from 5 decades past. Individuals perishing, sorcerers collapsing, and sorcery exploited for malevolent purposes. He realizes it has only deteriorated since his demise. He then inquires of Takagami whether the aristocrats genuinely possess sufficient political influence to manage matters this way. A lot. After looking at the nobles, Takagami softly inquires if Minato recalls Mumuafumi, his former subordinate, a poor sport yet highly talented. Upon Minato's agreement, she discloses that Mumu has become the chairman of the influential Mumu Group. He had long been recognized as the successor to the Mumu conglomerate, and for the last 50 years, he has supported the Magic Nobles. This ultimately clarifies their impact on Minato, even though he was unaware Mumu was in. Takagami chuckles at Ichikami Minato's indifference towards status, wealth, or renown. His focus has always been on magic and humanity. She continues, noting that Japanese mages were once the finest globally during Minato's era, but they have since declined significantly. Hinata interjects, asserting that Japan's peace is due to the efforts of their ancestors. Minato inquires about her plan if another disaster were to occur. She falls silent, unable to respond. Riku mentions their faith in the police's ability to manage any situation, with magic nobles intervening only in dire circumstances. Minato questions if they recognize their error now, but Riku remains silent. Minato looks at Takagami again and inquires if she was aware of all this. She replies affirmatively, stating she has been involved for 50 years, despite not being a magic noble, and lacks their power or influence. Currently, she's merely an anti-monster gear creator, content with that role. Despite knowing all, Minato senses she's still concealing something. He inquires about any additional secrets, and she replies that she has revealed everything to him. Consequently, Minato shifts direction and suggests a partnership between the Magic Nobles and the SMT to more effectively address Dr. Minato emphasizes that he won't work under them if they consent to this arrangement. Given their poor performance during the last disaster, collaboration is their only viable option. Hinata scoffs, questioning why someone of his stature would require their assistance. Minato responds that even he has boundaries, and if the nobles align with SMT, he will move on from the past. He then inquires if anyone opposes aiding the populace. Riku acknowledges that they cannot defeat the chief demon by themselves and concedes that relying on Minato is wise. Takagami mentions she will assist with her anti-monster equipment. Minato willingly agrees. Following additional complaints and one final outburst, Hinata ultimately consents, provided Minato refrains from mentioning the chief demon failure again. Minato agrees but requests they cease taking hostages whenever they wish to communicate with him. They concur. Thus, SMT and the magical nobles establish their first alliance in half a century. Shortly thereafter, Minato senses he has overlooked something, but unable to identify it, he dismisses the thought. At that moment, the other SMT members awaken to discover suited men battered and bound next to their beds. Initially, they assume they are intruders. However, they soon suspect it relates to their bangles. By midday the following. On that day, Minato reaches the Osaka Prefectural Police School, greeted by a gathering of students. He's surprised by the level of attention he's receiving. However, the instructor swiftly instructs the eager trainees to form a line and behave appropriately. He also expresses regret for the chaos. The teacher notes that numerous students aspire to join the police due to their admiration for Minato, particularly following SMT's actions during the disasters. Minato exhales deeply and begins his tasks. Shortly after, he summons several students and instructs them to ready their level 1 spells. He instructs them to shoot at the wooden targets. During training, Minato observes 3 girls watching him and understands that social media and news influence public perception. Nevertheless, despite their motivations being questionable, they genuinely wish to enhance their skills. Thus, he chooses to be tough on them. He increases the challenge, prompting them to run, while detecting their magic to enhance both stamina and mana. After a few minutes, the trainees begin complaining, inquiring about what he'll do if they lose consciousness. Minato assures them he can use holy magic to heal any injuries, urging them to stop complaining and continue onward. Adversaries will remain indifferent to their fatigue, prompting the trainees to push through the training as if their lives are at stake. Following a week of the relentless routine, the average magic power of the Osaka police force increases significantly. On the final day, Minato delivers a farewell address, commending them for enduring the tough training and making significant progress in just a week. He advises them to continue training after his departure, as they now safeguard Osaka's tranquility. Upon completion, tears are shed by both the trainees and their instructor. Soon after, Osaka's magical abilities are revealed to have advanced significantly, a lot to the extent that it now competes with Tokyo's officers, all due to Minato Kusanagi. Upon departing the training grounds, Minato feels anxious about returning to Tokyo. Certainly, another press conference or another hassle is looming ahead. On the return journey, national news reports on the newly formed alliance between SMT and the Hamurai and Kaichi noble families to combat disasters and creatures. As individuals nationwide respond, the report indicates that significant corporations might begin supporting SMT. Those concerned about police authority are reassured that SMT is not an official entity of the Tokyo Police. As information circulates, individuals across Japan begin to recognize the growing influence of SMT. Journalists highlight that the Mizuha family has yet to make a public appearance, which is unusual given their typical collaboration with SMT. This fuels speculation that they might be withdrawing as Japan begins to unite against the ongoing crises. Upon arrival, Minato inquires with the girls about contacting their father. Yuka mentions she has attempted numerous times, but since they were disowned, he might be reluctant to respond. Nonetheless, Minato is concerned that the family head hasn't yet endorsed the alliance publicly. Ruka mentions she believed he would intervene after the other 2 noble families became involved. Given Toshiro's unusual silence, Minato plans to visit him later. Noticing him deep in contemplation, the girls bring him back to reality by complimenting his actions in Osaka and expressing their pride in him. Aware of the impending trouble, Minato enters their conversation. Meanwhile, Shido observes that Chrono was absent at night during Minato's absence. He feels uneasy but believes that if Minato truly heads the Shadowbringers and Chrono is an unlawful mage, he must make an arrest. Despite this, Shido fervently wishes he is mistaken, as he thinks Minato is destined to rescue the world. Later that evening, as he walked home, he complained about his busy teammates. Minato is halted by 2 of Toshiro's aides, who inform him of his summons. Minato serenely proceeds with. Soon he reaches Toshiro's villa. Toshiro furiously inquires if it's true that both his daughters reside with Minato, then cautions him that he will kill him if he harms them. Confused, Minato insists they are merely friends, yet Toshiro continues to push for a firm assurance that Minato won't engage. Minato declares he would never betray his friends and threatens to kill him if he causes them harm. He questions whether this entire meeting was solely focused on the daughters. Despite everything, he can sense that Toshiro genuinely cares for them like a father. Soon after, Toshiro leads Minato outdoors. and dares him to a duel in the sky. Minato consents since he has time. Tashiru initiates the assault, channeling mana and unleashing level 6 water magic. Geyser. Wave. Minato responds using level 7 fire magic. Demon's Blaze shatters the water spell. Upon landing, Tashiru commends him for overcoming water's edge with fire. Acknowledging Minato's power, Tashiru ultimately entrusts his daughters to him. Minato remains silent for a moment, observing him depart. Meanwhile, the enraged BR chief from before hurls a fit upon discovering that Chrono is alive. Frustrated, he resolves to unleash his full power and eliminate anyone who stands in his way. He then faces his latest ally, Tashiru, and insists on evidence he can provide. Surprisingly, Tashiru vows to eliminate Chrono. At that moment, the furious leader, later identified as the former mischievous magic noble Korwa, announces that BR's upcoming action will be total war against the Shadowbringers, instructing the Black Mage to bide his time. Just days prior to BR's action, Minato and the SMT members return to school, attracting even greater attention than before. With their rising fame, Minato is already feeling exhausted. The others face challenges as well. Yuka is constantly surrounded by fans eager to stay close to her as envious individuals begin to resent her for it. 3 spiteful girls ultimately conclude they can no longer tolerate the spotlight Yuka receives. When Yuka excuses herself from class, claiming she needs to use the restroom, they seize their opportunity. Once she's done, Yuka grumbles to herself about how exhausting the attention has become. Suddenly, the 3 girls ambush her and pull her into a notorious area of the school. They attempt to intimidate her, labeling her as bothersome and questioning her presence in SMT. When Yuka remains silent, the stout girl asserts that she must have received preferential treatment due to her noble magical status. Then the green-haired fool claims that Yuka likely seduced her way into SMT. Yuka finally loses her temper, asserting that she put in genuine effort to join and would never resort to underhanded tactics. Observing her response, the red-haired leader intensifies the pressure, insisting that Yuka swear as a magic noble she doesn't have feelings for Minato. Yuka halts, yet before she reveals herself, Minato arrives and inquires about the situation. Surprised, the girls hastily assert they were merely discussing the unfairness of Yuka's preferential treatment. Their leader even charges Minato with showing favoritism. Minato disregards them, gazes at Yuka, and immediately perceives her humiliation. In the meantime, the envious girls begin to chatter about wanting to join SMT, claiming they would be a significant asset. Minato, recognizing their ploy, chooses to play along. He restrains his anger for now and advises them to enroll in the SMT entrance course instead. If they are truly that enthusiastic, he states they can join after passing. Unaware of the harshness of the training, the girls feel thrilled. Minato leads Ruji and Ruka to the SMT training facility, informing them they'll be participating in the course. Initially, both express their skepticism, commenting that the girls seem lacking in skill. Yuka fears Minato might actually allow them to join, but she sets aside that concern to focus on the situation at hand. Meanwhile, the new girls continue their chatter. Ruji and Ruka grow increasingly wary. When questioned by Minato, he simply advises them not to overanalyze. These girls must understand an important lesson. As training begins, the redhead is close to exhaustion within an hour. Minato and the seasoned SMT members yell commands, pushing them to flee as if their lives depend on it. It's the identical harsh method he applied against the Osaka police. After having them complete the track 4 full laps, Minato transitions to one-handed, magic-enhanced push-ups. He trains alongside the others, urging the 3 underperformers to continue pushing forward. Next is continuous spellcasting until they are utterly exhausted. At that point, the envious trio is plotting their escape. As they attempt to escape, Minato calls out to them. He leans back and nonchalantly mentions that they've merely completed the warm-up. In a frenzy, the girls begin shouting that he's bothering them, with one claiming he's made practice intolerable just to toy with them. In reply, Minato indicates the genuine SMT members and reminds the girls that everyone faced challenges at the start. Two, yet continued daily to evolve into who they are today. He claims SMT battles monsters alongside death and safeguards individuals with all their might. He mentions Yuika, stating that regardless of their belief in her lack of talent, she tirelessly strives to improve. Improved, claiming she relied on her appearance or position is simply foolish. He understands she would never resort to that. Ultimately, he locks eyes with the redhead and asserts that Yuika holds significant value to him. He won't tolerate anyone attempting to undermine her. Understanding they crossed the line, the three bullies begin pleading for mercy. Then they scurry away like the cowards they truly are. Observing their retreat, Minato exhales a weary sigh at their pitifulness. Still puzzled, Ryuji inquires about what just happened, but Minato reassures him not to fret. Later, on their way home post-training, Yuika expresses gratitude to Minato for defending her and confesses she overheard everything. He downplays it, stating he merely spoke the truth and quelled their foolish jealousy. As they are likely to share the tale on their own, he assures her that there's no need for concern. Yuika chuckles and echoes his statement. Then, feeling a bit bashful, she confesses he holds significance for her as well, though she understands their meanings differ. For now, that's sufficient. She thinks that when she is strong enough to stand alongside him, she could finally capture his heart. With renewed determination, she instructs Minato to prepare for the day she will surpass him. With Yuika's harassment resolved, life returns to normal for the SMT, until the next disaster strikes. When it starts in Tokyo, the sky turns crimson, and monsters emerge throughout the streets. People sense the peril and flee as the beasts assault. Minato and Hinata are close by, so they quickly join in. Hinata eagerly claims a few monsters and incinerates them using fire magic. With no time to debate with the small loudmouth, Minato pursues the others. He eliminates them using void magic. In the meantime, first responders and some onlookers are amazed to witness the SMT and the nobles collaborating so seamlessly. Since the nobles began cooperating with the SMT, their reputation has gradually improved. A recent public poll confirms this. For the moment, Chrono deals with unlawful mages, whereas the SMT manages disasters and creatures. However, the primary members of the SMT are students, not police. The group has yet to gain full acceptance as an emergency unit, further fueling criticism of the police. A few days later, Minato, disguised as Shadowbringer, visits Leona's brother Kai, who is in a coma, in the guise of... At night, he quietly enters Kai's room and lays a hand on his forehead, attempting to heal him with angel breath, a level 7 divine spell. While holy magic typically cannot heal a coma, Minato wishes it can aid Kai's physical and mental state. However, despite multiple attempts, there is no improvement. He begins to doubt the effectiveness of holy magic in this case. Yet, he recalls Leona's unwavering hope whenever Kai is brought up. Minato won't give up. As he prepares to attempt a different approach, the door swings open abruptly, and he swiftly conceals himself. Leona enters, momentarily feeling another presence, but quickly dismisses it. She approaches her brother and picks up the story from yesterday, now discussing Chrono's incredible magic, how reliable he is and how he takes control. She confesses her admiration for him, yet claims his coaching is truly torturous. His training is so severe it seems almost malicious. Yet as she laughs, her expression gradually shifts. Gripping Kai's blanket, she vows to keep battling until no one else suffers the same fate. Even if it means sacrificing everything, she pledges to dismantle the Black Rebellion alongside Chrono. Overwhelmed, she begins to weep, once more expressing her sorrow to her brother for what transpired. Hearing this, Minato silently departs, enters a warehouse to meet Leona along with the recruits she referred to. Soon after, Leona shows up and presents the new members. Minato surprises her by requesting formal introductions. She clarifies that these individuals are not random. They sought her out after noticing her online posts and enlightenment efforts. She intentionally shared only minimal information to gauge their seriousness in locating her. Now that they have succeeded, she informs Minato that she has already verified their identities and vetted them thoroughly. The recruits become enthusiastic and begin to fawn over Minato, but Leona swiftly intervenes. Once the situation settles, Minato agrees to train them, but warns he won't take it easy. The recruits stand firm and encourage him to challenge them as much as he desires. Satisfied with their spirit, Minato starts their training, and almost ends their lives with its brutality. They began overly enthusiastic, but quickly demonstrated their commitment. Through Minato's tough training, they made rapid progress. In just a week, Minato assembles a unique team focused on hacking and information management, accompanied by a task force designed to attack and eliminate BR hideouts. As Shadowbringer's influence expands, he receives backing from certain underworld factions. BR hideouts continue to be dismantled, leaving law enforcement puzzled regarding the true intentions of the Black Mage. Yet Shido remains steadfast. In his view, illegal mages are offenders. To him, Shadowbringer is not a hero, merely another criminal. He is resolute in ensuring these so-called saviors face justice. Simultaneously, Korwa has another outburst, enraged that the Black Mage continues to resist him. Just as he's about to destroy something, a subordinate informs him that the upcoming operation is set. Korwa continues to label them as slow and inept, yet remains focused on a single objective. He vows to track down and eliminate Minato and Chrono, regardless of the cost. The following day in SMT training, Shido observes the entire routine, and can't dismiss the idea that Captain Minato could be Chrono. Given his age, abilities, and the timing of Chrono's emergence, the suspicion is difficult to overlook. As he ponders, Ruji and the girls express their apologies to Minato for damaging their bracelets while sleeping weeks prior. Upon listening to them, Minato replies that it's okay and speculates the bracelets have reached their capacity. In private, he acknowledges that as a novice, he can't create effective anti-monster gear. He plans to approach Takagami for superior equipment later. Nevertheless, Ruji and the others remain furious that the nobles ambush them at night merely for a test, acting as if they had no restrictions. Minato understands their frustration and concedes his point. However, recognizing the importance of collaborating with the nobles in the future, he urges his team to overlook this incident. They agree, albeit reluctantly, and then begin to criticize themselves for being too weak to detect the assault. At that moment, Yuka recalls how bewildered the magic nobles appeared upon awakening and inquires about their fate. She notes they still seemed out. Minato reveals that he cast a drain spell that extracted their magic and obscured their memories. They might not recall anything from prior to or following the event. After finishing training for the day, Minato proposes they all go home together. However, his team promptly rejects him with various excuses. After being abandoned, Shido gives him a lift, and Minato agrees. During the return trip, Shido mentions the increasing power of Shadowbringer and states that, as a police officer, he cannot overlook it. Picking up on this, Minato questions whether Shido still has suspicions about him. Shido sidesteps the question and instead points out several characteristics of Shadowbringer, inquiring if Minato has noticed them as well. Minato pretends to be unaware, claiming he knows nothing. Although Shido remains skeptical, he chooses to drop the issue for the time being. Minato then inquires if Shido considers Chrono a villain. Since he hasn't witnessed any wrongdoing from Chrono, Shido concedes that he has heard of him being a good person. Minato then asks why Shido harbors such animosity towards him. Shido responds that Chrono is still a criminal and shares his past to clarify his feelings. His father was an exceptional police officer who possessed a deep sense of justice. Although many viewed criminals as monsters, his father held the view that they retained a conscience and that respecting them could lead to acknowledgement of their wrongdoings. Shido admired this perspective, which motivated him to pursue a career in law enforcement as well. However, his father was murdered while attempting to negotiate with a hostage-taking criminal. Without any weapon or defense, he was assaulted by the criminal using magic. As he lacked the ability to use magic, he never succeeded. The suspect was subsequently apprehended for robbery and homicide. When questioned about Shidu's father's death, he claimed he acted out of fear of the defenseless man, simply recalling that causes Shidu to lose control. He asserts that those who should experience fear are the ones who suffer, individuals like his father who lost his life over something trivial. He expresses his stance firmly. He will never pardon offenders. Even if they rescue individuals, they still must face consequences. If not, trustworthy individuals will lose their faith. As Shidu remains seated with that pain, Minato understands this conviction is deeply embedded within him. After regaining composure, Shidu expresses regret for his emotions and leaves Minato, mentioning he'll rely on him once more tomorrow. The following morning, the SMT convenes for training, but Minato is tardy, an uncommon occurrence. Moments later, he bolts from class, complaining about chatty teachers. While making his way to the training zone, he overlooks two suspicious men observing him from a nearby corner. Moments after he departs, a massive news screen is abruptly taken over. The visuals shift, revealing Korwa on prominent screens throughout Japan. He is instantly identified as the former magic noble Korwa. Unfazed by the attention, he directly addresses the SMT and Chrono, stating that he possesses a special gift for them. He asserts that explosives have been positioned throughout Japan and cautions the authorities against intervening, or they will detonate sequentially. To demonstrate his seriousness, Korwa snaps his fingers. An adjacent structure near Minato suddenly detonates. Minato responds to previously erecting a significant barrier to safeguard civilians. Simultaneously, the SMT attempts to collect information, only to discover that all their data is jumbled. To make matters worse, neither they nor the police can react swiftly enough. In her frustration, Yuka expresses her concern about their inability to contact Minato and questions what he could be doing at such a critical moment. As chaos ensues among the police, Korwa issues his ultimate ultimatum. Chrono must arrive at the designated spot alone, or every bomb will detonate simultaneously. Upon assessing the destruction in the vicinity, Minato resolves to wait until night too. Once night falls, he dons the Shadowbringer attire and makes his way to the rendezvous point. A historic dock warehouse formerly served as a refuge. Once the location is confirmed, Leona inquires with overcoms if he is truly going through with this, and Minato responds that it will be. With everything prepared, Leona urges him to return safely and wishes he doesn't perish. After soothing Leona once again, Minato takes off across the. He arrives at the designated warehouse. The lights illuminate immediately when he steps in. Displaying numerous illegal BR mages, Korwa greets him with a grin, claiming he has been eager to see him perish. He boasts that all present are high-level BR mages. Chrono, Minato, wonders if defeating everyone present will suffice to take down BR. Korwa chuckles at his audacity. Before he can continue, a mage insults Chrono, calling him a fool for thinking he can succeed alone. Korwa seizes that man by the throat, asserting that underestimating Chrono is precisely why people fail against him. With Chrono now present, Korwa declares he won't hold back and intends to eliminate him without error. Chrono, prepared for battle, questions whether Korwa genuinely believes that. However, Korwa interrupts him, cautioning that if he puts up any resistance, the bombs scattered throughout the city will detonate. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Chrono remains motionless and waits. Korwa commands his men to eliminate him, and they all charge simultaneously. None of their attacks connect. Korwa suspects Chrono has deployed a barrier and instructs them to continue firing. When it fails once more, Chrono informs them that level 3 magic cannot affect him. Korwa snaps and angrily berates his own team, deeming them as useless. Chrono disregards them as worthless. Korwa growls that this so-called trash will rip him to shreds. He concedes that Chrono would typically be beyond his reach, but claims the situation shifts with his new firearms. Observing them, Chrono presumes they're standard weapons and states that bullets are ineffective. As he completes his task, Korwa shoots, and a bullet grazes his right cheek. Chrono is genuinely injured. Korwa can't help but laugh at his response. He clarifies that the gun is anti-magic, equipped with bullets that shatter magic. He then fires 3 additional shots, each grazing Chrono. Kurwa mentions that it's been some time since he fired a gun, resulting in his aim being somewhat off. However, he is taken aback when Chrono instinctively heals. Believing it to be holy magic, Kurwa confronts him, but Chrono clarifies that it's natural magic that heals him automatically. Kurwa insists that this alters nothing, as it simply allows him to inflict more pain on Chrono. He shoots 3 more times while mocking him, yet the bullets merely skim Chrono, who heals instantly. Kurwa begins to sense that something is incorrect. None of his shots landed accurately. He momentarily considers if Chrono is evading, then dismisses it as unlikely. As Kurwa ponders, Chrono discreetly consults Leona and the others about the status of their covert mission. Kurwa catches on and reprimands him for speaking during a crucial moment. Battle. With the mission accomplished, Chrono unleashes Grand Typhoon, a 5th-level wind spell. Dispersing the unlawful mages and ripping apart the roof, demolishing the warehouse. Kurwa immediately commands the city bombs to explode, yet Chrono discloses his allies have already neutralized them. With his attention solely on him, Chrono remarks that those hits stung, and he promises to repay Kurwa 100-fold. Kurwa prepares to engage, yet prior to their confrontation, the SMT intervenes and halts. Yuka states that all bombs have been neutralized, and Ruka instructs BR to provide. Chrono, wishing to remain anonymous, silently admires the rapid arrival of the SMT and speculates if they had been lurking nearby. The SMT quickly identifies Chrono as the Shadowbringer leader and detects the potency of his magic. Sonata, aware that Chrono is actually Manadu, feels compelled to assist, concerned he might be concealing injuries. As the tide shifts, Chrono confidently inquires if Kurwa still wishes to battle. However, just as they believe it's finished, Toshiro suddenly materializes unexpectedly and provides Kurwa. The girls are shocked to witness their father supporting him and insist on understanding why he associates with someone like Kurwa. Before Toshiro responds, Kurwa states it's due to their camaraderie. Yuko and her sister remain perplexed, persistently questioning their father about his support for that jerk. Annoyed, Toshiro icily responds that he owes them no explanation. The girls become silent and simply gaze at him. Shidu commands the capture of Chrono, yet Chrono questions whether this is truly the moment to regard him as an adversary. Others concur that collaboration is essential, particularly with Manadu missing. Shidu hesitantly consents to assist for. At that moment, Kurwa launches special grenades towards the SMT, while Chrono advises them to evade. And they hardly become clear. They soon understand these grenades are unusual. Chrono is astonished to discover anti-magic arms that extend beyond mere firearms. Kurwa confidently reveals his coat, displaying additional concealed equipment. As Chrono confronts Kurwa, the sisters grapple with the thought of battling their father. Toshiro seizes the opportunity and unleashes Azure Splash, a level 3 water spell. Ruka responds using a similar spell, but hers is excessively feeble. Toshiro's strike shatters directly through it. Lacking alternatives, the girls prepare themselves. Ruji then uses Rock Wall, an earth spell of level 3, rescuing them from the onslaught. They express their gratitude, and Toshiro acknowledges their progress and teamwork. However, he cautions that they still fall short of his abilities, which are comparable to Minato's. Yuka stands firm. She and Ruka merge their mana to unleash Fire Geyser Wave, a level 7 water spell. Toshiro responds using the level 8 Tidal Wave, and defeats their assault. He mentions that they cancelled a portion of his enchantment, yet they remain significantly behind. As the sisters succumbed, Kurwa ridicules the simplicity of the situation, claiming even the great Shadowbringer struggles against anti-magic weapons. He mocks that Kurwa has likely never faced guns before. With Toshiro at his side, Kurwa claims he has no hope and even suggests the humiliating option of pleading for mercy. Kurwa remains composed, which only frustrates Kurwa further, prompting him to shout for him to cease his confident facade. He shoots once more, This time, Korwa evades every bullet, initially believing it's just luck. Yet the more he observes, the less he trusts that. Toshiro demonstrates his level 8 water spell once more and inquires about their opinions. Receiving no response, he strikes at Korwa, who evades effortlessly. Korwa observes something unusual in Korwa's moves swiftly and promptly unleashes Night Raid, a level 5 dark spell. Moving behind him to attack, yet Korwa dodges each strike. Korwa fires once more. Korwa evades that as well. While Korwa regains his breath, another surge of water magic arrives. At him, he lifts a void barrier, yet it shatters from the hit. Observing from the sidelines, the SMT is amazed by the sheer amount of mana being used and begins to feel ineffective. Understanding they cannot confront Manadu in this manner, they resolve to take action and demonstrate their worth. Shidu, harboring resentment towards Manadu, spots an opportunity. With Chrono occupied and restrained, he believes they can finally defeat him, particularly with backup arriving for Toshiro and Korwa. Determined not to let the opportunity slip away, Shidu faces Sanada and requests her assistance in apprehending Chrono. She pauses, expressing her doubts. Shidu emphasizes that Chrono is an unlawful mage acting solo, necessitating immediate action. Initially, she declines, but he persistently urges her, almost pleading. Sanada tightens her fists and gazes forward, leading Shidu to believe she consented. Instead of launching an attack, she casts Chrono white magic. Observing this, Korwa believes the police have betrayed their sole ally, and began assisting Chrono. Moments later, Shidu notices Sanada cast First Aid, a level 5 holy spell, on Chrono. Korwa promptly contacts the police regarding the illegal mage's assistance. Chrono disregards him. Given that his passive magic already restores him, he questions why Sanada employed magic he doesn't require. He understands she's using the spell to convey her emotions, so he embraces it and continues to fight. Shidu inquires why she chose to heal a criminal, and Sanada, exasperated, explains it's because Chrono is battling for their benefit. When he presses for clarification, Sanada urges him to consider their situation. Who is barely alive, unable to move, and why hasn't Chrono moved from that position? Shidu remains silent as she reveals the answer. Chrono safeguards everyone, despite Korwa continuing to fire him. Without Chrono, they would have been Korwa's victims. This is why he refuses to leave their side. Despite this, Shidu continues to label Chrono as the antagonist, claiming that a rogue mage wouldn't assist the police. Noticing his skepticism, Sanada points out that Chrono arrived alone to rescue others and battle for them. Gradually, Shidu begins to reconsider. Observing Chrono, battered and bloodied yet steadfast, leads him to doubt his previous convictions. The reality begins to dawn on him, particularly when the girls express their intent to stand alongside Chrono. Regardless of his status as an illegal mage, Korwa ridicules them, claiming individuals like them can't alter anything since they are nearly devoid of magic. Despite this, as the SMT launches its final assault, Yuka remarks that even with diminished mana, they can still make an impact. With that, everyone shifts their gaze to Toshiro, who remains afloat in his water bubble. They bring him back down to their level. As soon as he touches down, Chrono unleashes Demon's Blaze. Toshiro immediately perceives the ambush and obstructs it using Geyser Wave. Observing their effective teamwork, Toshiro understands he has few chances to strike at Chrono. He recognizes that the SMT will continually obstruct him, doing everything possible to restrain him. Sanada eagerly intervenes to assist Minato in the ongoing struggle. Under the girls' insistence, Shidu stands firm and unites with them against Toshiro. That ultimately makes Korwa angry. Chrono commends the SMT for distracting Toshiro, simplifying his own battle, which only fuels Korwa's rage until he swears to eliminate them. Then he fires even more shots at Chrono. Chrono skillfully evades each bullet, leaving Korwa in shock. When Korwa charges him with using magic, Chrono replies that he merely dodged. No magic involved. Korwa retorts, asserting this isn't a film. Chrono explains that it has been some time since he encountered long-range magic gear. so he was out of practice. Upon hearing that, Korwa begins shooting erratically. However, Chrono claims he has already determined his attack pattern and evades each shot as he narrows the distance. When Korwa realizes bullets are ineffective, he retrieves an anti-magic rocket launcher to eliminate everyone. However, just as he is about to shoot, Chrono employs Night Raid to close in. Korwa is astonished, and Chrono continues with Cruel, a sinister incantation distinct from typical sorcery, and plunges him into torment that endures for 3 days and 3 nights. Following his encounter with Korwa, Chrono faces even. With the team nearly immobilized from fatigue, he observes their success in restraining Tushuru. Chrono grins at them, instructing them to let him handle the remainder. He then directs his complete attention to Tushuru. Before they engage, Tushuru gives up, prompting Chrono to inquire why. At that moment, Leona communicates via comms that the police and magic nobles are storming BR hideouts throughout Tokyo. She notes that the timing seems deliberate and suggests that the leak probably originated from Mizuha Tushuru. Chrono inquires of Tushuru whether he was a spy within BR. Tushuru acknowledges. Before anyone can continue, Korwa rises and instructs everyone to cease their antics. Observing his state, Chrono deduces that he employed anti-magic equipment to escape from Cruel. Korwa, with a detonator in hand, menaces to trigger the bombs he concealed nearby. The SMT members express they feel too exhausted to break free. Chrono and Tushuru, remaining upright, unleashed Firewall and Emerald Aqua, 2 level 7 spells to protect the SMT from the explosion. However, when Korwa repeatedly slams the detonator, nothing occurs. He stares blankly, claiming he has planted bombs all around. As he panics, Leona shows up and informs him that the nearby bombs are defused. As soon as he identifies her as part of Shadowbringer's group, he labels them as slaves and commands them to kneel and submit. Leona, enraged, strikes him forcefully and declares that she has finally avenged herself. Despite that, Korwa claims he's merely a single cog in BR, asserting that the true leaders remain beyond reach. Immediately after, he collapses. Chrono is uncertain about who genuinely controls BR, yet he realizes he requires additional evidence. He dismisses the idea, lifts Leona, and gets ready to depart before the police show up. Yuka shouts, requesting him to pause while she verifies something, yet Chrono disregards her and soars into the night sky. Once more, the SMT fails to catch. Once he departs, Ruka, Yuka, and Ruji ponder the true nature of Shadowbringer's leader. Sanada, aware that Chrono is actually Kusanagi, feels immense gratitude towards her savior for preserving numerous lives that evening. By the following morning, the national news announces the arrest of former magic noble and BR President Korwa. He is charged with planning terrorist attacks, while law enforcement receives commendations for neutralizing the explosives and demonstrating their counterterrorism expertise. As they view the news from a location in the city, Hinata and Riku mock the media for praising the police. Meanwhile, Minato resumes his routine as SMT captain. That morning, he travels to the Mizuha residence with the team to visit Toshiru. During the journey, they inquire about his absence during the Korwa operation. Minato fabricates a story about a family matter, and they believe him, though they remind him to reach out next time. Upon arriving at the Mizuha residence, they are greeted and led to the meeting room. In that moment, the girls request their father to clarify everything, and Toshiru begins by admitting he merely feigned collaboration with. Korwa states he joined BR to redeem the magic noble's reputation and put an end to rogue mages. He then discloses that Korwa was more than just a past magic noble, but also a significant criminal whose influence expanded without restraint. Consequently, Toshiru resolved to take action. Yuka inquires about his reasons for joining BR, to which Toshiru clarifies that the police requested his assistance due to his position as the leader of a magic noble family, allowing him easier access to Korwa, particularly since Korwa had previously collaborated with Fuka. This enabled Toshiru to earn his trust. He concludes by stating that although he isn't officially police, he was regarded as an exceptional undercover investigator and will face no consequences for his actions. Upon hearing that, The girls exhale in relief and condemn the police for subjecting their father to this. In the meantime, Minato reflects on all participants, the SMT, who traveled remarkably far for this strategy. He questions why the police acted only now when they could have intervened earlier. To him, their reasoning seems flimsy and dubious. A recollection of Korwa's defeat reveals Chrono and Leona discussing how the police, despite their poor information-gathering skills, managed to identify that more than half of the bombs were fake. Chrono speculates whether the criminals simply exhausted their supply of real bombs, but Leona believes that seems too careless. Regardless, the police acted too swiftly, as if they had prior knowledge. She expresses that the entire situation feels suspicious, yet they lack any evidence. In the present, Toshiru confesses his wrongdoings, seeks forgiveness, and pledges to openly endorse the SMT while revoking his daughter's disownment. The girls immediately light up, thrilled to be able to proudly belong to the Mizuha. On the journey back, Ryuji mentions that so many positive events have occurred that he can finally unwind. Sonata refers to Minato and Chrono as her heroes and longs to express her gratitude. Shido remains haunted by the fact that Chrono, despite being an illegal mage, came to their rescue. If Chrono is indeed Kusanagi, Shido questions whether he should still pursue an arrest. Meanwhile, Yuka feels anxious recalling Chrono's gaze. Night and notices they resembled Minato's perfectly. She can't help but wonder if they might actually be the same individual. Minato understands the direction this is taking and sees potential complications ahead. That evening, in his Chrono attire, he goes to the hospital to heal Kai using sacred magic. With no answer yet, Chrono prompts Kai to awaken, reminding him that his sister is waiting. At that moment, Leona enters the room. Thus Chrono swiftly conceals himself outside the window. Leona observed Ryuji gently informing her younger brother that she and Chrono had vanquished the villains. Thus he no longer has to be concerned, and no one will harm him again. Moments later, Kai calls her name, and Leona promptly responds that she is present. Now alert, Kai greets his sister's return, expressing that he tried his hardest to remain resilient during her absence. Leona immediately embraces him, weeping with relief. Observing that, Chrono grins, aware of his task is completed, and silently soars away into That night, Ryuji asks Minato and the girls for assistance in watching his younger siblings during lunch on the school rooftop the following day. When they inquire about the reason, he clarifies that he has a shift that will extend throughout the day and into the night. Typically, he manages SMT tasks and looks after the kids while his mom is at work, but this time neither is available. Unable to leave the children unsupervised for so long, Ryuji seeks assistance. Minato readily agrees, mentioning his fondness for children, while Ryuji expresses his gratitude repeatedly. Yuka offers her apologies, citing her busy schedule with the move. When Ryuji inquires about her returning to her father's home, she clarifies that they are relocating to a larger place. Yuka mimics her father, stating that the sisters ought to continue fostering their independence and exploring the world, provided Kusanagi Minato remains by their side. Ryuji remarks on this, and Yuka mentions that her dad is considerate enough to. Minato believes that if Toshiru desires their independence, having the sisters cohabitate is a logical decision. Simultaneously, he comprehends Toshiru's desire for his presence among them at this moment more than. Ryuji then humorously remarks on Minato and Ruka assisting Yuka with her move, but quickly concludes they would only be annoying and oblivious, making it best for Yuka to go solo. Chuckling at his own joke, he inquires if Ruka can accompany Minato. She hesitates, then agrees to assist him in watching the children. Ryuji expresses gratitude to them both and vows to return the favor. The following day, Minato and Ruka bring Ryuji's 3 siblings to the amusement park, as it has been some time since their last visit. The children eagerly express their desire to experience the merry-go-round, roller coaster, and Ferris wheel. Minato chuckles and assures they'll experience everything. Just as they approach the initial ride, he sees Ruka lingering and invites her to join as well. Yet her expression appears so rigid that it makes the kids anxious. Minato inquires why she isn't smiling. To maintain the atmosphere, Ruka apologizes and compels an uncomfortable grin, inquiring if that assists. It just makes her appear more frightening to the children. Before tears begin, Minato soothes them and temporarily leaves the sorrowful Ruka by herself. Following that, the five of them take the roller coaster, the Ferris wheel, and the carousel before concluding the day's activities. As Minato cares for the happy children, he observes Ruka still appears sad, and chooses to talk to her. As the children head to the restroom, Minato advises them against running into others, leaving him and Ruka by themselves. After discussing the kids' enthusiasm, Ruka compliments Minato, noting that even the little ones admire him. Minato dismisses it, yet Ruka confesses her shortcomings. With children, it's not that she dislikes them. She simply struggles with how to communicate. Minato comprehends, and Ruka expresses regret for her consistent coldness. She then recalls claiming she would never outdo her sister, and now she feels inferior to her in every way. She struggles with cooking, forming connections, and showing care like Yuka. Even in magic, her proudest achievement, she finds herself lagging behind. Ruka admits she's not perfect, just an awkward woman who struggles to manage anything alone, herself. When Minato remains silent, she expresses regret for, complaining and urges him to move on. She then sees the children returning from the restroom while they navigate through In the crowd, the eldest encounters one of three bullies who have been harassing other children and threatening to film them. Minato prepares to move forward. However, Ruka acts quickly to protect the children, prompting him to pause and observe. She swiftly drags the boy aside and inquires if he's injured. The boy starts crying, and she feels relieved he's fine. Then the bully and his friends demand an apology from Ruka declines, stating that the child is innocent and it is the bully who should apologize. In a foolish move, the bully swings at Ruka, but before the hit connects, Minato grabs his fist and labels him as worthless, claiming he only creates chaos. He cautions him against damaging a public space merely for amusement. As the bully yells and pleads, Minato releases his grip and mutters about how troublemakers are ubiquitous. After the punks depart, he ensures everyone is secure. After witnessing Ruka defend, the three children hold on to her, weeping and expressing gratitude for their rescue. Ruka freezes, but once Minato provides her, she embraces them and reassures them that all is well. Following that, they relish the remainder of the night passes without further issues. Later, Ruji finally receives. At home, he expresses regret and wishes his siblings weren't. Alternatively, he discovers all five of them sleeping together as one. A joyful family. Over time, Minato, Chrono, and the Shadowbringers continue to attract attention, while the police's reputation declines. Despite their quick response to the BR explosion and receiving some commendation, the SMT's achievements cast a negative light on the police. In a meeting, members of the Tokyo Police Department contend that they cannot allow the Shadowbringers to operate unchecked and tarnish their reputation. In agreement, the General Superintendent instructs them to apprehend the so-called vigilantes and bring them to justice. At the dojo of the Kaichi family, Minato and Riku engage in a wooden sword sparring match. Ability: for almost 10 minutes, the two battle in quiet with lethal intent, punching, stabbing, and avoiding only when necessary. Ultimately, Riku declares it a tie as they both find themselves in lethal stances. He acknowledges Minato's remarkable sword skills, expressing astonishment at how evenly Minato competes with him, the assistant manager. Minato, however, insists he hasn't equaled Riku yet. Still, this only increases Riku's admiration for his skill and humility. Following the match, they placed the wooden swords. Riku suddenly begins to grumble about how bothersome life has become. Minato inquires what caused the shift. Riku expresses that wielding a sword inspires him, but once he sets it aside, he feels worthless. He expresses a preference for death or becoming a plant. Minato earnestly urges him not to die, stating that merely existing is sufficient if it brings happiness. Riku describes Manadu as intriguing, and acknowledges that he has consistently felt like an outsider. His reputation for swordsmanship only intensified his sense of disconnection from others, and that annoys him more than anything else. Manhwa informs him that it doesn't make him an outsider. It simply indicates that his distinctiveness is clear to all. Riku is amazed, as no one has ever characterized his talent like this. Manhwa mentions experiencing something alike and begins to remember his history, as Ichikami Manhwa when he encountered a fearsome threat that nearly led to his demise. He claims he resisted and activated his power at that moment. Riku naively thinks Manhwa refers to the traffic incident he previously mentioned. In his reflections, Manhwa recalls how he began learning magic by imitating the spells of the monster until he created his own. Despite being the sole survivor, he informs Riku he still recalls not being able to save anyone, and being regarded as an unusual individual. He now channels his strength to assist others and inquires with Riku if there's something he wishes to safeguard. Riku becomes aware there is. Manhwa grins and encourages him to harness that power, as that uniqueness resides within him already. Riku appreciates the guidance and expresses gratitude. They express gratitude for the assistance, shake hands, and vow to collaborate once more. Upon exiting the dojo, Manhwa reflects on Kaichi Riku and concludes that, as the leader of a prestigious magical family, he's surprisingly a good person, despite his quirky habits. Manhwa believes Riku surpasses the others, who are insincere, unpleasant, and difficult to comprehend. Absorbed in his thoughts, Manhwa collides with a passerby and promptly offers an apology, only to discover it's Hamurai Hinata, the little brat. Upon recognizing Manhwa, she insists he clarify his actions. Without pausing for a response, she mentions encountering an irritating guy earlier and is still upset. Manhwa inquires why she isn't in her vibrant outfit today, to which Hinata replies that she clearly doesn't wear such things daily. It's anti-demon equipment, so she reserves it solely for professional tasks. Manhwa notes that she is quite passionate about it. Kind of situation, then understands she genuinely is. Soon, onlookers begin to gaze at them. To prevent issues, Hinata bluntly instructs Manhwa to accompany her to another location. Too weary to dispute with, take a seat wishing to blend in. It's ineffective. Individuals are already murmuring and glancing around at them, with a few suggesting they could. While on a date, everyone swiftly averts their gaze after receiving Hinata's pointed stares. Manhwa remains composed, quietly considering Hinata as a wild dog and choosing not to incite her. After the room quiets, Hinata inquires about his encounter with Riku. Believing she could be envious, Manhwa expresses regret for not inviting her to the dojo. This only causes Hinata to lose her temper, and she claims she isn't bothered by not being invited. In her thoughts, they are merely collaborators at this moment, not friends. Immediately after, she casts a jealous glance at a family celebrating a child's first birthday. Manhwa expresses that it's acceptable as long as they can collaborate. Irritated by his composure, Hinata inquires about his strength. When Manhwa recounts the road accident tale once more, she dismisses it as absurd, asserting that no one becomes that powerful from such an incident. She understands his magical abilities are unusual, and magic doesn't function that way. In his mind, Manhwa realizes he is further suppressing his power than he did previously. Hinata highlights that if facing death truly boosted magic power, people wouldn't find it so challenging. Frustrated, she rises and insists on learning the truth regarding his strength. Manhwa understands her urgency to become more powerful, but revealing to anyone from this time that he is Ichikami's reincarnation would not sense and wouldn't assist at all, so he simply advises her to train as usual if she aims to get better. Frustrated, Hinata sighs and claims Manhwa is unreadable before taking a seat again. Shortly after, the waitress arrives with their. Apologizing for the inconvenience, he places Hinata's very berry parfait on the table. Hold on. Manhwa is amazed by. The parfait is enormous, yet Hinata beams and mentions she's been anticipating this. Then, she pretends the waitress delivered the incorrect dish. Manhwa observes in bewilderment as she consumes it as if her survival hinges on it, relishing each delightful bite. Upon completing it, Hinata exhales deeply and confesses she had always wished to sample this café's parfait. She felt odd being by herself, so spending time with Manhwa turned out nicely. Manhwa notices her strong affection for sweets. He examines her monoflow and notices it overflowing. As soon as Hinata realizes she has relaxed too much, she quickly chops the meat, declares there's nothing more to discuss, and hurries away. Once she's departed, Manhwa understands he witnessed the magical strength she had concealed. Nevertheless, it is evidently far more potent than during their previous battle. Normal training couldn't have increased it that significantly in such a short period. As Manhwa contemplates this, he concludes that Hinata Hamurai is concealing something. At the same time, Shiru continues working and begins to consider that Manhwa could be Chrono. Whenever Chrono appears, Kusanagi is absent. It's difficult to accept that they aren't the same individual. Simultaneously, the police inquiry continues to expand, and Shiru realizes it's just a question of time until Chrono gets apprehended. Disturbed, he gazes at a family picture and wishes his father's spirit might somehow guide him. Later that evening, Leona encounters Chrono on a rooftop and informs him that the police are gearing up to dismantle Shadowbringer. Raids are occurring across the board, and several members have already been apprehended for interrogation. This leads Chrono to understand that the SMT has also been instructed to pursue them. He contemplates revealing his identity as Kusanagi from the SMT to Leona but refrains. If she were to be captured, that knowledge would complicate matters. He believes she would never betray him, but disclosing it now offers no significant benefit. He can still allude to police intel without revealing everything. Now isn't the moment to disclose it. Leona then states they require a strategy before the police arrive. Chrono reassures her not to fret and insists she should rely on him, as he already has a strategy. The following day, Manhwa goes to Takegami's residence and requests her assistance, to which she consents. A few days later, the superintendent of the Tokyo police requests an update on the Shadowbringer's investigation. Upon learning that Chrono remains unfound, he erupts in anger, demanding explanations. One officer informs him that they are still interrogating the apprehended Shadowbringers, but none possess any useful information. When the superintendent questions why they haven't resorted to force, the officer clarifies that the lower-ranking members appear to be genuinely unaware. Frustrated, the superintendent permits the use of force if necessary to capture Chrono, asserting that the reputation of the police force is at stake. The officers quickly mobilize. In the meantime, Shiru convenes the SMT and informs them that the higher-ups have instructed them to locate Chrono and his associates. With no leads on his whereabouts, his details have been made public to facilitate his identification and capture. As damaging materials circulate that tarnish the police's reputation, Shiru directs the SMT to pursue Chrono while simultaneously addressing ongoing calamities. Some team members voice their concerns, stating they are already overwhelmed with current crises and that the higher-ups seem disconnected from reality. Manhwa interprets this as a sign of the police's desperation, realizing that if they intensify their efforts, evading them will become significantly more challenging. Concluding the meeting, Shiru emphasizes the importance of prioritizing calamities and monsters while continuing the search for the Shadowbringer. Afterwards, Sanada questions the necessity of their actions. Shiru responds that they have no alternative. It's a direct command. Ruji grumbles that much of the calamity work falls on his shoulders, and the Mizuho sisters voice their grievances as well. Shiru acknowledges their frustration but explains that the higher-ups are panicking due to the Shadowbringer's considerable influence and backing. Contemplating the potential consequences of illegal mages gaining further followers, Shiru turns to Manhwa and bluntly urges him to stop pretending. Offended, Manhwa asks for clarification. Shiru openly accuses Manhwa of being Chrono and demands his immediate surrender. The entire room is taken aback, and the girls rush to defend Manhwa, insisting he cannot be Chrono. Observing their swift defense, Shiru begins to suspect that Yuka and Sanada might also be in league with Chrono. When they object, Shido argues that while Chrono may have saved lives, he still must turn himself in now to potentially receive leniency from the judge, which is preferable to being pursued by law enforcement. He highlights the coincidental timing of both Chrono's and Minato's appearances, their similar physiques and abilities, and how Manhwa is absent whenever Chrono shows up. He questions whether all these factors can truly be dismissed as mere coincidence. When no one responds, Shido presses Manhwa for an answer, anticipating that he will disclose his true identity. Just as Manhwa is about to reply, Sanada interrupts and displays a live broadcast on her device. Phone. The Shadowbringers have regained control of the station. The video begins with Manhwa present in the room, as another individual enters and introduces himself as Chrono. Following an apology for the disruption, the imposter Chrono addresses the audience regarding the increasing speculation of a power conflict between him and Manhwa. To resolve the dispute, he proposes a daytime duel to Manhwa, astonishing everyone. As the group looks on in shock, Shido ponders how Chrono could confront Manhwa if they are meant to be identical. Meanwhile, Sanada and Yuka begin to question their own doubts since none of this makes sense. In the meantime, Ruji and Ruka, unaware of the larger problem, inquire Manhwa about what Manhwa states he will take on Chrono's challenge. Several hours later, the entire nation is tuned into Shibuya, where the highly anticipated battle between Kusanagi and Chrono is set to commence. News helicopters circle above, and reporters depict the massive audience as if it were a spectacle. Authorities are aware of the potential risks, so officers are on standby, presumably prepared to detain Chrono. As they wait, supporters enthusiastically cheer for both competitors. In the meantime, Ruji remarks that the match has evolved into a media spectacle. His teammates present social media metrics and livestream statistics to illustrate its massive scale. Meanwhile, Shido remains silent, observing Manhwa and attempting to discern his true intentions. He's anticipating a single error, as there's no turning back now. Close to the arena, Hinata and Riku encounter Toshiru, who arrived to see the match. They inquire about his presence. Toshiru claims that witnessing this battle firsthand is essential for him. Immediately afterward, a radiant light emerges above the arena. While the audience speculates, a blue beam abruptly descends from above, nearly colliding with the helicopter and departing. A massive blast that almost topples bystanders. As the dust settles, the false Shadowbringer leader, Chrono, emerges, and the media quickly covers his arrival. Shido is taken aback by Chrono's appearance and begins to question his hypothesis. Hinata and Yuka also start to speculate whether Manhwa and Chrono are indeed separate individuals. Just before the battle commences, Manhwa exhales deeply, stating that he typically dislikes theatrics, but this occasion leaves him with no alternative. When the counterfeit Chrono remains silent, Manhwa bypasses conversation and proceeds directly to the battle. Before thousands of spectators, Manhwa begins with the Null Magic Inorganic Cannon, a 6th level spell. The counterfeit Chrono responds using Dark Magic Chaos Raven. As the two assaults meet, the shockwave is so powerful that the helicopter pilot above the arena retracts immediately, disregarding the reporters eager to approach, ensuring they avoid a collision and potential disaster. Once the initial spells disappear, both combatants charge in and crash their fists together, officially beginning the match. Subsequently, they exchange strikes in hand-to-hand combat, without either providing ground before retreating to cast magic once more. This time, the counterfeit Chrono unleashes a level 9 lightning spell, penetrating thunder, directly at Manhwa. Manhwa emerges unscathed but grumbles that Chrono isn't being careful and even ruined his outfit. Silently, the counterfeit Chrono unleashes a level 7 earth spell directed at Manhwa, attempting to crush him. To prevent the comet, Manhwa employs a level 9 neo-magic shield with assistance from a magical fairy. Places it before himself. The shield shatters the comet into fragments. After the attack subsides, Manhwa gazes at the magical fairy who assisted him in creating an incredibly strong shield. At that time, the audience, witnessing Manhwa receive assistance from a mysterious fairy, erupts in applause. A few punks even declare that they no longer care about the magic nobles, since Chrono and Manhwa exist on an entirely different plane. Meanwhile, several of Minato's girlfriends collapse from the overwhelming pressure and energy he radiates. Hinata, clearly irritated, informs Riku and Toshiru that null magic users, whom she refers to as clueless fools, are always eager to flaunt their extravagant spells. Riku points out that both Chrono and Manhwa can wield level 9 magic, to which Hinata responds that their vast mana reserves and extensive spell knowledge are equally extraordinary. Despite casting high-level magic, they still possess energy for additional spells, which is unbelievable. Toshiru notes that Manhwa is particularly notable, as his ongoing magic appears to have a life of its own. Hinata mentions that only a handful of mages can wield continuous magic, much less automatic magic. However, Toshiru believes that with Minato's extraordinary physical strength, he is likely utilizing magic power beyond merely enhancing his body, but also to enhance his offensive and defensive capabilities. Hinata then inquires if that implies Manhwa is essentially a barrier of magical energy, to which Toshiru replies likely, which merely irritates her further. When inquired about his uncertainty regarding Manhwa and Chrono's abilities, Toshiru claims their magic is simply that unusual. In simple terms, he believes Manhwa and Chrono, true beasts in his perspective, have outdone the magic nobles in every aspect. Consequently, the battle between Chrono and Manhwa approaches its climax when Manhwa unexpectedly surprises the fake Chrono in midair and sends him crashing down to the ground. However, the moment the false Chrono touches down, he bounces back up towards Manhwa, who remains in the air, causing the SMT and all spectators to gasp as the fight goes on. Yuka, Ruji, and Ruka acknowledge they were aware of the duo's strength, but witnessing their abilities firsthand clarifies the fascination others have with them. Sonata reviews the online statistics and notes that the fight continues to gain traction on streaming platforms and social media. Shidu notes that the conflict has reached its climax, capturing the attention of viewers globally. Concurrently, images from various locations worldwide begin to surface, including New York. In South Korea and other major cities, individuals are fixated on their phones, observing the live duel between the two most powerful mages, Chrono and Manhwa Kusanagi. After exchanging relentless blows and captivating the entire world, Manhwa commends the fake Chrono for enduring this long, then states it's. However, just as Manhwa believes he's victorious, the counterfeit Chrono casts a level 9 dark spell, Shadow Scythe, and strikes him with it. To conclude the battle, Manhwa employs level 10 null magic, Gigantic Hex, that eliminates Shadow Scythe and crashes Chrono into a nearby structure. The SMT members are astonished when they witness Manhwa wielding level 10 magic with such immense raw power. Yuka can only speculate about his true strength. Then Manhwa charges at the injured. Chrono has been defeated, and the news crew in the helicopter trails him. This is definitely the last blow. However, the pilot mentions that Manhwa is too quick to follow, and when the cameraman reports a loss of feed, the reporter erupts in frustration, scolding him for missing the crucial moment. Meanwhile, Manhwa, upon arriving at fake Chrono, he halts and relaxes his defenses. As soon as Manhwa diverts his gaze, Chrono lifts a hand and begins to act. However, Manhwa interrupts him, urging him to stop the act, and the fake Chrono disappears instantly. When it's done, Manhwa softly expresses his relief that the trick succeeded in front of everyone. He suspects that the anti-monster equipment created by Takagami has reached its maximum capacity, as it can only withstand level 9 magic for a limited time. He reflects on the challenges of clone magic, noting that the imitation Chrono was significantly weaker and struggled to speak. As Manhwa examines the outcome, Takagami nearby expresses gratitude that the plan worked. Upon discovering Manhwa was secretly Chrono, she was shocked he would take such a step. Since a person cannot cast 2 spells simultaneously, she realized Manhwa had very little time to reactivate Duplicate, which is a temporary spell. Due to his constant use of magic, he had no room for additional spells. This is the reason she created anti-monster equipment with self-activating magic. If the equipment could perform spells independently, even if the user was incapacitated, it would theoretically allow for the simultaneous use of multiple types of magic. Nevertheless, Takagami understands that Manhwa still required immense mana and skill to manage both simultaneously. If not, the clone might have gone berserk and assaulted the crowd. Ultimately, by wielding immense magic and maintaining control, Manhwa engaged in an exhilarating battle against himself. Takagami claims that only Ichikami Manhwa could achieve such brilliance. After the match concludes, Manhwa contacts Leona as Chrono, instructing her to cease the broadcast interference. Leona inquires if it's finished, and he replies affirmatively. She uses his true name, Manhwa, and states that no one will pursue Chrono following their recent actions. Surprised that she was aware, Manhwa inquires when she discovered it. She confesses she has known for some time but never mentioned it. When he questions her timing, Leona replies that she believes this is the final moment she'll encounter Chrono. Manhwa acknowledges her correctness and silently consents. After a brief moment, Leona expresses gratitude to Chrono, Manhwa, for rescuing her and the world, and their colleagues, expressing her happiness that he was present. With illegal mage crimes at an all-time low, Manhwa mentions that the Shadowbringers will remain until the situation calms down. Before ending the call, Leona proposes to take care of any of his tasks at a family rate. Manhwa agrees to reach out if necessary, and they bid farewell, returning to their usual routines. The second Manhwa disconnects, his SMT teammates hurry over. Yuka inquires about Chrono, while Ruka questions if he's injured. Manhwa informs them that Chrono escaped but requires bandages and will be hiding for some time. Next, Shido approaches, feeling embarrassed, and apologizes for suspecting Manhwa of being Chrono. Sanada and Yuka apologize for their doubts and request his forgiveness. To pardon them, Manhwa regrets deceiving them but encourages them to not be too hard on themselves. Everyone falters. As he prepares to exit the arena, Hinata shouts once more, inquiring how Minato and Chrono became so powerful. Realizing she isn't close to their strength, she concedes that she must improve or she'll never match them. While she continues to rant, Shido is astonished that Minato still possesses energy and questions the extent of his magical capacity. At the same time, Minato reflects on how he demonstrated that he and Chrono are distinct individuals, then exhales sharply upon witnessing the performance. Functioned. With BR gone, he believes the Shadowbringers are no longer necessary. Yet, Kurwa's final words linger in his mind. For the moment, he feels relieved that the major issue is finally resolved. A few days after, Minato begins endorsing tea while streaming training with the SMT, collaborating with creators to sell merchandise and continuing live television to discuss his enlightenment and intense training. One day at school, Minato finds himself encircled by girls eager to shake his hand, hug him, or even propose marriage. Observing this, Ruji, Ruka, and Yuka ponder whether their newly famous boss will endure. What they are unaware of is that Minato is on the verge of insanity. To him, the girls are simply too much to handle. In a fit of desperation, he leaps out of a window and flees from school, blaming Shido for thrusting him into the spotlight. Just as he believes he has escaped, a horde of fangirls discovers him and pursues him once more. He spends the majority of the day fleeing and pleading with them to stop. Leave him be. Once at home, Ruka and Yuka inquire about his well-being. Minato replies that he's fine, then questions the move. They inform him that they tidied up everything during his escape. Minato expresses gratitude and listens to Yuka discuss their new home. A 3-room flat, ensuring everyone has their own room. The girls blush when they understand they won't see Minato sleeping again, and turn away, leaving him completely puzzled. His phone buzzes, prompting him to step out onto the balcony to take Takagami's call. She inquires if he can chat and if he's alright following the upheaval. Minato replies that everything turned out well because of her, though the newfound attention still feels strange. Takagami chuckles, mentioning the challenges of popularity. Minato informs her that she can reach out at any moment, as she is not only a dear friend but also the sole person who truly understands him. Takegami expresses her gratitude and ends the call. Immediately afterward, she grabs a picture of herself alongside two girls and silently contemplates what actions she should take regarding her own life. Unfortunately, the narrative reveals little about what occurred afterward. A few days later, numerous new SMT recruits assemble at the MPD training grounds, eager to be part of the same team as the Mizuha sisters or to train with Captain Minato. Upon their arrival, Yuka is taken aback by the turnout, while Ruka remarks that they're all drawn by Minato. Regardless, Ruji mentions that excitement is enjoyable, but they must endure Minato's harsh training. Minato soon arrives on the field, and the recruits immediately begin to fangirl over him. They inundate him with admiration, and Minato, fed up, releases an overwhelming wave of terrifying magical energy that immobilizes them in fear. After they settle down, Minato commends them for their perseverance, mentioning that he intended to take it easy on the first day, but now finds no reason to do so. The other SMT members notice their leader's irritation, while the recruits remain oblivious. Thus, when Minato subjects them to his typical rigorous magic, physical and mental training, they swiftly break down and begin complaining, some even labeling it as abuse and claiming they'll leave. Yet, just when they believe it's. Meanwhile, Yuka and the others continue casting spells at Minato's barrier. The trainees look on in disbelief, understanding this is far from typical training. Ultimately, Minato concludes the session and informs everyone, including the recruits, that they will assess magic power next. He allows them 5 minutes to recuperate before proceeding to the testing room. Observing him depart as if it were insignificant, the recruits conclude Minato is a beast. In the meantime, Ruji and the Mizuha sisters reflect on their shortcomings and resolve to improve in the future. Observing this, the recruits conclude they are monsters as well. One individual even weeps as his idealized view of the Mizuha sisters shatters. Soon after, the magic abilities of each SMT member are assessed. Yuka scores 120, Izora none. Ruka scores 118, Izora none. Ruji possesses 105,000. Sanada scores 100, Izora scores 0. Shido stands at 112,000, leaving the recruits unsettled as they question whether the SMT matches the magic nobles. Minato shares that Yuka initially possessed just 2,000 magic power, but through determination, she achieved her current level. Inspired, one recruit inquires if they can attain similar strength, to which Minato affirms it's possible with dedication. This ignites their motivation, rekindling their desire to improve. Following the address, Minato assesses the team's MP and concludes they should be capable of defeating a chief demon on their own, or defeat a demon general together. Despite that advancement, Minato realizes it remains insufficient. The demon king and demon god are still at large. There, as he contemplates, Shido approaches and states that he wants to speak. A single glance at his expression indicates to Minato it's likely bad news. Time later, Minato, dressed in a suit at a combined event for the Magic Nobles and the SMT, complains about the stress of the gathering. Before he can lose control, Shido, similarly attired. Minato expresses his gratitude to Shido for attending. He acknowledges the importance of collaboration but questions the necessity of a full-fledged party. Shido offers an apology, mentioning that the Magic Nobles likely organized it to celebrate reclaiming their power. With the BR case enhancing the police's reputation, Minato realizes he cannot escape the situation and stands by, feigning enjoyment. After a moment, he compliments Shido's attire. Nearby, Ruji remarks that formal wear doesn't suit him, but Minato quickly boosts his confidence, praising his physique. Just then, Shido announces the arrival of the girls. Yuka arrives first in a flared gown and expresses her apologies for the hold on. Ruka trails behind in a flowing, dark blue gown, apologizing for taking so long. Long after, Sanada appears in a light green dress, surprised by the large turnout for the celebration. Yuka inquires with Minato if her outfit seems odd, to which he replies that she appears even cuter than normal. Subsequently, he begins to lavish dramatic compliments on all three girls. His extravagant praises cause them to flush. Observing this, Ruji understands Minato always enthusiastically praises girls. Soon after, Hinata approaches in her typical poor mood. She wears a red gown this time, flanked by Toshiro and Riku, representing their noble families. Minato compliments her as he did with the others, prompting Hinata's irritation, and she tells him to cease. Frustrated, she leaves with Riku. Minato, puzzled, inquires with Toshiro about his presence, and Toshiro explains that this event is part of the collaboration he consented to. Toshiro abruptly departs, leaving Minato astonished by his straightforwardness and lack of conversation. The girls express regret for their father's demeanor, mentioning he's simply not very chatty, and Minato replies it's okay. Moments later, Minato detects an unusual aura and looks towards. He notices a girl wearing a black dress. Before he has a chance to speak with her, the host takes the stage, expresses gratitude to the audience for attending, and starts introducing the esteemed guests, beginning with the SMT members, followed by the Magic Nobles. Finally, we have Momoyu Hifumi, the founder of the Mage Nobles and director of the Mage Association, along with his daughter Chloe Momoyu. Minato instantly identifies Hifumi as the man he encountered in Dotonbori. Now that he realizes the girl is Chloe, he feels uncertain about how to react. At the moment, he remains silent and observes as Momoyu Hifumi steps forward to introduce himself. He begins by discussing the ongoing monster crisis that the nation is experiencing. He states that the partnership between the Mage Nobles and the SMT is the optimal solution. To restore faith in the Mage Nobles, Hifumi vows to safeguard peace and support the prosperity of all mages. He concludes his speech to thunderous applause. Minato acknowledges that the message was clear and effectively communicated after listening. He sees Chloe smiling at him and questions what her intentions are. Hifumi soon approaches the SMT, stating that the Mage Nobles will collaborate closely with them to safeguard the nation. He then smiles at Minato, expressing his eagerness to work together. As they shake hands, Minato reciprocates the sentiment while discreetly assessing Hifumi's magical abilities. As far as he can see, Hifumi has continued his training and remains incredibly powerful. In truth, Minato senses that the man is just as he was 50 years ago. This triggers a recollection of his encounter with young Takagami and Hifumi at the mage training grounds during the intake of new cadets, where Ichikami Minato was conducting the initial session. He instructed everyone to attack him simultaneously. However, one boy, the young Mumu Hifumi, retorted, calling him a bastard and cautioning him not to underestimate them. Young Takagami Shizuku reprimanded Hifumi for disrespecting a living legend. Hifumi was indifferent to Ichikami's status. He vowed to drive that arrogant face into the ground and joined forces with Takagami, who wielded water magic while he utilized dark magic. The duo launched an attack, yet Ichikami remained unimpressed. He countered it with a basic level 1 spell. This only fueled Hifumi's rage, but Ichikami paid him no mind. He utilized wooden spears from earth magic to eliminate all the cadets. Following that, numerous individuals felt disheartened, astonished by how effortlessly he managed a level 4 spell. Ichikami realized he had restrained himself and anticipated several would give up. Yet Hifumi rose again. He proclaimed the battle was far from finished and insisted he was merely beginning. Takagami, equally resolute, teamed up with him for another round. Happy to observe genuine potential, Ichikami allowed them to strike once more. They battled fiercely, yet ultimately lost, discovering the true monstrosity of Ichikami. As the majority of cadets departed, Ichikami became impressed by the two remaining. He concluded the session and instructed them to relax, but as he walked away, Hifumi unleashed another dark magic strike, declaring the battle was far from finished. He promised to defeat Ichikami eventually before collapsing. Noticing that resolve in him, with those eyes, Ichikami believed the boy would be a powerful mage. As Takagami attempted one final strike, he noticed the organization had acquired two intriguing new members. While losing consciousness, Hifumi vowed to outdo Ichikami Minato. Ichikami stated he would wait for that day, and the memory concludes there. In the present, Minato, the reincarnation of Ichikami, reflects on how that passionate boy transformed into a man of wealth and influence. For a brief moment, he considers disclosing his identity but recalls Takegami's caution and chooses to remain silent. Shortly thereafter, the SMT is formally presented, and attendees are encouraged to socialize. Just as Minato believes he can unwind, Chloe approaches him. She introduces herself, expressing that she has been wanting to meet him for some time. Minato commends her skills as a mage and expresses his willingness to chat. Chloe chuckles and modestly claims she's far from his level. Minato concurs. She lacks significant magical strength or exceptional elemental mastery, yet there's something unsettling about her presence. He simply cannot determine what it is. Chloe expresses her desire for them to get along, as her instincts urge her to trust him, while Minato thoughtfully selects his reply. Nearby, Ruka and Yuka experience discomfort observing their conversation, even as they reassure themselves it's likely just a simple greeting. Shortly after, Chloe expresses her eagerness to collaborate with him, and Minato reciprocates. They exchange handshakes. Chloe feels his magic and expresses her happiness about his goodness. With that, she states they'll reunite shortly and departs. The following day at school, Minato faces the typical issues from the girls. Just as he is about to snap, the teacher enters and instructs everyone to calm down for a new transfer student. Moments later, Mumu Chloe walks in. She presents herself as a student of Kimwamage Academy. She then sits down, leaving Minato shocked that she really transferred in. The moment the class spots her, they identify her as Chloe Mumu from the previous day's event. It's uncommon to see members of the Mumu conglomerate out in public. After the introduction, the teacher guides her to an unoccupied seat next to Minato. Chloe takes her seat without any trouble. During the lesson, Minato quietly expresses his surprise at her transfer, but Chloe reminds him that she had mentioned they would meet again soon. He observes her attentively until the class concludes. Once the second class finishes, everyone in the room gazes at Chloe in amazement. Yuka comments on how quickly Chloe has gained popularity. The same boys who typically crowd around them are now all focused on her. When Ruka and Ruji arrive, they both question Chloe's motives since her transfer was unexpected. Given how swiftly it followed the event, Yuka speculates that there might be a deeper reason, suggesting the timing seems too coincidental. Ruji, still cautious about the mage nobles, hopes this isn't yet another of their plots. For the moment, Minato and the others decide to keep a close watch on Chloe. About an hour later, they are taken aback when Shidu reveals that Chloe Mumu will be part of the SMT, prompting one of them to question her presence. Shidu clarifies that the decision was made to appoint Chloe as a link between the SMT and the mage nobles to enhance the alliance and foster trust. This is why she is joining the group. Given the opportunity, Chloe introduces herself as Mumu's daughter and expresses her hope for a warm welcome. Her soft demeanor puts Yuka at ease, who greets her with a handshake. While the girls converse, Shidu turns to Minato and apologizes for the sudden announcement, explaining it was a direct command. Minato reassures him that it's all right and confesses he somewhat anticipated this development following the alliance's declaration. Shidu appears relieved but continues to observe Minato closely. Since he still needs to assess her capabilities, Minato subjects Chloe to the same rigorous training as the others. Despite increasing the intensity to exhaust the recruits and prompt complaints, Chloe not only maintains her pace, but also surpasses Yuka and the others without appearing fatigued. Regardless of Yuka's efforts to keep pace, she is unable to. Chloe is evidently on another level. While the others recuperate during the break, Chloe inquires if it's truly time to halt, expressing that she still feels energetic. Yuka is amazed by Chloe's composure during training they've only just begun to manage. Without hesitation, Chloe approaches Minato and remarks on the intensity of his training. He questions whether she considers it outdated. However, Chloe disagrees. She clarifies that the training is logical, enhancing the body boost's combat abilities. Utilizing magic while being physically challenged enhances skill and potential. She claims that Minato's strict approach and yelling effectively inspire everyone. Recognizing her correctness, Minato commends her perception, and Chloe confidently asserts her top status. Before long, Yuka, Ruka, and Ruji acknowledge Chloe's strength and inquire about learning from her. Chloe commends their efforts as well, expressing her long-held belief in the SMT's reliability. Once that conversation wraps up, she redirects her attention to Minato, continuing their chat. Meanwhile, Yuka begins to feel anxious about Chloe's charm. Boys are drawn to her, girls admire her, and perhaps Minato is too. Aware that Chloe might outshine them, Yuka fears she could become Minato's primary support. She and her sisters shake their heads, attempting to reassure themselves